Today's Friday.
Trade deadline yesterday in the NBA. We were wondering, will the Nuggets make a move? Felt to be three doors that the Nuggets could go through, and none of them were in the position of acquiring talent. But the most likely door that we discussed was the one that the Nuggets took, which was make a small trade, offload a tiny contract so you can keep Spencer Jones, but also stay under the tax so you can be a player in the buyout market, which is going to have some names that would be interesting. I don't think that anything the Nuggets get in the buyout market is going to be a major factor when the playoffs hit. I wouldn't assume so. But it could be a major factor in how you get to the playoffs, which is very important to discuss. The way that the Nuggets season has gone already, with the amount of hits that they've taken, and the second you start to think to yourself, maybe the tide is starting to turn, maybe the health is returning, well, you get dealt a Peyton Watson injury. He's going to be out. I don't even think they've said anything about it yet, but I would assume it's going to be that same time frame of Aaron Gordon, which is that 4 to 6 week reevaluation thing. Secondly, you're out Aaron Gordon, so you're going to be without, it's weird to say this, two of your starting five, because I think Peyton Watson's a starter if he's healthy, if everybody's healthy. You're starting to see the effects of this come into play. The Nuggets have lost 3 games in a row. Out of those 3 games, none of them were like painstaking, tear your hair out type losses. They're against good teams. It's the Thunder, it's the Pistons, and it's the Knicks. They're close losses, but you see sort of the ripple effect of brand new lineup, brand new rotation every single night, trying to figure this out on the fly. Guys trying to get their feet back under them after being hurt for so long. It's really difficult to hold this together, and they've done well enough over the last month. But here's the issue. You're now 2.5 games back of San Antonio for second place. If you lose and the Rockets, Lakers, and T-Wolves win, you go from 3rd to 6th. You're 2 games back from the 7 seed, which is where the Phoenix Suns currently are. It's tight. You need to start winning games to keep pace. And it's going to be really difficult to do considering what all you're missing from your lineup. So when people look at the Nuggets and they say, yeah, they just want to stay under the luxury tax because they're cheap. No, it's because it's the smart and prudent thing to do with how many injuries you have. Right now, you need bodies. And thank God they found the deepest team that the Nuggets have maybe ever had this offseason when they went out and they acquired Hardaway and Brown and Valanciunas and, hell, Spencer Jones and everybody else. I know he's on the roster last year, but the expanded role. They found out Jalen Pickett can play a little bit if you need him to.
Spencer Jones!
As deep as they've been, they need to get deeper. But not for the playoffs. For now. And that's why you offload Hunter Tyson, who I think in just a pure salary dump, because here's basically what happened. The Nuggets traded Hunter Tyson. They did that to the Brooklyn Nets. They attached a second-round pick to it. They're going to get the less favorable second-round pick back this year between the Clippers and the Hawks. So you give him over to Brooklyn, Brooklyn is terrible, so they take the money, and they just waived Hunter Tyson. He's not even part of their roster. It was a straight-up salary dump, but you do that to create the extra roster spot to turn Spencer Jones' contract into a full-time contract instead of a two-way, and you leave the ability for the buyout market for somebody that can help you get to the postseason and keep your seeding as best you can. It's a smart move. I really think so. Because any other option, I think, would be silly. I don't see the purpose in going out and making some big trade. Doesn't help you. Would confuse the minutes and rotation stuff even more. There's no reason. Like, if you're worried about the Peyton Watson contract coming up and how you're going to afford him, and you want to offload like a Cam Johnson or something like that in the offseason, first of all, everybody just says to do that. Maybe Cam Johnson can play. We haven't really seen it. Secondly, that's an off-season thing, not an in-season thing. You need as many bodies as you can have. But I think this is a smart and sort of prudent move by the front office, that they went out there and they recognized that Spencer Jones is going to be part of this rotation, so we need to create space for that while also remaining flexible. If this team was healthy, you might handle this situation totally differently. But they haven't been all year, and they're not going to be. I mean, let's really think about it. Best case scenario here for the Nuggets as this season progresses is that they get fully healthy like 2 weeks before the playoffs start. That's where the timelines are kind of matching up for guys like Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson. That is going to be a quick ramp up together, a couple of weeks at best before you're trying to figure it out on the fly in the postseason, which makes it even more important that you remain high in your seeding. Because the last thing you want, okay, we got to figure things out. We're playing OKC in the first round. Like, that'd be terrible. Hard to figure that out on the fly. So the Nuggets, I thought they were smart yesterday. Now, depending on what they do with this sort of buyout option that they have, I hope it's somebody that is worthy of playing time, that recognizes the opportunity to compete for a championship this year. I hope. So 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. The NFL Awards show happened yesterday. Stafford wins his first MVP. I gotta be honest, I'm really tired of like the Patriots people playing the woe is me card. Like, they get here in the Super Bowl again after the Broncos lose the AFC Championship game. Patriots win. The complaint is, why is everybody talking about how the Broncos would have won if Bo Nix is healthy? Why is everybody saying that we're going to get smoked by the Seahawks? And now, in the closest vote in the history of that award, Matthew Stafford wins. They go by that point system. You get points for first, second, third place. The point system came out to, razor thin. 366 points for Stafford to 361 for Drake May. Stafford had 24 first-place votes. Drake May had 23. And that's what tipped the scales. I think Stafford is worthy. Like, Drake May had a great year. You know what Stafford did this season? 4,707 yards passing for 46 touchdowns and 8 picks. That's like elite level Aaron Rodgers type numbers. And don't get me wrong, Drake May, really good too. He had 4,400 yards passing, 31 touchdowns, and 8 picks. I think the biggest difference there is a 15 touchdown separation between the two. I also wonder, like, Nelly, do you think part of this might be Lifetime Achievement Award for Stafford? Like, he's been such a good quarterback for such a long time with really no opportunity to win it that they're like, all right, this is when Leo DiCaprio won his first Oscar for The Revenant, even though that's one of his worst movies that he's put out. Like, the movie was shot beautifully, but you could name 5, 6 other movies that DiCaprio's been in that is more worthy of an Oscar than The Revenant, and they're just like, here, we should have done this years ago, take it.
Brett, I swear to God, I was just thinking, this is Leonardo DiCaprio's Oscar for The Revenant.
Yeah.
Because he should have won it for Wolf of Wall Street, but they inexplicably gave it to someone else.
Wolf of Wall Street.
What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Even back then, he was fantastic.
I mean, Django Unchained, he could have won it. He could have won it for The Departed, like a whole bunch of different movies.
So for not speaking and wrestling a bear, he gets Best Actor? No, absolutely. It was just like when they gave Denzel the Oscar for Training Day after all the other times he's gotten snubbed. I mean, this was a make-good MVP. Not saying he didn't deserve it. He absolutely did.
But he also had 46 touchdowns and 8 picks.
Exactly.
Like, he's totally worthy, too. The interesting thing is it's always funny to see how the other votes come out. And I'm always curious, like, what the numbers are at the end of this. Like, how many different guys got votes? So they only list the first place votes here because I know McCaffrey was somewhere in this mix for Player of the Year, or I'm sorry, for MVP. But it was 24 to Stafford, 23 to Drake May, 2 to Josh Allen, and 1 went to Justin Herbert. And I know the Herbert thing is like killing everybody. It was Sam Monson. He used to be on Pro Football Focus. I don't know who he's with now. I saw this last night. Did you text it to me? Perfect. Said this about Justin Herbert. He said, I was the Justin Herbert vote, the guy who had the worst offensive line in the NFL all season, and despite that, he was working miracles in almost every single game. Stafford's offensive line became 2/5 as bad as Herbert's for 5 minutes, and he became a turnover howitzer. Herbert embodied value. It's what's interesting to me. People consider this award, everybody's got their own definition, and it's part of what makes like MVP discussion so silly. Is it about value? Is it about the best player on the best team? This is obviously now a quarterback award. You know, I made the argument last year. The guy who embodied the most value to me was Saquon Barkley. Did you notice something this year? The Eagles couldn't get a running game going, and they weren't very good. Wow, weird. Who could have guessed that? But everybody's got their own definition. In basketball, it's like, well, are you the best player on the best team? Or the best player on like a top 2 seed? Because remember, the year that one of the 3 MVPs that Jokic won, I can't remember which. Weren't the Nuggets like the 6th seed when he won? I think it was that Jamal and Porter were out year sort of thing. I can't totally remember. They're all melding together now in my brain. But the MVP is like, it's just a quarterback award, and I hate it because I think it should be left with some room for, for interpretation elsewhere. You guys been listening for the last week, you know, the 6 o'clock hour, we just got to power through. Once we get through that, we're going to be pretty much good. But some other awards, by the way, that some Broncos were up for. So, NFL Defensive Player of the Year. I know that Nick Bonito was mentioned in this. Guys, this was not even going to be close. Myles Garrett deserves every single bit of that award this year. And he did. He got all 50 first place votes. It was unanimous. The ones that were confusing. So,
and also, Brett, just for a second, did you see that Nick Bonito did the same thing as Jade Barron, and he posted a photo of himself in the hospital on his Instagram
getting some
story.
sort of surgery.
And the only caption he had was cooked.
Cooked, yeah.
Just selfie of him in a hospital gown, cooked. So I believe this is just another one of those cleanup procedures where you play through stuff during the season, off-season hits. Maybe you get your hand cleaned up, your shoulder or something.
It's like hockey, man. When the season ends, everybody goes in for some sort of thing. It doesn't always mean it's something super serious, but you get some things cleaned up. If it was serious between Benito or Jahdae Barron or anybody on this team, then we'd know about it. But we'll get through some of the other awards that were given out, Broncos that were up for. One place where I think it was a complete snubbing of a Bronco. We'll get to it next. It's our final Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Why? Because Super Bowl 60, which will be right here on Altitude Sports Radio, is this Sunday. Coverage from the NFL and Westwood One starts at 2 p.m., presented by Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers where Colorado shines. But again, starting at 2 o'clock, you got that Super Bowl coverage. I like the promo that we had, by the way, that was talking about like who's going to be on the road and listening to the Super Bowl as opposed to watching. Shout out to the food delivery people. You know what I mean? Somebody, you need some more wings at the house or something from Golden Flame? Who's going to bring it to you? Our Uber Eats guys, our Door Dashers, our Postmates people, our whatever. What else we got? Lyft, do they do food? I don't know.
I actually had a friend who used to deliver pizzas, and I remember when he had that job, I'd say, "Hey, dude, let's watch the Super Bowl together." One of my friends from college, and he'd just text me back and go, "You don't understand.
Yeah,
this is my busiest day of the year."
Do they do the upcharge things? They should on Super Bowl Sunday. I find that acceptable.
Like when Uber charges surge pricing for you want to get a ride from the club at 10 p.m.
Yeah,
it's $30 more.
I'm sorry. You want to leave this Garth Brooks concert over at Mile High Stadium? Good luck. It's 3 times that price.
You want a pizza on Super Bowl Sunday? Guess what? It's going to cost you, big dog.
I'm not even kidding. I think that should be what happened. You didn't plan well enough. It's not their fault that you messed up. If nothing else, you leave them a large tip. They're missing what is America, okay? This is the one thing that every American, no matter what your beliefs are in anything, we all believe in one thing. You watch the damn Super Bowl, and you do it with people. And if you're forcing somebody to go pick up some knickknacks for you during the game, you compensate those people properly. You hear me?
And then also those people should tune into Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Obviously, watching on TV is better because you can see it. But if you're not able to see
but a Harlan call of the Super Bowl.
I was just going to say, Kevin Harlan is an artist, and he paints a beautiful painting with words anytime he gets behind a microphone. That is a treat.
And Kevin's such a kind man, too. Like the two best in the biz that we get on this show occasionally. Kevin Harlan, Jim Nantz. Not only excellent at their jobs, incredibly nice folks. Now, the other awards where I think some Broncos got snubbed. So this one wasn't really close. It's painful to see this. The Assistant Coach of the Year award went to Josh McDaniels. The votes were he got 17 first place votes. Vance Joseph got 10. And this is what I'm trying to compute here. Because in the actual Coach of the Year category, I don't believe Sean Payton was even in the top 5, which is also crazy. A guy who just coached his team to beat the Chiefs and take the AFC West crown from them, combined with being the number 1 seed in the AFC, doing so with a quarterback in his second year. Like, how is that not worthy of at least top 5 consideration? And I get that there's a whole bunch of places you could go, and somebody was going to get snubbed from this. Vrabel ends up winning head coach of the year, which, fine. But between Vrabel and Shanahan and Liam Cohen and everybody else, like, I understand it was a loaded category. But you can't do both of these things here. For a team that finished 14-3 with and I think this is what hurt Peyton, a lackluster offense at times, a lot of times. Well, then how did you get to 14-3? Because the defensive coordinator was amazing. But I don't think you can get both Mike Vrabel and Josh McDaniels coaches of the year. Can't do it. One or the other. Pick one. Judo or karate. Pick one. So that's my beef. One of them deserves some love. And thankfully, Vance Joseph is not a head coach elsewhere, and you get to keep him here. Speaking of keeping a guy here, have you seen how many people are upset with Shams? because of his reporting on Giannis. I got to be honest. I don't blame him for any of that. He is reporting what people are telling him. Now, is he getting this information from agents that are using him as a proxy to get their word out? Yeah. But here's my guess of what happened. Giannis told his agent, I ain't doing this Bucks thing anymore. Get me the hell out of here. Agent relays that to Shams. Shams puts it public, puts pressure on the Bucks organization to make something happen. The Bucks stand firm and say, I'm not just trading him to trade him. If we're going to get rid of Giannis, which I'm not even saying we are, it's going to be for a king's ransom. Trade deadline comes. No movement happens. Giannis stays a Buck. And then, here's what pisses me off. I've done a 180 on Giannis. I don't know if you guys feel the same way. Giannis tweets out last night, legends don't chase, they attract. And he puts the video of Leo DiCaprio's Wolf of Wall Street, I'm not bleeping leaving thing, right? What clown behavior. Guy actively tries to get himself removed from a team. The team doesn't find a dance partner that they're comfortable with. And he is making it out to be like, they wanted to trade me and I didn't want to go anywhere. Clown. I mean, absolute clown.
You hold your head up, all right?
I'm done with Giannis. I'm done. You know what? Let's throw another one of these out.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Have you gone from liking to hating Giannis Antetokounmpo? Yes or no? Because I'm there. He's like, he speaks out of both sides of his mouth so often. I have loyalty in my DNA. And then all he wants is out.
Giannis, I got choo-choo.
And he's playing this woe is me card like they didn't try and get him help. Dude, they traded for bleeping Lillard. And you couldn't make it work. I get that Lillard got hurt. It was after you guys played really average brand of basketball for a long time. So 303-504-0925. Send me some texts here. Are you over Giannis? Yes or no? Because I'm done with him. I can only, you know what's great? It provides me still, every time I see a story like this, a nice little reminder of what you don't have to deal with. Like, to take a Moser term, imagine the brain damage that you don't have here because your superstar shows up to work. He just comes in and does his job. You don't hear a thing about Jokic. The only thing that Jokic says is, I need to be better, or it's a joke. That's it. But every time I see one of these, I'm like, in a sport that is so rife with people who are so ego-filled and self-centered, and if there's, like, every superstar in this league thinks that they are God's gift to whatever sort of place they're at, or the NBA in general, whether it's LeBron or Harden, or you take your choice. I don't even know who's close behind that. Like, you list the top players in the league. And ironically, I think you got kind of two of them. With the way that Jamal's playing now, which is like at a top 20 level, Jamal's the same way. You don't hear a peep out of him. There's no excuses. Does Jamal get a little bit snippy when somebody makes a constructive criticism comment? He can. He's not done a lot of that this year. But he doesn't complain. If there's a guy who could have complained for years about not having help. I mean, really think about this for a second. Jokic, during the Calvin Booth, Michael Malone era, when they were having this hissy fit at the top of the organization over what's the best way to build a contender, and obviously on different wavelengths, and Jokic is looking around every time he goes to the bench and he sees a 10-point lead dwindle to a 2-point deficit by the time he gets back on the floor 4 minutes later. How easy could he have stepped in front of a mic and been like, guys, what, Facu Campazzo? What are we doing here? Get me some actual help. But he doesn't. He always says, I got to be better. When we all know, it's like, Jokic, you went for 60 points, 18 rebounds, and 13 assists. Why did you guys lose today? Because I missed a shot in the fourth quarter. Like, that's what he'd say. God, I love that guys like that are on this roster. And going back to a conversation from yesterday, just to tie all this back together in a big, nice bow. When we talk about the names of guys that you want on the Broncos team, and I hear A.J. Brown and George Pickens, this is the exact reason why I say no. Don't care about the talent. I hate this stuff. And I think it's bad for your organization, and it cripples you. Seriously. Attitudes like that are cancers that need to be cut out. Like, it feels to me, I didn't live through this, so you guys can tell me if I'm off base. But from what I heard this was like, it feels a lot like the Matt Duchene thing at the end of his time here, which is, I want out. That's fine. I'll find it eventually, but it's going to be when I want you to leave and for the compensation that I want. By the way, here's Brian Windhorst on ESPN about Giannis yesterday.
What I suspect is going to happen is that the Bucks are going to deactivate Giannis and not play him the rest of the season, or very close to not the rest of the season, because their future now is highly dependent on their draft pick and Giannis avoiding injury, and they've got to protect those legs. And so I want to know how Giannis is going to feel about potentially being shut down for the season, not only not traded, but maybe being shut down for the season, because that's the tactically correct move for the Bucks going forward.
Yeah. By the way, I wonder how Giannis is going to feel. How about this? Who cares now? You've already made your feelings known. You've told me to basically kick rocks. I'll do the same to you, and we'll figure it out in the offseason. Just insane to me. But thank God you have what you have here. Quick little story. As the Olympics aren't the opening ceremonies today, right? That's what we got. We're going to see that guy from, I don't know if Tonga is doing a lot of the Winter Olympics stuff. But if Tonga is, you're going to see that oiled up guy with like the flamethrower, whatever that is. So that's happening today. Saw this story from the New York Times? And it just shows you the lengths that people are willing to go to get some sort of advantage. So those, the ski jumpers, what do they call it? I don't know what the event is. It's where they look like a flying squirrel. They take that big jump. They just kind of hang there in the air. They see how far they can get down the mountain. Those guys are allegedly injecting their sausages with something called hyaluronic acid. Now, the purpose to this, according to the story from The Athletic, is to enhance the size, because there's very strict policies on how tight the suit has to be. Why? Because when you're flying through the air, if you have a more baggy suit, again, think of a flying squirrel. It can serve as almost a sail. So it has to be super tight. And if you have a bigger, you have to find bigger and looser pants to fit around that. You know what I'm not going to do? Put needles in there.
I'm always comping hogs.
If I finish fourth and off the podium, then I finish fourth. You ain't taking a needle anywhere around that. You understand?
Hey, you already made 2 kids. You going to make a third? No, just put some hyaluronic acid in there. Win a gold. America depends on it, Brett.
Isn't it amazing, though, the lengths that people are willing to go for success?
Yeah, literally the lengths that they're willing to go, an extra inch of length for America.
So I think I told you guys this. Maybe I didn't. I know personally a girl who was the alternate for last Winter Olympics bobsled. So if somebody went down with an injury, she was going to be the one that stepped up for the U.S. She told me kind of how this goes. Because I've always wondered, like, what do the athletes get out of it? So I was asking her. She trained for years to be in that position. There's no women's national bobsled league in the U.S. So I'm like, so how does the compensation work? And what I understand, or at least what she told me, was she was sponsored by Starbucks. Didn't tell me how much, but it was enough money for like room and covers your flights and your hotels and food and all that stuff. The condition was you had to work 20 hours a week at a Starbucks wherever you were at. So let's say that they were training in Prague. You had to find a Starbucks there and go work. So that's kind of how it went down. I don't know how much money these ski jumpers are getting paid. It ain't enough for the needle. That's all I'm saying. Not enough. Psychopaths. 303-504-0925. Again, Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. One last Bud Light Football Friday. Haven't talked a lot about the game. There is, I think, something that is interesting about this game that can maybe show a highlight of somewhere we need to be better. We'll get to it next. All right, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Please enjoy responsibly. The actual game that will be played and heard right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Super Bowl 60 coverage from Westwood 1, all brought to you by Williams Jewelers. There's an interesting thing that surrounds this game, and I'll tell you what it is. One is the remarkable difference, and we've witnessed it firsthand, that a new quarterback and new coach combination can do for your team and how quickly you can change things. There is a sense of building things the right way, but if you have those two things in tandem working well together, you can accelerate a timeline. And that's certainly what the Patriots did, and it's absolutely what the Broncos did. You find a head coach, you find a brand new quarterback, you have them work together, they get each other, and it's an amazing and immediate improvement. So the Broncos found that. One thing that I don't know if this is like going to prove to be a change in the way that we do business. Sam Darnold being in this position is really interesting for a straight perspective sort of exercise. What people think of Sam Darnold. He's a guy who's played on 4 different teams in the last 4 years, had a ton of success last year, and you got to imagine, like, it's twofold. Sam Darnold kept getting opportunities because Sam Darnold was I forget what he was. It was a high draft pick, number 3 overall, 4, something like that. The quarterbacks drafted that high keep getting opportunities. But there's also a perception if that guy flames out early in his career that even when he does have success, you don't trust it. That's what the Vikings did. 14-win season, didn't win a playoff game, he shipped out. And there's such a danger in judging things based off of the results of a single game. You know, when you look at, let's say, the Pittsburgh Steelers, their decision, I know it said it's mutual, but whatever, to move away from Mike Tomlin. If the Steelers won a playoff game, would they make the same decision? The fact that I ask that question out loud is ridiculous. It should take some conviction. Like, if you go back to the Nuggets last year with Michael Malone, Josh Kroenke said out loud, they wanted to make this decision at the All-Star break, but for whatever reason, I can't remember now, they didn't.
Well, it's because they won, wasn't it 7 or 8 games in a row going into the All-Star break? And they said, well, we can't fire our whole coaching staff and GM in the middle of a win streak.
But if Michael Malone, if they kept winning games and Michael Malone kept his job going into the postseason and then they won a playoff series and then they won another one or whatever, I don't know how that changes the feeling you have on whether the guy in charge is the right guy. And this is sort of like the very, very thin margin that you're dealing with. I mentioned this heading into this season. I'll use my old saying, it's a lot easier to get worse than it is to get better when you're a good team. When the Vikings made the decision to move off of Sam Darnold and say, hey, we drafted a guy in the first round, we might as well see if he can play or not. Bye, Sam. I said, easily they could finish out of the playoffs entirely, and if J.J. McCarthy isn't very good, potentially have a mutiny on their hands. Well, listen to Justin Jefferson when he's asked about J.J. McCarthy.
As of right now, J.J. is my quarterback. So for me, it's to get him to where we need to go, and it starts off right now in offseason and getting better now.
One of the best wide receivers in the league was asked about his quarterback, and he dropped as of right now, he's my quarterback. Go ask Courtland Sutton who his quarterback is. Is he going to drop it as of right now in front of it? Like, it feels painful to watch Justin Jefferson talk about J.J. McCarthy. I just saw another clip. I'll send this one to you, Nelly. You can just grab this one specific thing, but I'll read it for now. He was asked if he's still the best wide receiver in the league. This is on First Things First. He said, "How am I not? A lot of people base it off the quarterback play. If I don't have an elite quarterback throwing me the ball the entire year, then it's a little bit difficult to be in those conversations." How about Kay Adams asking him this?
What is one thing fans can hang on to, one really specific thing about JJ that gives you faith in him for next year?
I mean, if you look at the film, you look at the things that he's done. I mean, he's done very good things. Obviously, it wasn't the most spectacular thing. Obviously, you know, those are things that he understands, and we all understand as a building that there are some things to work on. But JJ is a really good quarterback. He's a really good guy.
He's a nice guy. I mean, obviously, you saw how ass he was this year, but you know, Bill Burr had this joke back in the day where he's like, you ever been to a funeral of somebody that nobody liked? And you have to step up and say something nice about the guy? And somebody goes, "Tell you what, that guy always paid his taxes. He paid his taxes every single year, was always paying taxes." That's this. He's a nice guy. He can't throw the football, but he's fun to talk to. But where does that put Darnold? Darnold's now done this 2 years in a row. If you're Seattle, are you paying him $60 million a year after this? He played well and got you to a Super Bowl. And these are the things that I think what muddies these conversations is always just perception. If Sam Darnold was with the Seahawks the whole time, nobody would question it. But because he's bounced around the league and had a rough start to his career, you don't know if you can fully trust this. Because you're asking yourself, what's real? Is it the beginning of his career, or is it this renaissance that he found? And you can get in trouble in both ways. You can get in trouble the same way Minnesota did, by letting him go. You can get in trouble if you're Seattle by committing to pay him a whole bunch of money, and then it turns out, he's actually Sam Darnold. He's the exact guy we thought he was that was bouncing around the NFL. It's very difficult to be in that position. It is like a tightrope act. But perhaps what Sam Darnold has done can change some perception on if you can believe that a second act to somebody's career is real or not. Because there's going to be some quarterbacks with that opportunity. You're going to have Kyler Murray and Tua that are probably available this offseason with a lot of skepticism around them. What if they have success elsewhere? What if it was just, I was in a really bleepy spot from a franchise perspective before? Could be. Real quick, give me that Justin Jefferson.
I mean, you know, a lot of people base it off of the quarterback play and, you know, just different things that really go into, you know, my position. Obviously, I got to, you know, rely on and, you know, I got to depend on a lot of people in order for me to get that ball. So, you know, if I don't have, you know, an elite, elite position
right,
or elite quarterback.
Just say you hate your quarterback. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Our final Bud Light Football Friday as we head into Super Bowl 60 coverage presented by Williams Jewelers starts at 2 o'clock with Westwood One. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Easy delivery, free pickup, the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. Our final Bud Light Football Friday of the year. Our last one. Why? Because Super Bowl 60 is going to be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 this Sunday. Coverage from the NFL on Westwood 1 starts at 2 o'clock. It's all presented by Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, where Colorado shines. We're trying to get Vic connected out in San Francisco right now. Moser's in España, so he will be out for the foreseeable future, reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. Now, with what the Nuggets did at the deadline yesterday, it's kind of what you expected. They go out, they make the move of trading a smaller contract, in this case, Hunter Tyson, maybe one of the only guys on the roster that really was not getting playing time at all. They ship him out to Brooklyn. Brooklyn waives him immediately. It was a big salary dump thing. You exchange second-round picks, and who really cares? But you do that to open up another roster spot so that you can convert the two-way contract of Spencer Jones into a full-time NBA contract and also leave you wiggle room for the buyout market, which I think is going to be very important. People look at this and they say, oh, well, the Nuggets want to stay under the tax because they're cheap. No, it's because they're smart. And here's why. When you make that move and you do get under the tax, it allows the buyout, and the buyout market is going to be extremely important to the Nuggets this year. Not for the postseason, I wouldn't think. It's for the ramp up to the postseason. The Nuggets are in a really bad spot right now. They have players returning from injury that obviously are not playing up to the standard that we're used to from them in Jokic and Christian Brown. They have lost Peyton Watson for an extended period of time. They've lost Aaron Gordon for an extended period of time. They are now 2.5 games out of second place for the San Antonio Spurs. That part less important than this part. They are within a game of everybody up until the 7 seed. The Rockets, Lakers, and T-Wolves are all 1 game back of you, which means you lose, those 3 teams win, you, in the blink of an eye, go from 3rd to 6th. You're only 2 games ahead of the 7 seed Phoenix Suns, which if they jump you, now you're in a play-in spot. You need to get healthy bodies in the lineup. And the buyout market serves as that. So this isn't about staying under the tax. This is about trying to acquire more players so that you can get through this stretch of basketball that is going to prove to be very, very difficult. If the timelines are true, and I don't know if we've gotten an official one from Peyton Watson yet, it looks like you might not have a fully healthy roster, assuming everybody else right now stays healthy, which, forget knocking on wood, I'm going to pound it. It would lead up to about a few weeks before the playoffs, and that would need to get you to a point of everybody being on the same page and trying to build up chemistry just days away from the postseason starting. But it's a lot easier to do that if you're a higher seed as opposed to we're in a play-in spot, need to win, and even if we do we face Oklahoma City in the first round? Like, that's what you need to avoid. And that's the purpose to this. So, I went through an entire 5-minute spiel. I think Vic missed most of it, but I think I explained it pretty clearly, Vic, that this wasn't about... I don't know if you heard it or not, but yes, welcome.
Welcome.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Our last day here at Media Row, but I heard what you had to say, and I don't disagree with much of what you had to say. The buyout market, it comes down to this, is how much do you want to spend on a player who may not play in your playoff rotation, but can carry the load to get you there?
Yeah.
Because I do agree with you. You get to a danger point where a danger zone, how far do you want to drop? How far can you avoid dropping before it becomes too much, right? Like a top 4 seed going into the playoffs is very important. Yes. Very important. You want to avoid OKC in the second round. But the more I look at it, I mean, San Antonio is not going to be field day for you.
No.
That's a tough one too. Everybody's tough.
But it's not OKC.
No.
But it's not that.
It's not OKC, but it's still not as easy as you make it out to be.
Yeah, I don't know, there's going to be a whole bunch of names that are on that buyout list. Again, I don't know if those guys are going to be people that get any sort of run in the playoffs, but it's a bridge to get you to the place you want to be when the playoffs start. That's what the focus needs to be.
So what position exactly do you target? Do you need a big body? Do you need a guard? What are you looking for here in this buyout market?
I don't think you need a guard. I don't think so. I think they need somebody that can be. Peyton Watson was trying to do the back. Well, not even backup. He was trying to fill the Aaron Gordon spot.
Yeah.
And then you don't have that. I don't think you have a guy that's like that 6'8" range that can kind of play that a little bit.
So forward.
I think so.
Isn't that what Zeke Najee is?
I don't think they like him.
Isn't that what Deron Holmes is?
I don't think he's ready.
Okay, so let's just go down the line. So those are two players you currently have on the roster. And it's interesting you say that because Deron Holmes did not play at all during that 3-game losing streak.
Neither did Zeke.
Yeah. Nate Kreckman brought up a good point. I heard him talk about this yesterday. And I'll ask you what he asked everybody. When you're playing these overtime games, especially double overtimes, and these guys are fried, you could tell they had no legs, they could not shoot, everything was short, why don't they go to their bench more often?
Because when you're in crunch time and you have 5 minutes to make plays happen, I think it's easier just to be like a tired Jokic is better than an alternative.
But isn't fresh legs vital at that point because you got a minutes restricted player? And I'm not trying to target Jokic. I'm talking about all 5 guys. Look at the minutes they put up in the game and then in overtime where just a hint of energy can make the difference in the game. Getting the ball to the cup can make the difference in the game. Why is it, and it's not just the Nuggets, every team does this, in these overtimes, they stick with those guys and they never leave the court? And I think I know the answer. The answer is pretty simple. I dare you to try and take Jamal, Joker, Tim Hardaway, those guys off the court in those situations.
Well, this is what former coach Michael Malone said before that game about Joker leaving the floor.
Nikola Jokic, Kenny, MVP candidate every year.
Yep.
New rule, he can only miss one more game the rest of the year to be eligible to win his 4th MVP.
So he said,
but you know what, though? When I coached him, I had a hard time getting him to sit. He never wanted to sit, Malika. He loves to play. That 65-game rule, the impetus behind that was not for guys like Nikola Jokic. And I worry that this rule is going to prohibit great players from getting their accolades at the end of the year.
Now that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has this abdominal injury, I don't know how long he's going to miss. He may bump up against it. We may have the guys who are 1 and 2 in the MVP race invalidated.
I love when someone precedes a sentence by saying real talk.
Yeah.
If it's not real talk, what is it? Fake talk here, Brett. Fake stuff.
There's some people that do fake talk on sports radio shows. You know that.
I got fake talk here for you. I don't know why you play. So, at the beginning of the second overtime, what if I told you at the beginning of the second overtime, these guys are fried. Hey, fellas, we're going to give you a minute and a half. Get as much rest as you can. Chill out. That minute and a half probably is going to take 5 minutes. And we're going to put Zeke in. We're going to put Julian Strother in. We're going to put Jonas Valanciunas in. And these guys are going to go as hard as they can for a minute and a half. Let's go. Team on 3. Here's the problem with that. It's a player's game. It's a player's league. Those players you pull out of the game ain't going to be pretty afterwards.
Well,
and that's the truth.
Here's I don't know if this is a great sort of comparison, but you've seen it before, Vic, where football team goes no huddle and they start driving down the field, and you see that defensive line is gassed at the end of it. Well, let's say that you get just some sort of break, incomplete pass. Now you can kind of get a second to sub a player if you want to, but it's 3rd down. Do you want to take Benito off the field even if he's exhausted on 3rd down? When you need a pass rush, listen, I think it's just easier to trust your players even if they're tired.
we all agree that fresh legs could do them some good, especially in a double overtime game where they look, I mean, it's the second game of a back-to-back and there's minutes restrictions. They looked gassed. We all agree that fresh legs probably is the way to go. The problem is the way this league runs and the way it's set up and the way the players run the league, good luck doing that.
Yeah.
Because you will pay the price afterwards. Trust me. Good luck.
Yeah, it's tough. By the way, we can save that for later. I got a lot to say about Giannis. Because Giannis is pissing me off.
Giannis escapade in Milwaukee. Just be thankful you don't have to deal with that.
Well, that's what I want to get to. So let's save that because you are in such a great position and have been with what your roster is and the guy who leads it in Jokic. So we'll get to that in a minute. But the awards, the NFL awards were yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm actually pretty surprised. It's the closest MVP race in the history of the NFL.
Did you hear the difference in it? Did you hear what it came down to?
It was 366 total points for Stafford to 361 for Drake May. It was 24 first-place votes for Stafford, 23 for Drake May.
Yeah.
And Patriots fans are, really up in arms about this. I don't understand why. I think that Stafford very clearly had the better year. He had 15 more touchdowns than Drake May had. I mean, that's not a small margin there. That's huge. Stafford put up 46 TDs and 8 picks. That's like prime Aaron Rodgers numbers.
Yeah.
But I was surprised at how close it was. I knew that May would be up there. I didn't think it would be literally one vote deciding the difference.
I thought the right guy won the award, and I'm not going to – I could go back and forth on that. I get it. Drake May's 23. He'll have plenty more chances to win that award. He's going to be fine. Stafford won it. He'll be back for another season. But I think the difference in the outcome of the votes came down to one vote, a guy who voted for Justin Herbert and went on Twitter and tried to justify his vote. Sam Monson. Is he an analytics guy?
So he used to be with Pro Football Focus. I think he's got his own thing now.
Okay. And his argument for voting for Justin Herbert was his offensive line was horrid and he had to play through it. And that if Stafford had that kind of offensive line, he would look horrid too. In fact, the one game where his offensive line got injured, he didn't look the same, blah, blah, blah. I just think that mentality, that reasoning is so tough to – I don't know what the answer is, but to watch a game and say a guy's offensive line wasn't up to par, but I still think he's the MVP, well, how do you really know? The numbers did not suggest that. They just didn't. I give all the credit in the world to Justin Herbert for dragging that team through a season and almost winning the division, because they almost did, okay? They were close. I give him credit. But to then assume he's the MVP because he's missing linemen, how do you make that leap? How do you go from one to the other?
I can understand what he's getting at here because everybody has their own definition of this thing. He's talking about value. And if you got a quarterback that can overcome all of that and lead you to still, an 11-5, 11-6, 12-5 record, you can. I think he's wrong.
Yeah, because I can make the same argument. Here's my argument. Ready? Yeah, Bo Nix should have been the MVP. He lost his top running back midway through the season and played better as the season went on and got a number 1 seed. And then you saw what the offense did when he wasn't in the game, in the AFC title game. Yeah, based on that reasoning and who he lost around him, Bo Nix is my MVP. Got it? Good. Let's go.
Could.
I mean, think about it. You could say that about anybody.
How much does overall success matter? But a lot of people were upset when I can't remember which MVP it was. A lot of people were upset when Jokic won the MVP when the Nuggets were the 6th seed.
Yes. See, but the difference is the NBA is much more analytically driven. It's much easier to ascertain because there are numbers that support certain arguments in the NBA. In a team game like football, where there's an offense and a defense, and there are 22 players on the field at a given time, then there's a run game, and then there's this. I just think it's tougher. I could tell you what fingerprints Joker's got his hands on. You can deduce that pretty easily. In the NFL, good luck.
It felt like a vote I just wanted to be different, right?
Yeah, but and look what it did. That one vote altered the overall votes.
Well, what if he put it on Stafford instead of did he say that Drake May was second place for him?
I don't know. But just one out of order vote could affect everybody else.
I mean, two guys
That's all
voted
I'm
for
saying.
Josh Allen, too, and it was like, yeah. Stafford, I said this, by the way, and it's not that he didn't deserve it because he had a phenomenal season.
Mm-hmm.
It does kind of feel like Lifetime Achievement Award for him, though, because he's been putting up numbers every year in this league for like 15 seasons, and he finally won his first MVP.
I do need to know what was Stafford doing with his hair?
I don't know. He's gone full Hollywood, bro. He's got those chompers.
He's got the chompers. That happened as soon as he moved to L.A. But the hair is now, it's like an wedding singer Adam Sandler style hairdo.
I've been trying to figure out how old his kids are because he has 4 daughters. They all look the same age.
I know.
Like all of them were the same height. It was weird.
But I need some background on who said to him, here's what we're going with. Now, again, to each his own. He looks great. But when I saw him, I was like, whoa.
By the way, when he said he was doing his little acceptance speech thing, and he said, I can't wait to kick ass next year, and you saw the reaction of McVay and his teammates, did they not know that he was coming back yet?
No, he never announced it.
So he didn't even
announced
tell
it.
them privately, like, hey, I'm coming back. I know that McVay's been asked over and over again whether he's coming back or not. Did they all find out right then and there?
Apparently so. Coach of the Year, Mike Vrabel. No one's surprised there. He won that in a landslide. The assistant coach of the year was this guy who beat out Vance Joseph. This guy right here. You see this guy?
Why do you have that?
I got things, dude. You know I carry things. Dude,
I got.
do you know who I am? Do you know what I carry with me?
I do. Yes.
This right here got me and Jesse access to so many Super Bowl parties last night. By the way, Jesse's a hurting unit today, bro.
Oh, I saw.
You think I am?
Jesse,
I am.
Jesse, you on that mic right now?
Ooh, he's on. He's a hurting unit right now.
Wait. Because you had a little drinky poo last night?
No. Bike ride. Well,
no, I saw you up, Chuck, on your bike ride, or at least what was left of it.
Yeah.
You're disgusting. Well,
Jesse
see,
and I
Jesse,
did-
this is why you don't make 4 trips to the buffet before you want to go on a bike ride in San Francisco.
We didn't go on a buffet, but we did have a good.
We had a nice meal beforehand, and we did a 22-miler. We started in downtown San Francisco, rode the perimeter, then went across the Golden Gate Bridge into San Marin County, did some hills over there. I come back down the hill, and I go, Jesse, are you okay? He goes, yeah. And he left part of himself on the side of that hill. A big part.
You're a filthy human, Jesse.
Yeah.
Filthy.
You know what? It's fine because everywhere you walk in San Francisco, that takes place. I mean, what's the difference? Hey, you should have done it here. You would have fit right in.
Wait, but are you saying that, Jesse, did you just lie to me when I said you have some drinky poos last night? You said no immediately, and Vic said, well.
No, I had some drinks, but I didn't get sick from the drinks.
Yeah. He didn't.
I got you.
Yeah.
He's fine from that. It was the other way around. He got sick before the drinks. True. So that's how it works in Jesse's world.
Yeah.
Jesse, it works in reverse.
Very
when
true.
he knows he's going to go out and have a few, he vomits beforehand just to make room.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
Last night was awesome, by the way, just to give you an update on our
Please.
Super Bowl party circuit. In the old days, the way it worked, Brett, we'd get here and we'd go at it that first night. We'd start finding parties. Not anymore. Too old, too brittle. What's the term I use for old and brittle?
Brittle-haired pansy is what you want now.
I am now a brittle-haired pansy. So we reserved one night, and that was last night, and there were parties galore. We hooked up with our boy Ryan Harris, who always has a ticket to each party.
Yeah,
and the
Ryan's always got an in for some place, yeah.
Well, his ticket, he wears this enormous Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, it helps.
And he just shows it and says, yep, I'm in. And we're his entourage.
Why didn't you bring your Nuggets ring? That could have got you something.
I should have worn my Nuggets and my Abs ring. Just ringed it all up.
Uh-huh.
I got it in my wedding ring. It worked just the same.
Yep.
But anyway, so we go to the first party, and it's the Ditka cigar party.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. So I pulled an Ezio there, I will readily admit. And so they're giving away cigars, these nice cigars. Hey, Pat's here. They're giving away these nice little cigars, and these things are not cheap, all right?
Yeah.
I told Jesse, I said, hey, if they're giving these away, snag me a couple because my brother is big into those. We left the party with 24 cigars.
Really?
Yes.
Did you throw your boy a couple?
What is wrong with you?
Easy.
Throw me a couple.
No, we earned that. We earned that. That was not an
I
easy
earned it.
get.
I did the first 5 minutes radio by myself here.
you might get one or two, and these are the real good ones.
That's what I'm saying. Just one or two.
These are the Cohibas, the Macanudos, the Peninsulas. I don't even know.
The Yucatans.
Yes. So then we go from that party. So we're there hanging around. This is the Ditka party, and Mike wasn't there. Mike's 86 years of age, but it was run by Brian Urlacher, who was operating that party. We go from there.
Oh, the guy with hair now.
Yeah. To the Athletes First party. Athletes First is an agency, and one of the guys who works for Athletes First is a former Broncos defensive back by the name of Kyle McCarthy, who's a Domer. He's a Notre Dame guy, so I have an in with him. So we got a hold of him and said, hey, can you get us into this party? He did. He's one of the agents there. They rented out, and I want my mom to know this, I went to church last night. They rented out a church and gussied it up with all this disco ball stuff and turned it into a club. And we partied, well, I didn't. I walked in and looked around and walked out. In a church, I did a quick rosary, got that done, and it was chock full of people.
Well, that's
crazy.
That sounds like a hell of a night. I like it.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Just make appearances, hop around here and there. I mean, again, gone are the days when you're just going at it. Now you're just looking, observing.
It is our final Bud Light Football Friday. Big thank you to Bud Light for being with us this entire football season, our first year at Bud Light and Football Fridays, and we appreciate you. So thank you so much. I hate that it's the last one here, but Bud Light Football Fridays.
Is.
Yeah.
It's always so striking the following week without football, isn't it?
It feels empty.
Naked.
Yeah. So a lot to get to here. I want to get to some of these awards because the assistant coach of the year and head coach of the year, something doesn't compute with me between these two. So we'll get to that in a second. Along with I hate Giannis now. I just hate him.
And I also want you to hear the interview I did yesterday after the show with Greg Cosell, who's sort of like this quarterback expert.
Yeah.
He talked a little bit about Bo. I got some stuff from him and a host of others. I interviewed a bunch of people today. Chad Brown's going to come by and join us here at the table. We're going to have a couple other guests to be named. I can't reveal it right now, but our final day at Radio Row will be chock full of guests.
So stay tuned. Back after this. So Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Vic is down at Radio Row one final time in San Francisco. And he was everywhere for Radio Row. And that's all thanks to our friends at Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Inglewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Check out the podcast and check out at Altitude Sports Radio on Instagram to see the best of the best from Vic's time in Radio Row this week. So a couple things here, Vic. I want to stick with the awards here for a second because there's something that's not computing with me.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Vrabel wins head coach of the year. Makes sense. He takes over in New England, and they're in the Super Bowl again. He's had this phenomenal run. I get it. Josh McDaniels winning assistant coach of the year. Again, I think it's totally fair argument for them to make. Now, Vance Joseph finished second in this. McDaniels had 17 first-place votes. Vance Joseph had 10. Here's what I don't understand. Sean Payton wasn't in the top 5 of head coach of the year votes. And I know it was a loaded category this year from Vrabel to Shanahan to Liam Cohen to a whole bunch of different people, right? But if the translation there is Sean Payton wasn't responsible for the success of the Broncos, who vanquished the Chiefs from the AFC West division winner for the first time in a decade, and finished the number 1 seed in the AFC over the New England Patriots, then how does Vance Joseph not get the credit for it then?
I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know what all of the categories are when you rate these coaches. I don't know. I do know this, that the Broncos had a bunch of candidates for NFL honors, and they came out empty.
Yeah.
They didn't win anything. They had 2 in the Protector of the Year category. Hell, Bowles was listed in every category, basically.
Right.
Garrett Bowles' name was everywhere. He got shut out. Broncos didn't win it. I mean,
Defensive Player of the Year, Benito's going to have a really tough time because Myles Garrett got all 50 first-place votes, and he should have.
I got no argument there.
Yeah, he should have.
No argument there. So which one do you think has the greatest, right? Of all the candidacies, Garrett Bowles was in 3 different categories. Vance Joseph was in Assistant Coach of the Year. Which one do you have the most trouble with here?
Vance. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if again, the offense for the Broncos was very much start and stop and a lot of stop.
Mm-hmm.
The one constant was the defense. It's what got you the 14-3 record. It's what got you the 1 seed for the entirety of the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it's like, if he's not responsible for that, like they're giving both Vrabel and McDaniels credit in both of those categories. I'm like, judo or karate, pick one.
Yeah, that's a great point. 2's too much, right?
Yeah.
I guess the defensive coordinator must feel left out. He's like, hey, I was pretty good.
Right.
No, you're right there. You're right. But I don't think the voters look at it that way. The voters are given these names, and they're looking at them, and they're not deciding who wins based on who wins in another category.
Here's the other thing, and I do want to talk about this for a second because it relates back to your team as well. Let me just give you the timeline of what happened with the Giannis stuff. Because Shams is catching a whole bunch of grief, and I don't really get why. Shams is reporting things that he hears, and Vic, you know as well as anybody, they get most of their information from who? Agents. So here's what happened in my best estimation. Giannis's agent went to Shams and said, Giannis is done with Milwaukee. Put it out there that he wants gone.
Get it out there. Help us.
So Shams did that.
Yeah, it's a leverage play.
Shams said, okay, fine. Giannis is not happy. He wants out of Milwaukee. Trade deadline comes and goes. Milwaukee doesn't find a trading partner. Giannis is still there. This feels, and you lived through this, Vic, you can tell me if this is an apt comparison or not, but from what I've heard, it sounds a lot like a Duchesne thing happening right now.
Okay.
Like, I'm not going to get rid of you unless I get my king's ransom that I want.
Sure.
So you just chill here until we find that.
Yeah.
Because I don't see a pathway where they continue to keep Giannis.
Well, I mean, that's a tough one because if he plays and he's got that bulky Achilles, right, which could lead to something bad. It's the calf. He keeps straining his calf. And, we've seen it already. Guys who have a bunch of strained calf issues, it leads to an Achilles issue. So if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, do you trot him out there and try to win games, or do you just take care of that trade package and say, we're not going to push this? Because the worst thing that can happen is he gets hurt and you're stuck with that salary.
Well, here's what Windhorst said.
What I suspect is going to happen is that the Bucks are going to deactivate Giannis and not play him the rest of the season, or very close to not the rest of the season, because their future now is highly dependent on their draft pick and Giannis avoiding injury, and they've got to protect those legs. And so I want to know how Giannis is going to feel about potentially being shut down for the season. Not only not traded, but maybe being shut down for the season, because that's the tactically correct move for the Bucks going forward.
Yeah, here's my thought. I don't care what Giannis thinks anymore. If you want out of here, then, hey, feelings mutual, buddy. Sit down, and we'll wait until the offseason. But here's what pissed me off. Did you see what Giannis sent out on Twitter yesterday?
No.
He said this.
Hold on. Jesse, you just vomited. He came back with a plate full of food. Don't lie to the people and say it's for me. He's got like 3 croissants, bananas. You just vomited all over San Marin County. Take it easy. Sorry. Go on.
That's his version of boot and rally, is him.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Giannis sends this out. Legends don't chase, they attract. And he puts the video of DiCaprio from Wolf of Wall Street, the I'm Not Bleeping Leaving video up there.
Yeah.
And here's what's hilarious to me. Is he trying to make it sound like the Bucks were attempting to trade him against his own will?
I have no idea.
And I'm like, it's the most loser behavior. You didn't get what you want, and now you're going to try and flip it and be like, ha, told you guys, can't get rid of me. I love it here.
Dude, I'm telling you, he has transformed. When he came into the league, he was, a shy dude from Greece who played his butt off.
Personable.
Every year that goes by, all the demands he's made. I saw this 3 years ago. I said, okay, I'm off this guy.
Yeah.
As soon as he demanded he's surrounded by all his brothers on the roster, I'm like, and then he said, I'm not playing without a star player beside me. They go get Dame. They 3 coaches get fired during his stay. Nah, I'm good. I'm good on him. You can have that.
I hate it. And it just serves as a reminder, because sometimes this happens. It makes you look at your own backyard, right? If there's anybody who's a superstar in this league that could have complained about not getting enough help, it was Jokic over the last few years. It was, how easily, Vic, if he had this personality, which he doesn't, thank God, could he have gone to a podium and been like, Facu Campazzo? Really?
I know.
Like, that is what you're going to give me?
Yeah. In a roundabout way, it's so degrading to your teammates.
Yes.
When you say this stuff, too.
Of course.
You're denigrating everybody around you, trying to help you. Everybody. And that's what he's done. He's done so openly. He's done so indirectly. He may not think he is, but he is.
But you kind of, especially with the season that Jamal's having this year, you got 2 guys that they just do their job, man. That's all they do. Do their job. Don't complain. When you ask, like Jokic, hey, you dropped 60 points, 15 boards, and 14 assists tonight, but you guys lost. What was the problem? What does he say? I should have done more in the fourth quarter or something.
See, I feel bad for Milwaukee because that's one of those smaller markets where you get handed the superstar. Okay, he's a mid-first-round draft pick, and he thrives. He wins you a championship. Everybody's happy. And then when he's unhappy, good luck getting another one of those to go to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. You're screwed.
You're screwed, yeah. And again, that's why I think in Denver we should count our lucky stars. And it's about time, by the way. This is so proper today to bring this up. It's about time we, in the Denver media, as much as we respect, love, admire, cherish everything about Nikola Jokic, and we've done so for a long time, I'm going to give Jamal Murray his flowers and say, you know what? He deserves a lot of the same care with which when we speak about Nikola Jokic and what he means, Jamal Murray deserves it too.
100%.
Jamal Murray does. And I don't think we do it enough.
Like, Jamal, the difference between him and Joker is, like, Jamal can get a little snippy if you provide constructive criticism.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Hey, listen, but you're preaching to the choir. No one has had more awkward interactions with Jamal Murray than myself.
Yeah.
It's been a problem, and I wish I could fix it. At the same time, it's not going to stop me from speaking the truth. Jamal Murray, if Nikola Jokic is the most important player in Nuggets history, Jamal Murray is not far behind.
No.
He's not. And it's about time. Imagine how he feels, Brett, when every question, because I've seen his reaction to this, and he's played the kind soul. everybody, hey, how great is it playing next to Joker? How much easier does he make the game for you? He's done that his entire career, right? Playing second fiddle and having to talk about the greatness of Joker. And I'm sure deep down he's like, hey, I can play too, you know?
For sure. He'll drop 40 points. He'll get that post-game interview on the floor, and it's always something like, Nikola Jokic found you a lot tonight. What's it like to play with the big fella? And it's like, I dropped 40.
Yeah. Hey, against the Knicks, they're not in that game if Jamal doesn't carry him in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Nobody else is doing anything.
I totally agree. And it's always felt like because he's had, slow starts the year, been a little inconsistent, that people have just jumped on him. And he's never been given the proper due for how much he means to the success of this franchise. Without him, you're screwed. We watched that for 2 straight years when he was out of the playoffs. You had no chance.
Why does Pat keep interfering? Pat from Wichita, we're using his state. He keeps interfering with our show like he owns the joint.
He does. It's his.
Oh, sorry.
We're renting. By the way, I saw our boy Kevin Demoff was just on Good Morning Football. He's running around there somewhere.
Yeah, he's going to stop by.
Okay.
He's going to stop by. If you see Kevin, in fact, we got plenty to talk to Kevin about.
Well, he got some good news on his Rams front because he's got his quarterback back.
Yeah, and I want to talk to him about the trip to Australia for the Rams. See if I can be a correspondent for that trip.
So we'll get to that a little bit later. 303-504-0925. Back after this. You guys know that sound by now. It's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many. Participate in all your favorite games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life. And if you download that Tulatero app right now, register with the code MAGIC. Again, that's the code MAGIC. You receive a free credit to play in your first lottery game, and it's the Mega Millions tonight, $346 million up for grabs. So download that Tulatero app, Tulotero. Register with the code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Vic is down one last time in Radio Row in San Francisco. I have a whole bunch of people we'll talk to as the show goes along today. Did you happen to see yesterday, Vic, the Waste Management Phoenix Open? Yeah. First of all, they had a guy parachute in during the national anthem before it started, and he ran directly into a boulder. Looked like that hurt.
Yeah, that's not a good start. And he did it right before the Jets flew over, and I'm like, what if he flies into a jet?
What if they do one of those things where they like catch the parachute and he just goes screaming along? Secondly, did you see Xander Schauffele's caddy?
No.
His yardage book has a giant Bronco logo on there.
Really?
So we got a Bronco fan in the. I don't know if it's Xander, but his caddy certainly is. So we got that from yesterday.
My buddy who works for the PGA just sent me. You met him when we were at BMW at Castle Pines. He sent me the race when they let the fans into the tournament at the beginning of every day. And there's lined up, there are about 1,000 kids, boys lined up, and they sprint to their area. Guys are falling.
Is this a security guy?
Yeah.
What did he say about that tournament, by the way? How many guys that they had to kick out?
125 they arrested on the Saturday. The Saturday's the craziest. That's when
they arrested. Didn't even kick out, just arrested.
Well, they got him in the arrested cage.
Yeah.
There's like a cage. They throw them in there, and then the ones that are really bad, they bring in. The other ones, they let them go.
Right. But it's crazy.
Oh, it's chaos. It's the craziest golf tournament on tour.
Yep. You went there last year, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I've gone there a couple times, and I've had the privilege of sitting there at 16 watching these guys tee off, and it is so loud. And I think it's the only tournament, it is the only tournament where the decibel level, it needs to be loud. So when it's that loud, you don't even hear the loud.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
When you hear it is when it's silent and then somebody whispers. That's what disrupts a golfer.
Right.
But if it's that loud and the din of the crowd is out there, it doesn't hurt you one bit.
I don't know why nobody gets this. It's like, oh, well, baseball's not quiet and they still hit the but it's constant noise.
Yes.
It's like when you watch the Live Tour, they're playing music. There's no problem with it because it's constant.
Yeah, there's nothing distracting. Like when a guy's at the free throw line, it cracks me up because the crowd gets really, really loud. And that doesn't really do anything.
Silence be worse.
Exactly. I think being totally quiet would be tougher on a guy shooting a free throw.
By the way, if you're out on the road, I want to give a shout out. We're running this promo, Vic. There is one person we need to shout out that's probably not watching the Super Bowl on a television screen that might use us playing Super Bowl 60 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coverage from Westwood 1 starts at 2 o'clock, and it's presented by Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers where Colorado shines. It's the delivery people, food delivery. And I said, respect to them. We're going out on that kind of day for some dum-dum who doesn't order enough food, needs to bring more to the party. I think there should be like a surcharge, like you get when you leave concerts and stuff like that for Ubers. Needs to be that for Super Bowl Sunday. Help those people out. You leave them a big tip. You're ordering food during that game, you leave a big tip for those people. But you can catch that if you're one of these guys, one of these Uber Eats drivers or Door Dashers. Right here, Altitude Sports Radio, we'll have the game. Speaking of, I had a question surrounding Sam Darnold and how we evaluate quarterbacks. Sam Darnold had a miserable start to his career. He's bounced around. In the last 4 years, he's played for 4 different teams. Had a lot of success last year in Minnesota, and now a lot of success again in Seattle. To the tune of he might be Super Bowl MVP Sam Darnold by Sunday. Who knows? Does this change the way that we evaluate quarterbacks? And here's what I mean. I think Sam Darnold still got these opportunities because he was an early first-round pick. Would you agree with that?
Sure. If people don't want to give up on that.
If he was a fifth rounder and he played the way he did in New York, he's probably not getting the shot.
And he can make all the throws, and we've seen him do it before, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it also has hindered him because he has this great season in Minnesota, and it feels like they don't believe in it because of his previous history. Mm-hmm. But if he wins a Super Bowl, it almost feels like you could wildly go the other way where it's like, well, now we got to give him $60 million a year because he's won a Super Bowl. But maybe he is closer to the guy that he was earlier in his career. Who knows?
So what happened? So why? What happened? Was he thrust into a tough, unfortunate situation for a bad franchise and coached the wrong way? What happened?
If I just said he played for the Jets, is that a good enough excuse?
Yeah. Yeah, that is a good excuse.
Like, how do you do this then? How do you evaluate the situation that the guy is put in at the beginning of his career? Because if you look at a guy like Bryce Young in Carolina, he gets drafted and they fire his coach like 6 weeks into his rookie season. It's pretty hard to have success. Let's say he flames out. Will he get another shot somewhere to do this? And would you trust him ever again? Because here's what happened with Minnesota. They didn't. Did you happen to hear Justin Jefferson talking about J.J. McCarthy on a whole bunch of those different shows there where you're at right now at Radio Row? Just listen to this for a second. This is Justin Jefferson on J.J. McCarthy.
As of right now, J.J. is my quarterback. So for me, it's to get him to where we need to go, and it starts off right now in off season and getting better now.
He dropped an as of right now, he's my quarterback.
That does not sound promising.
He had a follow-up here. Kay Adams asked him this question.
What is one thing fans can hang on to, one really specific thing about JJ that gives you faith in him for next year?
I mean, if you look at the film, you look at the things that he's done. I mean, he's done very good things. Obviously, it wasn't the most spectacular thing, obviously. You know, those are things that he understands, and we all understand as a building that there are some things to work on. But JJ is a really good quarterback. He's a really good guy.
He's a really good guy. I mean, you saw the tape. He was ass, but he's a really good guy.
And I like how she said, what is one specific
Just
thing?
Give me one thing.
That fans can believe
I don't care what it is. Maybe he makes good brownies. Well, give me one thing.
And he just started filibustering. Yeah, the tape, he's a guy, good dude, quarterback.
I don't know what you do, because I think part of what happened in Minnesota was they thought, well, it's Kevin O'Connell that made Sam Darnold, so he'll be able to do that with J.J. McCarthy, and you just can't. I don't know if anything changes from that.
You know, one thing that may change, we were discussing this last night because we ran into Matt Leinart at one of these parties. He's walking around, and Matt and Ryan were just sort of glaring at each other. Big Notre Dame, USC rivals.
Is Matt, he's on the Brady Quinn pregame show.
Yeah, he does the
college,
Fox,
right?
Fox on, noon off.
The big noon Fox off, that's right.
But if Darnold wins, Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl, is he regarded as the greatest USC quarterback ever? Because I'm trying to think, a USC quarterback's never won a Super Bowl. Carson Palmer won a Heisman Trophy. Pat Hayden won a national championship.
He's pretty good.
Oh, I know. I think right now, greatest USC quarterbacks, Carson Palmer, Matt Leinart, right? Matt Leinart more for what he did in college than in the pros. But where do you stop evaluating? You evaluate into the pros or in college?
Sanchez made 2 AFC title games. I don't think it's because of him.
Never won a Super Bowl. Again, Sam Darnold would be the first USC quarterback to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And
that's crazy.
Would that make him the best USC quarterback of all time?
Man, probably.
Puts him up there until Caleb Williams takes over.
Yeah, Caleb Williams will have a shot.
Yeah, puts him up there.
I would say Carson Palmer still for now.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you because Carson Palmer took a woebegone franchise and made them relevant, right? Anybody who can turn Cincinnati into something, pretty damn impressive. And he did it before it became vogue.
And then he did it by going, it was Arizona.
Yeah, he did it twice. So
Rodney Peete? Yeah.
He was mostly a backup.
Yeah.
Rodney was a backup in the pros. I mean, Darnold has taken this and, again, to become the first from your college to do it. And that's a prominent college, by the way.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, isn't it?
Is there another school that's like that? Like prominent college blue blood school that's never had a quarterback start a Super Bowl?
Well, let's think about it. Give me some prominent colleges.
Penn State?
Penn State had Todd Blackledge he never got to a Super Bowl. I mean, now you're going to have to start Googling names. Penn State probably doesn't have one. I can't think of a Penn State quarterback. No, Penn State's not known for it's not quarterback U either. More running backs, linebackers. It's not exactly quarterback U.
Hang on, let me see this. Big-time colleges have never had a QB win a Super Bowl. Let's just see if AI can collect this information.
Win or start?
I said win.
Okay.
Ohio State, historically known for elite talent, they've never had a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Interesting.
Texas.
I was about to say Texas. I was thinking Texas because the history of Texas quarterbacks, and I cannot think of one right now off the top of my head that has won a Super Bowl.
And let's say start. So, yeah, Texas, Ohio State.
Oh, Kerry Collins played in the Super Bowl. Thank you, Texters. Kerry Collins, Carolina.
That's right.
He's a Penn State guy. Yep. You're exactly right.
Nebraska is listed on here, but there's the option quarterback. Texas is surprising.
Scott Frost isn't going to the Super Bowl.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Would you be surprised to hear, because this has been a quarterback factory over the last 20 years?
All right, give me the team.
Oregon.
Oregon's never had one? I guess Dan Fouts never got to the Super Bowl. Joey Harrington never got to the Super Bowl. Bo Nix was close.
Marcus Mariota, Bo Nix, Justin Herbert, none of them.
Wow. That is crazy. You're right. And it's been a quarterback factory. That's unreal.
Man, that's wild. But yeah, Texas.
So
you think
let's go. Which university has produced the most Super Bowl championships? It's got to be Michigan and Brady.
Well,
if
yeah,
you
that's a
remove
cheat
that,
code, though.
Yeah, if you remove that, then what is it?
College with the most Super Bowl quarterbacks.
I can think of some. I can think of Stanford, clearly. Stanford did it with Elway. Notre Dame did it with Montana.
There is no way you'd guess the school with the most individual starting Super Bowl quarterbacks. It's Cal. Aaron Rodgers, Jared Goff, Craig Morton, Joe Kapp, Vince Ferragamo.
Huh. Yeah, they've got the most just in numbers. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Cal.
I love Super Bowl trivia. We do this all day.
Yeah. Well, Vic's down there live at Radio Row in San Francisco. One final time, yeah?
Can you do Alabama?
Alabama's quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Well, Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
Namath.
People forget Namath. Like, when you think of Joe Namath, you think of an East Coast stuff. I don't think of Alabama.
Me neither.
You know what I'm saying? It sort of gets lost in translation.
That is true.
It's like my cousin Vinny. He just showed up there.
Yeah.
And he's sleeping next to a railroad station, and he shows up and he's the Alabama quarterback.
By the way,
Are you sure?
most wins is Michigan with 7.
Oh,
all of
far.
them Tom Brady.
Of course.
All of them. So here's the other ones. Bama has, we said Hurts, Namath, Stabler, and Bart Starr.
Okay.
Purdue is next on this list.
Purdue's got Greasy.
Yep.
The elder Greasy. Drew Brees.
And?
Hold on. Don't tell me. Recent or way back?
Early.
Early? Tell me.
Like the first one.
Bart Starr? He's not a Purdue guy.
Len Dawson.
Len Dawson?
Pick up a
Read a history book.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
The other ones tied with Purdue for 3 are your school. Notre Dame's had 3. This should be easy for you.
Well, Joe Montana.
Yeah. And?
Oh, 3 quarterbacks.
3 different quarterbacks, yes.
That have won Super Bowl or played in the Super Bowl?
That have played in it.
Okay.
Joe Montana.
Joe Montana played in one. Oh, God. Paul Hornung. But,
nope.
Well, he did. He played multiple positions. Played running back, quarterback. He played a lot of different positions.
Broken leg.
Oh, Theismann. That's right.
Theismann and Daryl.
And Steve Berline. Steve Berline played in one.
Daryl LaMonica.
But he was a backup. Who was?
Daryl LaMonica.
Okay.
And then LSU's had 3. They've had David Woodley, Stan Humphries, and Joe Burrow. That's your list.
We just went all Kreckman and Lindahl.
We did, yes. It's very
Let's power rank all-time Super Bowl schools, Andy.
Andy, give me your top 3 Daryls. 303-504-0925. Back after this. One final Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. One final time for Vic as he is in San Francisco at Radio Row. And he's been everywhere on Radio Row. And that's all thanks to our friends at Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road. Online at coloffroad.com. So, I know we're going to talk to people a little bit later, Vic. Now, Nelly, if you have this, I want to run this right now. I don't know if I knew you were running around everywhere yesterday, Vic, but did you happen to catch the Lightning and Panther game, at least the third period of it yesterday?
I did not. Please.
So the Lightning are up 4-0.
Okay.
Florida is feeling frisky because they're down big. Doesn't look like they're going to win, so they did what some teams do, which is they start taking some shots, right? So one member of the Panthers, I can't remember who it was, knocks Kucherov down as he's skating over to the bench to get a line change. Kind of a cheap shot. Not something super crazy, but just cheap. Tkachuk comes off the bench, wheels around. Yeah. Wheels around. Kucherov is standing still, and Tkachuk lays him out. This leads to a brawl where everybody's involved. It's like everybody's got a hold of somebody. Gloves are off. They're all hooking with each other, right? So many people took a penalty in that sequence that the ref had to get a piece of paper and write them down. And here's what it sounded like.
Florida penalty, number 77 and number 19. Both guys have 2 minutes for interference. Number 23, number 9, and number 6 have a 10-minute misconduct. And Florida, number 42, has a 5 minutes for fighting and a game misconduct for the secondary altercation. And number 19 has 5 minutes for fighting and a game misconduct. Sorry, no game misconduct to number 19. Tampa penalties, number 90, 5 in a game for fighting. Number 38 has 5 minutes for fighting. And number 86, 37, and 59 have a 10-minute misconduct. Tampa Bay will have a 2-minute power plays.
That was a minute-long relay of all the people that were penalized during that sequence.
How do Canadians say sorry?
Sorry. Whoop, sorry. I'm in your way. That's Bednar.
That's like me going through the grocery.
I'm in your way.
Yes. That's like me going through my wife's grocery list.
Yeah.
When I'm at the grocery store. Okay, so now what? This?
Whoop, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't get the organic bananas that you said I had to get. Nope, not buying them. I'm not investing in organic.
I'm in your way.
Nope.
A minute long of rattling off those.
That's outstanding.
Penalties. So that was, I believe that was the final game before all this Olympic stuff, right? Now everybody's in the clear.
Starts tonight.
Yeah, you would think.
Officially.
So, with all of that, reminder, Super Bowl 60 is going to be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 this Sunday. Coverage from the NFL on Westwood 1 starts at 2 o'clock, presented by Williams Jewelers. Denver's first family of fine jewelers where Colorado shines.
I got to read you this just headline that's on X right now that came down. It just made me laugh.
Yep.
From Front Office Sports. Charles Woodson passed up on ownership in the Cleveland Browns to launch his own liquor brand. I don't know why it makes me laugh.
Wait, why could he not do both?
I don't know. I mean, just think about that. Charles Woodson passed up ownership in the Cleveland Browns to launch his own liquor brand.
So that's hang on.
We got a choice. Sir, you have a choice to make. You get your own liquor, Schlitz beer, whatever you want to call it, or you get part ownership in a football team. What do you want?
It's the Browns. I choose tequila. It has to be just because it's Cleveland, right?
Why does that sound so funny to me?
No, it is funny. Because I've always said, Vic, the dream that I want is a minority owner in a sports franchise. Sure. That's all I want. I don't want any real power. I just want to be able to walk around the building like I own it. Even though I own just a small portion of all of this. That's all I want.
Well, Sir, what's his first name? Lewis owns a portion of the Broncos.
Yeah. Who's that? The F1 guy. What's his name? Lewis
Hamilton.
Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton.
Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah.
I want to be one of those people.
What if Condoleezza said, "Nah, I'm gonna go straight rum. I got a rum company. I'm straight."
Condoleezza Rice, you want to be part of the Broncos ownership group? I've had this whiskey aging in these barrels for 4 years already. I can't give up on this opportunity. I can't. How do people start a whiskey business, by the way? You don't see any profit until like 6 years.
Well, what's his name from Ireland's making huge bank on his whiskey business. He sold it.
McGregor?
Yeah.
Well, but here's what celebrities do. I'll let you in a little trade secret of these celebs and their boozes. Because The Rock's got one.
Yeah.
What's his face? Ryan Reynolds has one.
Aviation gin.
Hell, dude. Chris Stapleton has one called Traveler Whiskey. You know what that is? It's Buffalo Trace. Okay. So they go and they take some whiskey from a barrel over there. They slap their name on it and they say, "Hey, it's actually this guy." It's a bigger brand that they just pawn it off of.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You and I and Moser. Moser can help with this. We just got done with 2 barrels at Easy and Bambi's house that we put together about 2 months ago. All right, together a couple barrels, more than that, 3 months ago.
Yeah,
we're gonna take some of those barrels and we're gonna market them as our own wine.
I like it.
And see if we can sell it.
Yes.
I mean, it's heinous, but it doesn't matter.
The name of the winery is going to be "I Could Have Been a Browns Owner." Now, you want to look for a ridiculous headline. Vic, you know this as well as any. The lengths that athletes will go to get an edge. Whatever they can find to try and get an edge on the competition, they will do. Opening ceremonies for the Olympics are tonight. Mm-hmm. This story out of the New York Times. Reports have surfaced before the Winter Olympics that allege ski jumpers, the ones that go off that big jump and they just go like this, right?
Yeah.
Are injecting their sausages with hyaluronic acid to fly farther.
Wait. Well, I need you to slow down. It's early. It's way early here.
The World Anti-Doping Agency has vowed to investigate. So here's what happened. This is what I can surmise from this story. To be a ski jumper, there are limitations on what your suit is. And it has to be extremely tight. And here's the reason why. You ever seen a flying squirrel before? Seen videos of those things? They're squirrels with almost wings.
Okay.
If your suit is bigger than skin tight, it can act as like a sail.
Just like a little bit of extra fabric?
Correct.
That's why I like tight jeans.
So if you inject this acid into your you get a bigger suit because it has to fit around it. And this is what I'm reading. For every 2 centimeter increase, it's the equivalent to about 5.8 meters on a jump length.
I'm always comping hogs. No, hold on a second. Hold on. You mean a tiny bit of excess cloth or fabric is going to lead to that much more in the jump?
This isn't my investigation, Vic.
This is stupid.
This isn't my investigation.
I don't believe this.
1 in the junk gets you 5 meters in the jump.
I don't believe it.
I'll tell you this much then. Yeah. Julio Franco would have soared. Heard stories about Julio Franco.
I don't believe it.
That's the allegations that's coming out of the Olympics.
So wait, what is the name of this acid that they're injecting?
Hyaluronic acid. I think it's in like HYALURONIC. I think it's the same stuff they use for like Botox.
Hyaluronic acid. Let me look at this. Hyaluronic acid. Mark Moser has been touting this with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for many years. Huh. Moser's involved in this.
Good.
He's not even here to defend himself.
Moser actually sent us a picture as he is in Spain with, I don't know what time it is in Spain right now. What time is it, Vic?
It's 8 hours ahead.
Okay, so yeah. He's got a beer and a shot in front of him right now.
I would hope so. It is hyaluronic acid is a natural water-binding molecule found in skin, joints, connective tissue, acting as a super hydrator and lubricant that holds up to 1,000 times its weight in water. No idea what that means. No clue.
Cool, Carl.
It means you can be Julio Franco for.
Yeah. It means you can ski jump a long way.
You could be Olympic gold medalist Nick Foles.
That's so good.
By the way, I watched this again. Speaking of how science doesn't make sense to me. I was never good in science. I had decent grades. Science, whatever science we're talking about, physics, biology, I just never computed. I watched Lindsey Vonn do her practice run, and I watched the pressure that's on her knee, and I'm just like, how?
That's nuts.
How?
That's crazy. But it's funny because this answers a lot of questions for me, this hyaluronic acid. And if people ever ask me why I don't ski jump, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, that's
I just don't have it.
I don't want to be a cheater.
I don't have what it takes.
303-504-0925. Bud Light Football Friday. A whole bunch more of that football to get to. Stick around. Make you a good ski jumper. That much is for sure. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Is there some chats that you had with people, Vic, that you want to get to here?
Yeah, we did a couple interviews yesterday. Chad Brown will join us shortly, but I thought the Greg Cosell, let's start there. Greg Cosell, for those who don't know who he is, he's the nephew of the late, great Howard Cosell, in my opinion, the greatest of all time in our business. And he is also a producer at NFL Films. He's been there forever. And his niche, he breaks down tape, primarily quarterbacks. He looks at quarterbacks in every which way, every angle. He knows a lot about quarterbacks. So he was making the rounds yesterday, and I pulled him over. I had to ask him about Bo Nix. And here's his thoughts on Bo and where he's headed.
Here with Greg Cosell, longtime NFL Films producer, author. You've done it all. You're an NFL analyst. I wanted to pick your brain because a lot of people in Denver want to know the arc of Bo Nix.
Right.
Where do you see Bo Nix today, and how good can he be?
You know, it's really interesting. I thought that Bo Nix, in some ways, had kind of an uneven season. I thought that he was a little up and down. Obviously everybody points to the fourth quarters, and there's certainly something to be said for that. But I thought overall, I thought there were moments this year where he was a little antsy. I thought there were times he perceived pressure and moved when he didn't have to. Obviously, he can make plays with his legs. The thing that surprised me as I was, throughout the year, and obviously when I was doing all my work for the AFC Championship game, and obviously he didn't play, and I guess it's the game before I'm talking, so it was against Buffalo, he had the most dropbacks of any quarterback in the league. And in some ways that kind of surprised me.
Is that Sean Payton or is that Bo
Well, that's
Nix?
Sean Payton,
Yeah.
yeah. But I mean, that's not a Bo Nix thing.
Yeah.
But I was kind of surprised when I saw that he ended up having the most dropbacks in the league. I like Bo Nix. I actually got to do something with Bo Nix when he was coming out, and he was super impressive. We were talking about protections, and for instance, in college, he called a lot of the protections, which is very rare for a college quarterback. Mm-hmm. He's a really impressive guy. I thought he was really football smart. But I think that there's still more for him to improve upon. And we know that he's got a coach in Payton that's really hard, that can be tough. And I'm a believer in that. I think it's the job of coaches to coach the guys, not to sing Kumbaya. And, he's obviously a good player.
Yeah, he's at that point where you could tell, Brett, he likes him, but he doesn't really like him, right? He likes his game, he appreciates it, but he's not ready to put him in that elite category.
I felt like I was tripping out because everything he was saying was everything that I think of Bo Nix, where there's a lot to like, and there's a lot still to be desired that's in his game.
And that desire, I guess, is how do you operate when things are chaotic around you? And we've seen him in the fourth quarter shine.
Yeah.
Sometimes in the first two quarters, it doesn't work. But my argument to him was, because we spoke for a while, I said, well, wouldn't a run game help that? Wouldn't a run game settle him down? Because he talks about how he gets a little antsy in the pocket and this and that. Sometimes that benefits you. Sometimes that's your greatest strength. My argument as to why Bo Nix is better than people think is because many times he had to serve as the Broncos' run game and passing game. Hell, in that divisional playoff against the Buffalo Bills, he was the leading rusher and passer.
It's a lot of
responsibility. He had to do both.
Yeah. I just – there is a level of consistency that has been lacking in both of his first 2 years that is frustrating. And I don't know what to totally attribute that to. Like, would a running game help? Of course, I think it would help. But there's also just like when he said that he escapes clean pockets, I witnessed that a lot early in the season. I think it got
for
better.
No need, right? You're in this, and all you have to do is step up rather than step out.
And we actually had this discussion. There was a week that we put a side-by-side of him leaving a clean pocket, and it was the same thing. I think Stafford had like a game-winning touchdown that week, and he stayed in the pocket, took the hit, but made the throw to win the game. And the question is this, because I don't have the answer, and what do you think on this? I'll ask it to you now after the season's over.
Sure.
Is that antsiness that he has in the pocket something that's just in his game where he feels confident in his feet that he can make a play on the move? Or is that Sean Payton being so in his head about you cannot take sacks because they will kill drives that he has that constantly rolling through his skull?
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, whatever it is, it helps him and it hurts him at the same time. I would rather have it that way than the other way around. I'd rather have an antsy quarterback who's proven he can get out of messes than the guy who can't move.
Like Caleb Williams takes a lot of sacks, and it drives Ben Johnson nuts.
Well, Caleb Williams had the play of the year in which he ran backwards 30 yards.
You know what? It's probably a huge reason why Shedeur Sanders was a 5th-round pick.
Yeah.
Because he takes a lot of sacks. Like, they are drive killers. At the same time, if you have a clean pocket, stay in it. Step up and make a throw. And that's where I think some of the inconsistencies come in with him. But yeah, I think it was such a great way that Cosell put it, of just there's an antsiness to his game. But it's like...
I think that can be cured. I do. I think that antsiness...
With time.
Yeah, exactly. The more you live in that environment, the more you live in that pocket, the more you... Because that antsiness also allows him to do things that other quarterback can't because he has the talent to do so.
Right. You said it, Vic. He likes him, but he doesn't like him.
It was a weird. When I
think the same thing, though. I think the same thing. I'm just like, we've been in the middle of that, Vic, where it's like 3 straight quarters where you're scoring 3 points. Like, dude, what the hell is going on with this offense? And then they get 21 put up in the 4th. And you're like, I guess it's okay. It's what's so confusing when you look at just the raw numbers of Bo Nix, and you're trying to compute, like, all right, you put this side by side with another quarterback and what their numbers are, and I tell you that Bo Nix finished this season with 25 touchdowns and 11 interceptions, 4,000 yards passing, rounding up. You're like, yeah, it's a decent year for a quarterback, but it came in a very odd way.
Yeah, I think the key point that Cosell made, and I was not aware of this either, he has the most dropbacks of any quarterback in the NFL. I mean, think about that for a second. That means there's a bigger body of evaluation because he's back there at the mercy of the blitz every single time. He does it more than anybody. I mean, there are quarterbacks who just hand it off, then throw, hand it off, hand it off. That's not him. He's back there dealing with everybody all the time.
Like, how would you feel, Vic, if the Nuggets had somebody, and I don't think they do. I was thinking maybe Jamal, but it's not Jamal. If they had somebody that through 3 quarters would be 2 of 13 shooting the basketball for 5 points, but in the 4th quarter, like every single game, he put up 17. And it's like, he's averaging 22 points a night. What's the problem? It's like, well, how he gets there is the problem.
Yeah. You know, in a roundabout way, we've seen like Murray flurries where he's sort of inactive, and then all of a sudden, boom, he goes crazy. We've seen that. Sure.
But it's like there's a frustration with it, but you appreciate that when it matters the most, the guy knocks down the shot or the guy makes the throw. Like, it's a very confusing evaluation tool.
This much I know. Say what you want about Bo, and I'm not trying to, again, I feel bad doing it because Jarrett Stidham had not attempted a pass in a game in 2 years. But if you put him in that situation Stidham was in, or it's 3rd and whatever, and he drops back to throw a screen pass, Bo's not doing that.
No.
Bo's not going to turn that over. I don't know what he ends up doing there. Finds a way to throw it away. Maybe pivots the other side of the field. I don't know. But that's not happening to Bo.
It's like we didn't really talk about this. Mm-hmm. I was surprised at how surprised people were that Stidham didn't look good. It felt like people were like, oh, my God. Like, he's your backup quarterback? That's crazy.
He didn't throw a pass in 2 years.
But are we really that shocked that the backup quarterback looked worse than the starter? That's how it goes.
84 years.
Yeah, but on top of that, it's just the length of time between games.
Yeah.
It's one thing. We've seen backups come in and shine. They've had ample opportunity to play. They've had reps in actual games. This guy hasn't. It was asking too much. In hindsight, you know what? It was asking too much.
Well, they had to do it. I mean, Bo was out. He had to play, but I mean, this is where you go back to what you've been saying all offseason, Vic. It's like you have a running game that can help out a backup quarterback. It certainly could have changed things. If you had somebody that you trusted in the backfield, would have made it more comfortable at least.
Yeah. Well, case in point, when Sam Darnold had an oblique issue and they had to shoot him up, and you watch that divisional playoff game.
Here, Kenneth Walker.
Here
Kenneth Walker. Here,
Keep
Kenneth
feeding.
Walker. Yeah.
Exactly. How many times did he throw the ball in that blowout win? Go back and look. Go look at Darnold's numbers. What did he throw it, like 14 times? They didn't have to throw the ball.
Let me see. And he's done that a lot this year, actually.
They didn't have to. They just keep turning around and hand it off. Makes it a hell of a lot easier for your quarterback to shine.
He was 12 of 17 throwing the football. Kenneth Walker had 19 carries. They ran the ball 33 times overall. And
Think about that.
Sam Darnold threw the ball 17.
Think about those numbers. So you're telling me...
And they won 41-6.
You're telling me that the running back, the primary running back, ran it more times than your quarterback attempted throws. How many times did that happen to the Broncos in the last 3 years?
I don't get a look.
I would guess none.
Never.
None.
Don't even have to look.
I can't remember the last time that the Broncos have achieved that, where a running back carries the ball more times than a quarterback throws it. In fact, I only have to go back to the championship season. Before that happened a few times during the Tebow era. That doesn't happen.
Nope.
That's when you're confident that you can gain yards through the run game. That's when your run game's dominant.
So going back to yesterday, the trade deadline, by the way, if you didn't see what the Nuggets did, they traded Hunter Tyson to the Brooklyn Nets, who immediately waived him. It was just a salary dump deal. Brooklyn was happy to oblige. But that opened a roster spot so that you could convert the two-way contract of Spencer Jones into a full-time contract.
Yeah. By the way, Hunter Tyson has since been released by the Brooklyn Nets.
Yes.
Did this just happen, or did it happen right after the...
No, it was right afterwards. That's why I said they traded him to the Nets, and the Nets waived him almost immediately.
It's a tough business, man. I've gotten to know Hunter, obviously, and it's a tough business.
He was kind of the only guy who wasn't playing, though, outside of Deron Holmes.
Yeah.
Like, all the other guys, like, whether they play or not consistently, like, he was getting almost no run.
You know, I'll give him his love, though, man. He had that one shining moment this year in Philly. Remember the game against Philly?
Yeah.
And he had that 4-point play that helped bring them back. They were down by 9. They looked like they were going to lose. All of a sudden, he hits a 3, gets fouled, 4-point play, and they start their rally.
Who's going to take the mantle now as the Denver Nugget who, if they touch the basketball, they're shooting it? Because it was Hunter Tyson, and then it was, what was it, Marcus Howard? Was that his name?
Yeah, I remember Marcus Howard. I'll say it's Julian Strawther.
It's Hardaway.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've touched on about deep bench guys.
Yeah. But that opens up a roster spot not just to convert Spencer Jones' two-way contract into a full-time contract. It leaves them money where they're still under the tax, and it's not because they're being cheap. It's because they need to find somebody in the buyout market, and this allows you to do it. And the reason you need a guy from the buyout market is not even for the playoffs. It's to get you to the playoffs.
Yeah, you make such a good point here because people have to understand the buyout market for what it is. If you're shopping the buyout market for somebody to help you in the playoffs, you don't have the right roster to win a championship.
Correct.
Then, I mean, what are you doing? If your buyout market options are people that you think are going to help you win an NBA title, then what the hell? You're not even in that position. The buyout market is going to help you sort of make way to get there and just fix the back end of your rotation. I don't think I know anyone that's available in this buyout market that can make the Nuggets playoff rotation.
It's not.
You tell me.
No, and it's not the point. The point is this. You're still hurt. Bad. You got two guys that are trying to recover from injuries on the fly right now in Christian Brown and Nikola Jokic.
Sure.
And they're still fixing their way to get there.
And that's why identify the person you need. Think about the two guys that are, and we have no information yet on Peyton Watson, but I have a feeling it's going to sound something like reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks.
Yep.
I have a feeling it's going to sound something like that. He's a a 3 who can play 4. He's a forward, essentially. Aaron Gordon is your power forward. Those are the 2 key guys you're missing now. Where do you find one of those on the buyout market?
Yeah, you need somebody who's like 6'8", who can do something. I don't know. Don't have a great answer for it. Somebody threw this name out there, Vic. I don't know if this is the case or not. Chris Middleton?
Shooter, scorer.
He's not huge, but he is 6'7". I mean, could you stretch him into something like that?
Can never have scores, I guess. I'll never say no to a scorer. Cam Griffin is a scorer.
But this is the buyout market. I mean, you aren't going to have a name where you're like, yes, we got him. It's just got to be somebody that you can trust.
Listen, we're shopping now at Dollar General.
Yeah.
This is that phone cord that you get at Dollar General that, man, you can't help. The price is great, but the cord's going to go out in about 3 days.
And just for the record of why this is important, you are only 1 game up on Houston, L.A., and Minnesota, who are the 4, 5, and 6 seeds. You were 2 games up on Phoenix, who is the 7 seed. That's the razor's margin that you're on between being a 3 seed and being in the play-in.
What's sad about this is that 1 week ago, the Nuggets had a 4-game edge over a lot of those teams.
Yeah.
The Nuggets were like sitting pretty just a week ago, making a move like, wow, look at this. They're in second place. They're above San Antonio. And then they lose 3 out of 4 when Joker returns. That's what's hard for me to stomach is like, okay, you get the guy back, and then you go backwards.
Right.
Now, the schedule didn't help because you had 3 games that are among the 3 toughest games in succession you'll have all year. OKC, Detroit, and then New York on a back-to-back. And I think that Knicks game, dude, again, of all 3 of those games, should have won that game.
Yeah.
Had that game. I mean, too many things, too many circumstances. Losing Peyton Watson sucked. And frankly, losing Spencer Jones. Could have used him down the stretch.
Yep.
You're rolling there with guys that are just dead tired.
Just to defend you on this, I think you said Cam Griffin. Did you mean Cam Thomas?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cam Griffin is a development coach for the Nuggets. Yeah, sign him up. Cam Thomas, who's a shooter. And that's all, so what he does.
But he's a guard. I don't think you need you have guards.
Yeah. Totally agree. I don't know if you need him because unless he shoots so lights out that who's he going to take a job from in the playoffs? Who?
Yeah.
Where's he going to play? He's not going to play ahead of Tim Hardaway. Where's he playing?
I'll tell you which news hurt, and it's been a while since we said this guy's name. But I saw our boy Yabusele got traded. And I was like, see, that's something I could have used.
I haven't heard his name all year, dude. And we were like knocking on the door saying, where can we get a Yabusele? He hadn't done anything. What's he done?
I want that giant behind. Okay? That's what I want. I wanted that here. When you ask what has he done this season, he's done nothing. He's averaged 3 points per game. That's what he's done. So it could have been cheap. That's why I wanted the guy. Anyway, they got to find some sort of big, I think, is the key here.
You are damned if you do, damned if you don't in the NBA. And I couldn't help but think about this. So the Nuggets have lost 3 of 4 since Joker returned. And, once they get healthy, they take another step back. Peyton Watson goes out, and here we go again. But they get through the month of January with literally scraps, right? Scraps. They got nothing. They're just surviving.
Yeah.
They're in survival mode. And they get through the month of January with 10 wins. That's unreal to me. Then they get somewhat healthy and they start to lose again. Basketball's such a crazy game.
Yep.
It's such a you got to find your stride. You got to find your rhythm when the guys come back. And that's what concerns me about the long-term health of AG and now Peyton Watson. Will they have enough time?
Yeah.
Will they have enough time to find it again? Look at the Charlotte Hornets, dude. They've won 8 in a row, and they've thrown out the same lineup every time. It's the same guys, and they're starting to ball. They get to know each other, and, man, they got rhythm. When the Nuggets won the championship, the same starting lineup for 20 straight games in that playoff run. The same lineup. Nobody got hurt. Nothing changed.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw what it did.
There's still time to have amazing wings at your viewing party on Sunday. Head to gfhwings.com now to sign up for the Golden Flame Hot Wings Super Pack 60 deal. There's lots of options to feed your flame this Sunday. They're in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out. gfhwings.com. That is Golden Flame Hot Wings. This is a Bud Light Football Friday, the final one of the year. Back after this. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Vic is at Radio Row one last time today in San Francisco. I'm getting more and more upset. Like, I just put another sort of coin in the piggy bank for another reason why I can't stand New England fans. Every time I get on Twitter, Vic, it's some Patriot fan that's blaming Dan Orlovsky for Stafford winning the MVP over Drake May. And I really don't get it. There were 23 other first-place votes for Stafford, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, why are they pretending that Stafford was like an undeserving candidate that jumped there? He had 46 touchdowns and 8 picks.
Bro, you won Coach of the Year and Assistant Coach of the Year. What more do you want? Calm down.
When the ball got knocked out of Drake May's hand.
It's crazy to me. Crazy. And I don't get it. I'm like, are you going to sit here and pretend a damn near 5,000-yard, 46 touchdown, and 8 interception season isn't a remarkable year?
It's a special breed of fan. I told you. I've always had a problem with Boston fan, and I'm sorry, but even they know they're that way. We're sitting where we're set up right now. We are literally right in front of what is that, Jesse? Patriots television? What is that? Is that what that is? Guy came up to me 2 days ago, and we introduced ourselves because they're right next to us. And he goes, "Oh yeah, you're that guy," because he recognized me from the hat incident after the AFC championship game. Yeah. Apparently, it's a big thing in Boston. But they're special people. They're a special breed of fans, and not my cup of tea. Never been a fan of Boston fan.
Gosh,
Ever.
That is crazy. That accent that pops out of DMac's mouth.
I mean, that was just unsolicited too, right?
Tom Brady here.
By the way, the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026 was announced yesterday. The people who are going to be inducted are Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly,
young,
Adam Vinatieri, and Roger Craig.
Do you agree with me that the best video that emerges during Super Bowl week is the knocking on the door of the Hall of Famers when they're told?
Yeah, what's that?
Have you seen?
What is that gigantic man's name?
He's no longer part of the NFL
he's
Hall
not?
of Fame.
I thought he still was.
No, he retired a couple years ago. No, it's not him anymore. Now they just have fellow Hall of Famers like Larry Fitzgerald was told by Randy Moss, and they have different people for different guys. Roger Craig's house, I think it was Ronnie Lott who knocked on his door. It's just so cool when you get that story out and you see the emotion in being told that. And when people wonder what's the big deal about a Hall of Fame and this, it's the emotion that it carries with it, which is why it's so important to honor these guys while they're still with us. You know, what good does it do when they're not? What are you waiting for? I mean, what? You know, when guys go in posthumously, I think it's sad. It's almost like a waste. What are we doing? This allows them to cherish that, their family, to celebrate with them. If they didn't qualify 20 years ago, why do they qualify now? What are we waiting for? Why is there a limit? So stupid.
You really upset me by telling me that David Baker, who is 6'9", 400 pounds, is no longer doing these videos.
Yeah. That would have intimidated the crap out of me if he showed up at my door.
I want to thank you for all you've done for the game, what you did for the game, and what you will do for the game.
I miss that guy. You know what? Nelly, look him up. Is he on Cameo? I want him just to say that to me personally.
You know what Shockey ought to do? If he's not working for the Hall of Fame, if anybody ever needs to be fired at our station, have that guy do it.
Nelly, find me a YouTube video of that guy introduced. I don't care who it is that he introduced to the Hall of Fame or announced they were getting in the Hall of Fame. I need to hear him say that line. I have to hear it.
If I have a choice, the guy that I want to fire me is
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
I want him to go.
Yeah, but he's puny.
Steve Nelson loves LinkedIn.
No, but he's a shrimp.
When you got 6 foot 15-inch David Baker looking at you, you're not doing anything.
Dude, I'm
just going to take it.
I'm looking at it. All I Googled was huge Hall of Fame guy. Him standing behind, what is this? Who is this? He's standing behind somebody. He looks like he's 3 of him. I mean, what a massive individual. That's the guy you want knocking on your door.
Yeah. Well, he's gone. He's no longer part of the equation. So.
Well, that's a big bummer for the Hall of Fame. You know what? It's not real to me anymore.
How about Luke Kuechly, the second youngest Hall of Famer ever? Because his career ended early, man. He tapped out. He said he's done. You know, he had. Was he the one with concussion issues, or did he just decide he was done?
I don't think people truly understand how much of a monster Luke Kuechly was.
He was just a tackle machine.
Every single year, Vic, of his career, again, short career, but 8 years, he was an AP first-team All-Pro in 6 of the 8 seasons that he played. Or 7 of the 8. No, 6 of the 8. 6 of the 8. And he was a second-teamer in the other 2.
Yeah.
Every year, he was like the best linebacker in football from his rookie year to his final season in the league, and it was cut short due to head injuries, which sucks. But
you know, every year these Hall of Fame classes are unleashed, unveiled. I'm always like, yeah, he deserves it. Yeah, he's great. Oh, yeah. I mean, I have no problem with anybody.
Right.
And you could double the size of these Hall of Fame classes. You could triple the size, and that'd be the same way. I'd be like, yeah. Okay.
Don't they
he's
do
good.
it? Can you name, by the way, because he is a very young player that is in, the players with the fewest games played to be elected to the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I can name 2 of them. Terrell Davis, Gale Sayers.
TD is not on my list for this, but yes, you're right. Gale Sayers is. He had 68 games played. That was it. Ernie Nevers, 54 is the fewest. 54 games.
Well, that's back when they had 3-game regular seasons. Now they're looking at 18-game regular seasons, so it's a little different.
True, yeah, that is different.
You know, all these, that's the other thing about football. Every sport, really. More games in a regular season, more time played, all these records for years that have stood, you know, quarterback records, team records. What do they actually mean anymore if you keep adding to the schedule? What's the point? When a 1,000-yard rusher meant something, what's the point today? You can get 1,000 yards halfway through the damn season.
You know what's crazy, though, Vic? There is a record that I think is going to be unbreakable unless we really shift back to old school football. Nobody's breaking Emmitt Smith's career rushing record.
Well, nobody's going to last that long. You're right.
Yeah, and nobody's going to get enough carries.
Yeah, not in today's game. No, that's a good point. But
even with these extra games, I don't think it's going to matter.
So when the Broncos were making a run at the team sack record, right? Well, yeah, I mean, you had an extra game. But then again, didn't Chicago, who held that record, they benefited when they went from 14 to 16 games.
Yeah.
Every generation of football player benefits from added games.
Right.
That's why I think NFL milestones, that's why baseball, it's such a cherished sport when it comes to their numbers. Because they've only had one major schedule change.
Who's
right?
this? Sorry, what are you talking
Baseball.
about? Yes.
Baseball's only had one major schedule change. All these other sports, they sort of inch up. They do things, you know, in the NBA, points. When you added the three-point line, you're basically saying, here's more points.
Yeah.
Here you go.
You're right. Let me hear my guy. Who is he talking to here?
This one was when he was telling Randy Moss he gets a gold jacket.
Come on, David Baker. Bring it to Randy.
On behalf of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, on behalf of your fellow Hall of Famers, on behalf of all of us who love the game, it's my privilege to welcome you to Canton, Ohio.
It's my privilege.
I mean,
he gave us a little Jerry Jones there. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it to him. I'm not going to say it. He seems like a very kind man.
It's my privilege.
By the way, I heard you about to attempt your Jerry Jones. It sounded a little bit like Sean Connery, even in the millisecond that you tried to do that.
Janet Jones.
I'm not a good impressionist, man. That's not my strength here. My strength is finding interviews. That's it. That's what
true.
I give
Yes.
you. That's all I can do for you.
Well, find David Baker. He's got to be around there somewhere.
If he's here, I will find him. By the way, somebody on the text line asked me, what was the best interview you've gotten all week? You know, there's so many to count from potential interviews. But for me personally, there are two that stand out. The Golden Bachelor.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, won't leave us alone now. Jesse.
Oh, he's
we
always
saw him
around
again.
you?
He thinks Jesse's his best friend.
Well, he's probably, I'll tell you guys what, You're probably the only person that recognized him.
Well,
there.
you're probably right, but it's truly remarkable when you see a guy and you keep seeing him time and time again. He's one. The second one yesterday, and it was I was like fanboying. I couldn't stop. It was Jeremiah Love, who was making the rounds, the Notre Dame running back, and I saw him briefly, talked to him briefly.
Yeah, I saw that interview. Here's what it sounded like.
It was awkward.
I love you so much.
Yeah,
I love you.
Was.
You brought so much joy to me this year. Thank you so much.
It was.
Thank you.
The more I looked at it, and I put it online, I was like, I don't know why I posted that because it makes me look so stupid. But it's real.
Vic, it sounded like I talked to one of the Blue Angels pilots. You know those guys that do all the crazy airplane stunts?
Yeah.
I remember when I talked to him, I felt like Chris Farley in that SNL skit. I was just like, do you like it when the planes go fast? I just think it's the coolest thing in the world. Yeah, I turned into a 5-year-old.
Yeah, I couldn't help myself one bit, and I don't deny it, and it is what it is. But I will ask you this. If the Denver Broncos somehow had a shot to move up in the draft
they won't,
to take
but
Jeremiah
I love it. They won't, but I love it.
But would you like that? Would you?
Yes, of course. I would Jeremiah love it.
I brought this up yesterday with the PhD guys, and DMac, you can get a bunch of those guys. I go, no, you can't.
No, you can't,
no,
DMac.
You can't. Quit. I hate it when people keep saying that
hang
running backs are all the same. No, they're not.
I want to get to that when we come back, because it's such an insane thing to say, and it's such an archaic way of thinking for offensive football in the NFL. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. We'll get to it next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday, our final one. Big thank you to Bud Light for being with us all year on these Football Fridays. The official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So, Vic, you were just saying that DMac was talking about, I wouldn't trade up for Jeremiah Love. You can find one of those running backs anywhere. Well, I did some research. Would you like to hear it?
Wait a minute. You actually did research?
I did research
you mean you went
the
to Google
4 minutes.
And you asked Google who's the big Hall of Fame guy?
Did not go to Google.
Okay.
I went to this site called SBIM.
Bro Bible.
Here's what I found. This season, regular season, 11 different running backs ran for 1,100 yards or more.
11 for 1,100 or more. So
now,
it takes durability and obviously productivity.
Tilts the scales a little bit with the extra game, understood.
Okay. Yeah.
But here's the 11. Travis Etienne, Saquon Barkley, Javonte Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Jahmyr Gibbs, Kyron Williams, Devon Achane, Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, and James Cook, who had 1,621.
All first or second round running backs.
When is the last 1,100-yard rusher the Denver Broncos have had?
11. I'm trying to think 1,000. Phil Lindsay ran for 1,000.
He did.
He was undrafted.
Never 1,100.
Never. 1,100 is a big number, apparently. 1,100? Was C.J. Anderson an 1,100-yard guy?
Nope.
He wasn't? Okay, let's go before C.J. Was no Sean Moreno an 1,100-yard guy?
Nope.
Okay, let's go before that. Mike Bell?
Willis McGahee in 2011.
Wow. Are you serious?
It's been almost 15 years since you've had a running back do that. So no, DMac, you don't just find those. That's not how this works. And I was thinking about it. You know, we went back. I've done the research for, like, tight ends and how bad that's...
Quit using the word research. You mean you opened your computer?
I do research. I went back and looked at tight ends and how much of a just black hole that position has been as far as production over the last few years. Well, I didn't do this now. I'm just saying, in general, when's the last great tight end season you've had? You probably have to go back to, like, Julius Thomas.
Okay.
When's the last time you felt really good about your running back? Like,
there have been
super
times,
confident.
I mean, again, there have been times when you felt good about your running game, not necessarily your running back, per se.
Yes.
Running game.
But essentially, the last time that you had a running back go for 1,100 yards, Tim Tebow was your quarterback. That's the last time. And probably because you had to run the football that year.
Yeah.
It's not something that grows on trees. And the way that people think about this now of, like, no running back is worth a first-round pick, Bijan Robinson is 1,000% worth it. So is Jahmyr Gibbs because of all the different things they can do. And if you can find one of those, then get them.
I think the fear, though, Brad, just to play devil's advocate, isn't whether or not they're worth first-round picks. It's how much mileage you will get out of them. To which I say, okay, if you're worried about that, get your rookie running back and use them for 5 years. Don't extend them if you're worried about the mileage thing. Just get that good 5 years out of them.
You're in a championship window right now. You should only be on, like, a 2-year plan, okay? Yeah. That's it. Because there's no guarantees beyond that. Your picks should be focused, and this is part of the reason why the Jahdae Barron one is still bothersome to me. He might be a great player. He did nothing for you this year. When you were 3 points away from making a Super Bowl, your first-round pick did nothing. You think I care what happens 8 years from now with the Denver Broncos? You're competing for Super Bowls now. I don't care about the shelf life of a running back and, a first-round draft pick. Well, what happens 5 years from now? Who cares? What does that matter to you? You're trying to win. By the way, the real number you should be focused on is 3, which is Bo Nix's rookie contract years left. That's the window you should be focused on.
You got 3 years to add a bunch of big free agents
before you owe him $60 million a year. Yeah.
You got to make a run at this thing now. That's a good point. Windows have shortened dramatically. They have shrunk, and you have to look at it in terms of quarterback. You know, in talking to people last night, and it's funny because you go to these parties, right? And what do you talk about the parties? And this is why a lot of times it's boring because all you talk about is football here at Media Row. You go to a party, you see another guy, and you start talking about football again. It never escapes football. And the topic came up. That topic came up about what jobs are clutch jobs to go for. Why didn't Vance Joseph get a job? Like what? Why did he not make the cut this time around? I think a lot of it, not all of it, but a lot of it is also based on him not taking bad jobs. What's a bad job in the NFL today? A bad job is one where you don't have a quarterback.
Or the ability to get one.
Yeah. If you don't have a quarterback or an organization that is willing to go get a quarterback, you're going to get fired.
Yep.
And that's just the way it is. So look at the jobs that came open and tell me how many of those jobs came with that. Like the Arizona job. Good luck. They don't even want their quarterback.
The Raiders' job is only if you think Fernando Mendoza is going to be good.
See, that's one of those jobs where if you think he's the guy, you have a choice to make there. You can go get one. But how many of the jobs are open because of that problem? You don't have a quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, look, I hate boiling it down to just that because I think this year more than other years has proven that it's not solely quarterback dependent, but you still have to have a quarterback that's at least okay. You have to have that. You look at the teams that are left, they have at least quarterbacks who are good enough. And that includes the Broncos right now, depending on what you think about Nix. He's good enough for you to be in a position where you could have gotten to a Super Bowl had he stayed healthy. But again, speaking of the Super Bowl 60, we'll have it right here, Altitude Sports Radio, this Sunday. Coverage starting at 2 o'clock from Westwood 1, presented by Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, where Colorado shines. So a couple other details from yesterday in the trade deadline, if I can offer this to you. We talked about Giannis. We talked about what the Nuggets have done. Let me just ask you a general question, because I don't know if I've seen something that has fallen apart this fast through nothing that has to do with actual basketball.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on with Ja Morant, and what happens with him now?
I don't know, because he was, at the beginning of the season, I think the goal was to move him, and then all of a sudden, as the trade deadline approached, they retained him, and they moved everybody around him, which is crazy.
But the reasoning behind it, from what I saw, was nobody wanted him.
Yeah. I think that's the case.
So what do you do with that?
I don't know. It's amazing when you think about it. The year that the Denver Nuggets won their one and only NBA championship, who was the team that pushed them? Who was the team that was right there till the very end?
Yeah.
The Memphis Grizzlies.
On the back of Ja Morant.
Exactly right. And one ill-fated night, when he ventured into Glendale, Colorado, it changed the course of history.
That is crazy. Shotgun Willie's ended the career, essentially,
100%,
of a budding superstar in a team that was on the rise in the NBA. Yeah. Shotgun Willie's.
And now the Grizzlies owner is out here committing international war crimes. Have you followed this story?
What's going on?
Pablo Torre found out, as he does, that something like
that he's selling stuff to Russia?
Yeah, that the company that the Grizzlies owner operates is giving technology to Russia for drones and stuff like that.
Wow.
So it's one of those things where he maybe isn't involved, but it's his company.
Yeah. Maybe
that explains why Ja Morant likes guns so much. Yeah, I mean, it all comes together.
That entire franchise is in a standstill right now. I mean, a lot of people don't like playing there for whatever reason. They're trading guys, disassembling it. How many, by the way, at the deadline, think about it. All the franchises that just said, we give up. The Clippers said, we give up. They traded everybody away. We're done.
My conspiracy antenna is going higher and higher with each move that they're making. Remember when I told you that the conspiracy in my brain that I formed is that Kawhi's going to get suspended after this All-Star game, and they're just jumping ship right now? They trade Zubats. They trade Harden. Zubats, I think, is a good player.
I think so, too. I agree. And quietly, the one team, and people aren't talking about this enough, I think the one team that has done an outstanding job this season rebounding and coming out of nowhere to win games, considering where they are and where they were, the Phoenix Suns and Jordan Knott, their coaching staff, their new coach Jordan Knott.
Yeah.
Dude, how is Phoenix? They're, 2 games behind the Nuggets right now?
2 games.
What is going on? Dude, They took two guys and said, sayonara, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal obviously didn't work out. And here they are. They're winning basketball games, and they're doing it with a group of players. Nobody expected them to be this good.
You know who's playing really well for him? Colin Gillespie.
Gillespie's playing. Brooks is playing great. They have a bunch of role players who really dog it out. Now, you could do that in the regular season. Do I trust them in the playoffs? No. I'm not going to lie to you.
Right.
But for them to be where they are, what a great job coaching, everything.
Dude, Colin Gillespie is averaging 7 3-pointers a game, and he's hitting 43% of them.
Mm-hmm. It's fun to watch.
It's crazy.
Hey, do you mind if we break now? We got a special guest coming up in the next segment here from Media Row that we want to get to.
Yeah, let's do it. It's Bud Light Football Friday continues as Vic is live from Radio Row in San Francisco next. All right, it's a Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Vic is down at Radio Row in San Francisco with a special guest. Victor?
Yes, sir. We ran into a gentleman here who knows you very well, Brett Kane.
No.
Kevin Demoff, who runs everything KSE, it seems, the greatest sports empire in the world. We were just discussing this. Kevin, first of all, welcome.
Good to be here.
Think about this, and I don't know why I have a Josh McDaniels mask with me.
Josh McDaniels, former coach of the St. Louis Rams, offensive coordinator, 2012.
Well, he was a former coach of a lot of teams for a while before he found
Broncos as well.
Yeah, the offseason doesn't exist, Brett Kane. I was talking to Kevin about this. He's 1 minute he's with his Rams, and then the next minute he's watching a Nuggets game, an Avs game. In the summer, it's a Rapids game, an Arsenal game. Do you have an offseason at all?
There's like a week in the summer, but it's awesome. If
Okay.
you're a sports fan, there's nothing better. Literally, 2 nights ago, I walked down to the bar area at our hotel to meet someone for a drink.
Yeah.
Nuggets Knicks is in double overtime. So I'm watching that. I'm not paying attention to the conversation. Now I'm pissed. So I pull out my phone and I pull up Av Sharks on Altitude Plus, and they're like, "What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like, are you here for the Rams? Are you here?" I'm like, "No, we're just in the middle of sports equinox."
Well, you brought up the Rams, and clearly you wanted to be here with the Rams, and it was tough to watch both teams that I wanted to win in the championship games ended up losing. Are you over it? How long does it take for you to get over it?
Not over it. I think we've lost in the Super Bowl. We've lost in the divisional. Losing the conference championship is the worst.
Why?
You have to prepare as if you're coming here. And then you try to block it out of your mind, and then you come here because this is the NFL convention. There's a lot of work to be done. And you're just you walk in the hotel, and there's a huge Seahawks helmet right there, and you're like, I can't. You just can't. And it was it will take a long time to get over. One of the great things about sports, when you're not good, the season ends, you have new hope. One of the things that sucks, Broncos, Rams, you don't start in the championship game. You start back at OTAs and 0-0, and everybody has to stay healthy.
Everybody goes to that line.
Like, everybody goes to that line. You do not walk back to where you ended. We obviously have a very good team. It was great of Matthew to announce last night at Honors accepting the MVP that he's going to come back.
Did you guys know that?
We did. Not to spoil the plot.
Yeah.
So
did his teammates know?
I think so, but he didn't. He seemed very committed to coming back, but
Kyron Williams was jumping around during that announcement last night. It felt to me he didn't know.
As someone in the media, I would think you guys would know what's scripted for honors and no, I don't think he had been explicit. I think we had a hint, that he was planning to come back. We had those conversations. I'm not sure he's seen his teammates as much since the end of the year for them to have, that conversation. So it was great to see Kyron and Puka and their reactions jumping around, but it's hard, like losing in that spot, and then you come to this place, which is the greatest spectacle, on earth. But hey, it is in the past, and we've got to move forward. And we got 3 great teams getting ready to kick off. We got Arsenal going, so you jump right into NBA trade deadline and drown your sorrows that way.
We were talking about it with Kevin earlier. So Joker's an MVP, Nathan McKinnon's an MVP, now Matthew Stafford's an MVP. How many damn MVPs do you have in this company?
We need more. Well,
Brett, do something. What? Do something MVP worthy.
You're the one that's out there in the suit. I'm just sitting back here.
I figure Moser is somewhere working out this morning, he's taking the day off, Olympic break. He's going to come back and
who told you
man.
that?
Yeah,
he's working out all right.
Yeah, Cervases doing some of those 12-ounce curls. Kevin, with all these teams that you got here, I know it's when you're watching the Nuggets right now and you see that they have just been snake bitten all year with these injuries, and the second you get guys back, guys leave again. How much of that, just watching teams dealing with injuries, is a concern of, man, even when P-Watt gets healthy or when Aaron Gordon gets healthy, it's going to take a second for that chemistry to build back up, and it's going to be so close to the playoffs.
Well, one of the things when you watch like the broadcast on Wednesday night, they're talking when everybody gets back healthy, and you're like, that's not a given.
Yeah,
exactly. I don't mean that in a negative sense, but like we've been so snake bitten this year with the hamstrings and with those things that everybody's like, oh, you're going to have those 15 to 20 games kind of post All-Star break when you get everybody back. If everybody comes back healthy, and look, the problem, especially I think you see it with the Nuggets, the more guys get hurt, the more you ask people to play and step up that haven't played that much, the more likely they are to get hurt.
Compensation.
Right? Like that is just, to me, if you look at Peyton Watson, who has not played 40 minutes a night consistently throughout his career, Like, that's not to say his body can't handle it, but at some point that takes a toll.
He played 37 the night before. I went back and looked. And so you're right. This kid hasn't played that many minutes in his life.
And it's hard, right? Like, you're talking on the broadcast, minutes restrictions, but you get into double overtime at the Garden, nobody's talking about minutes restrictions.
Yeah.
And that's the really hard part about these teams. And, you see it. I think the Avs went through the exact same thing when Gabe went down and Taze went down, and even with Kibby Ronson, some of those guys bouncing out. Other guys have to come in. Do they play as well? They have to play more minutes. Do they get hurt? Those things, that compound effect in sports, and that's why when you talk about whether it's the Broncos, the Rams, getting the championship game, we had a very healthy year. Broncos, for the most part, had a very healthy year until they didn't at the very end.
Yeah.
That's the part that you can't control in sports. You can build the best teams, but do I think the Nuggets are as good as anybody if we can get everybody on the floor? Sure.
Yeah.
We got to get them to that point.
That's why luck is so much a part of this. Luck is just – so I want to know, where was your heart, because mine was sunk, the moment you saw Nikola Jokic go down on December 29th?
So probably one of the darkest days since I took this job. We were playing Monday Night Football, Rams-Falcons. Mm-hmm. Bijan Robinson rips off a 93-yard touchdown to put us down 21-0. And 2 minutes later, we're watching on Altitude Plus in the box, and Joker goes down, and you're like, I give up on sports.
Yeah.
Like, I literally give up on sports. Now, the only saving grace was right before halftime. Yeah. By halftime, we had the text, okay, we don't think
so
it's
you're making phone calls?
Like Stan, Josh, me, we're all sitting there. We're texting Steve Short. We're texting Ben and John. We're like, just tell us anything. Mm-hmm. Good, bad. But, the good thing, knee injury-wise, for the most part, they do the quick test. They're like, we think the ligaments are fine, but we'll know more. But, I mean, when Cam Johnson went down, your heart sinks. Like, even watching Peyton walk off, it is a struggle. And then I think it was 2 days later, Gabe goes crashing into the net, and you're like, oh, my. Like,
I thought it was his knee again.
I don't want sports anymore. Like, I don't want to do this. And, that's the good and the bad. And then, 2 weeks later, you're having the Nuggets win over the Sixers and the Celtics and back-to-back, and the Rams run a run. You're like, I love sports. This is the greatest thing. But that's fandom, right?
That's why you're in it.
I asked this question to Jared Bednar a couple days ago because you're off now with the Avs for this 3-week break for the Olympics. And I said, are you more excited or nervous about watching your guys in this thing? He said excited. What about you? Are you going to be nervous when Landy plays for Sweden and he gets checked in the boards or what?
I won't be sad, since it's not the U.S. If Sweden goes out in the qualifying round, I'm good. Like, no offense, Gabe, or, look, I think you're excited because these guys love it and it's a great dream and it's great for the sport. I think it is really hard to watch guys disappear. I mean, we have it with Arsenal all the time. These guys, and it's not even the Olympics, they go on these friendlies and they come back hurt, and you're like, this is insane. I was the equivalent of this would be like Nikola being like, you know what, I want to go back and play in a Serbian pro game for 2 days in January and coming back hurt. And you're like, okay, that was great. Like, it is such a weird phenomenon. And, then they talk about the rink being 2 feet shorter. And I don't know that any of that matters, but I will be watching not as a fan, but, certainly with a rabbit's foot.
What
I would hope so.
What if Puka tells you that flag football in the Olympics in a couple of years, I want to play? What do you tell him?
I think I'd be in favor of it, but
that's only because they're playing it so far.
Let's be honest. I have told Sean that I think Sean McVay should coach the U.S. flag football team, and that can be the Rams representation. Stafford wants to play. That's fine. He'll be 42 by then, and it'll be fine. But look, I think it is one of those places, not that the NFL needs the game to grow as we sit here in the media center, but if your players want to do it, you want to be supportive.
You have a stat, Brett. Bring it up again here with Kevin, because we talk about coaching trees, and like Mike Shanahan has this vast coaching tree. Sean McVay can be my grandson, and he already has a coaching tree that's as vast as it gets. How many numbers of head coaches has he produced?
7.
He already. Kevin knows the answer. How does this happen?
Look, he's as good as they get. Best communicator. Players love him, and I thought what Matthew said last night in his MVP speech, leader of men, only coach he'd ever want to play for. And I think that's what he instills in his players and what they believe. And I think he builds a culture that those coaches underneath him can grow. And not only, I think the great thing about Sean, not only has he had a tree of 7, almost all of them have been in the playoffs.
That's
like
crazy.
This is not one of those trees where it's like people are, even the Belichick tree and some of that where guys didn't necessarily have success. If you look, whether it's Liam Cohen, or Zach Taylor going Jacksonville, Cincinnati, even Brandon Staley when he was in the Chargers, they've all been in the playoffs for the most part, have all had success. And it's a great credit to Sean. Now, every year he's like, who are we going to lose? And obviously this year with Michael LaFleur going to the Cardinals, we were lucky that Nate Shieldhouse and Chris Shula didn't get jobs, which is unfortunate for them and part of the process, and I feel the same for a Davis Webb. You should not have to interview, on the Friday night before you're playing the Bills. But we have to fix that as the NFL. But I think it's great. And, look, one of the things I love about our system, we have so many great young coaches. And you look at Sean, you look at what David Adelman done this year, who I think certainly deserves Coach of the Year conversation for keeping the Nuggets afloat. Jared Bednar was a young coach.
Yep.
When we hired him, he's now, one of the longest tenured. Mikel Arteta, what we've done at the Rapids now with Matt Wells, who I think people will get to meet over the next few years, a young assistant who came from Tottenham. But that's been the DNA at KSC for a while, and it's really worked. And I think that's a great credit to Stan and Josh and their ability to go find these young coaches that go produce trees. So when there's a David Adelman tree in 5 years, we'll be excited.
I need to ask you, because the NFL just told us the plans for international play. You guys are playing San Francisco in Australia. It's not a short trip.
It is not a short trip. It is 15 and a half hours to Melbourne from L.A. But, look, I think it's a great chance to grow the game in Australia, the first game, ever there. And we were excited to raise our hand a year ago at the Super Bowl when they said we're going to Australia. We've had rights to market in Australia ever since the NFL started that program. And taking the Niners, it's a big rivalry game.
Yeah.
And, maybe we're a little bit excited. I don't know that George Kittle will be back 100%. There's a little gamesmanship of like, hey, if we can get the Niners week 1. We also offered, we play the Chiefs this year.
So it is week 1, this game.
It'll be week 1. It's undetermined probably when week 1, but it'll be week 1. But we're like, Patrick Mahomes may not be back week 1. We'll take the Chiefs to Australia.
Sure.
Like there's a little gamesmanship in how this goes. And, but I think we'll be really excited to go grow the game, to see what it's like. Everybody says it's a fantastic trip, but this is one of the benefits for me when we went with the Nuggets to Abu Dhabi, which was a 14-hour flight. And yes, it was preseason, but seeing how quickly the players adapted, seeing the great accommodations there and what that was like, that gave me much greater confidence of what it will be like, to fly to Australia. So, and plus, the players get all the lie flats.
Yeah.
We all sit in the back of the plane, in coach, so it's fine.
These guys aren't flying, Brett, in a 4-person Cessna. They're good. They can lay down.
It's not going to be my flight to Omaha next week? It's not going to be like that?
No.
By the way, Kevin, can you just get me somehow on that Sean McVay tree? I just want to be somewhere down, like an assistant coach. If he gets me promoted somehow.
You're part of the Vic Lombardi tree.
That is true. Yes, it's true.
That's a twig.
It's more like a bush or ivy, but it sprawls outwards, not upwards. But no, I joked with Sean the other day when Mike LaFleur got a job. I'm like, maybe I should can I be a quality control coach?
Yeah.
5 years from now, I could be a head coach. I don't care if I get fired a year in. Give me a 5-year deal. I'm good.
Hey, how happy are you? Next week you'll be at the All-Star game, as will I, for the NBA. How happy are you to see Jamal finally emerge? I mean, we just talked about it early in the show. We never give Jamal enough credit that he's due. And then finally this year, not only do we give it to him, but the rest of the league does.
I thought the great part was I don't even think there was any suspense.
No.
I think everybody just assumed, and I remember when Inside the NBA posted their rosters, and it was like, oh, he's a lock. Right? And I think it's such a great credit to him. And you talk about, for someone, the commitment Jamal put in this summer to come back in shape with his body done for all the injuries that we've had and given his prior history of injuries, I give him so much credit for weathering this storm when everybody else got hurt and playing 30, 40 minutes a night.
Carrying this team.
Mm-hmm. And especially when you think back to, the past few years when he come in with that second unit, at the start of a quarter, and we would struggle on the non-Nikola minutes. He's been playing non-Nikola minutes for 20 games.
Yeah.
And this team has been playing well. He has carried that load. And, what you love about him, and you saw it in New York, when the lights are brightest, he wants the ball. He's taking the shot. And I think that part is what has you so excited, because we're used to seeing kind of from here on through the playoffs Jamal's annual ascension. If he can have that same ascension from where he's at right now, you're talking about a top 5-7 player in the NBA.
We were just talking about that, Kevin, that, Bo Nix has had inconsistent, I think, first couple of years, but when it matters the most, he plays his best football. You obviously have a quarterback that, he begs for the game to be on the line late so he can go out and win it for you. Can you tell that trait in a person just by talking to them? Or is that something like you got to witness it first?
I think you have to witness it first. You watch it with Jamal. Matthew Stafford was one where, you kind of watch it from afar in Detroit. And when he got here, he's been mic'd up a couple of times. And I think Devontae said, he walks on the huddle, he's like, we're going to go steal their soul in this drive. And it's like, he can go to a dark place. And I think those players who can get to that place, there's no way that you could ever pressure test that in any environment except that moment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not a normal thing for people to talk about or say. It's almost psychotic, right? But you want it in a coach, in a player, in everything you do, because that's the competitive greatness that really elevates those players, right? And, Jamal's shot-making ability, when the game's on the line, you see it, right? Those are the players. And then you see it, I think, with Nathan, too. Those players want the ball, want the puck when it's the most important, and that's a trait you just can't coach.
We're at that time of year. The trade deadline just passed, and we get questions all the time about what the Nuggets going to do, luxury tax, apron, first apron. Can you guys do away with these damn aprons in the NBA? What are we doing? I can't understand it ever.
You just want it gone because you can't understand it.
Exactly. But, do you understand
It's fair, though. That's fair.
I've come to understand it. We have a great group, John, Ben, Nihal, some of the people who work on it day in and day out. And so, through the permutations. But I do think it's been great for the game.
Why?
Right? I think it has brought chance to every team across the board to be successful, right? We sit here, the Seahawks and the Patriots was, I think, the unlikeliest Super Bowl in the past 20, 30 years by preseason odds.
100%.
Right? But the NFL, the salary cap has brought parity.
Sure.
And I think when you look at the NBA, obviously there have been, 8 different champions the last 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
But the decline of the super team and people more trying to find pieces, I think when you look at that, the first apron, the second apron has brought more parity from the higher revenue teams to teams can go compete on a year in and year out basis. And I think that's a good thing. Now, is it harder for fans to understand? Sure. And I think, there's still an element of always the luxury tax, which is why don't you just pay it? Right? Where I think the second apron, what's changed there is it's not just about what you pay. You lose all this roster flexibility. You can't make a trade.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sign a player.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part. And so even, I think, for the Nuggets this year, and John and Ben could talk about it way more eloquent than I could, given where our roster was, the balance of next year, if we could get out of the tax this year, who knows what will happen next year. But what's really penalizing right now in the NBA is if you're in the repeater tax.
That's what I was going to ask you. What's the difference between the repeater tax and the luxury tax?
It's about 2 or 3x. So you get in the repeater tax, and I'm not going to get the math right. For every dollar you spend, it's maybe a $5 tax.
Okay.
Whereas maybe not in the repeater tax, it's about $1.50. So for us, I think as you look big picture, with Nikola, with Jamal, if there's a way, and who knows what will happen next year. We really focused on this year. If you could get out of the repeater tax for 2 years in a row and reset, you could go load up again credibly to go, because now you could spend an extra $50 million and have it count 60 instead of that 50 being 250.
Gotcha.
Right? And I think if you look at what the Celtics and some of those teams have done, the Celtics went from a $500 million bill to a $200 million bill this year. And obviously have played great doing it. So I think for us, the goal was where we mapped the team out. If you could get out of the tax this year, then you can make a decision what happens this year, what you're doing next year. Because next year, our tax bill right now is insane.
Gotcha.
And that's not to say we won't pay it, but it made sense to at least have the choice of give yourself a chance that maybe you could get out of the repeater 2 years. And then with Nikola's extension kicking in, coming forward, those numbers, with Jamal's extension kicking in, Christian, P-Watt, all of it, you need as much flexibility as you can get.
So, Nelly, in case you're wondering, Nelly hasn't been paid for years because of the repeater tax here. Eventually, you'll get paid, Nelly. You're not going to be an intern anymore.
Man, I'm just caught up in too many aprons.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Hey,
buddy.
Kevin,
appreciate you coming by. Do you have anything else for Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin, first time, long time. I wanted to ask you a question if I could. Did you guys have the foresight to write a clause into Puka Nakua's contract that prevents him from going skydiving with Sidney Sweeney?
So, Nelly, here's the great answer. All NFL contracts prevent the basic language in the CBA prevents you from skydiving. And I'll go with Puka skydiving with Sidney Sweeney. Look, I'm just going to be honest, right? From a team president perspective, if Sidney Sweeney can become like our star girlfriend with Puka,
you're Taylor Swift.
I am all in, and he can jump out of as many planes as he would like to. Because you know what? Yeah. The truth of the matter is you don't get hurt skydiving. Sure. You either survive or you don't.
Well, you'll need a media representative there, too, as well.
Well, he's not going on IR
It's not like, you tore your ACL skydiving. It's like either like, hey, Puka lived, or like, it was a great run and we love you, buddy.
Yeah.
But with as physical and as tough as Puka is, I think he'd bounce off the ground and the ground would take the brunt of the impact, and he'd be fine. Mm-hmm. So if Sidney Sweeney, if you're watching on Altitude Plus, go skydiving with Puka. We'd love to have you at the Rams. If not, now, I will tell you, there was a rumor, and you didn't mean to go here. I think it was a rumor a month ago that she was dating Christian Brown.
I saw that.
And I'm like, you know what? We just need, God bless. I'm not sure. Maybe Gavin Brindley's single. I don't want to screw up the Avs.
Yeah.
But, Sidney Sweeney's just going to rotate throughout KSE teams. It's going to be great.
I love it.
All right, my man. Kevin, thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. That is Kevin Demoff, who was obviously got a lot of things to do as a representative of the Rams here in the National Football League. This is an NFL retreat more than anything, my friend. That's why we're here.
That's right. And it's Bud Light Football Friday, our last one of the year. What you got for the rest of the day? Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Back after this. One final time on a Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Big thanks. Big shout out to all of our friends over at Bud Light for being with us all year. Vic is down at Radio Row in San Francisco where he has a gift now.
This is for you.
I went to Radio Row and all I got was this lousy shirt. Sure, I'll wear it.
Yeah. It's an extra large, so that's yours. We don't have any schmediums, so I don't have one. Here you go, Jesse. Put that in the thing for
And cigars.
Hey, don't get too cocky now.
And cigars.
What have you ever brought me from anywhere?
I've brought you happiness and joy every day.
I want one of those schmediums, Jesse. If you see that guy handing them around, find me a schmedium.
Okay.
Because those are sweet shirts. Those are the ones by that company that makes the soft material. You know that soft material?
Oh, I like those, yeah.
By the way, I want to thank Kevin Demoff for spending a segment with us. He answered a lot of questions, and you forget sometimes that we do happen to work for the largest sports empire in the world. It really is.
And the most successful sports
It's the largest sports empire in the world, so there's so many different topics you can get to. But I always struggle with how to introduce Kevin because I'm not sure what his title is.
I don't know. I just say head honcho.
Yeah. I mean, that's really where you go to because he sort of oversees all of it.
But he's in charge of everything, everywhere, all the time.
I know. And that's where it gets confusing.
You know,
and I didn't know how much I could could I talk about Jesse vomiting in San Marin County? What could I not discuss? What is an HR related matter?
You know what's funny is that talking to Kevin and talking to Bednar every week, you have some really honest people that are not willing to just do the coach speak thing whenever they talk to us. And look, man, that's got to be. I didn't even factor that in. You have to get ready for your team potentially playing in the Super Bowl. And you do all this booking just to cancel all this stuff at the last second. It's got to be brutal to walk around and just see Seahawks stuff everywhere, especially division rival.
Yeah.
It's got to be terrible.
But, the torture never ends. He brings up a good point. So you could win and win again, and then you expect to win and you don't, and you're tortured, right? I mean, This is the life we live. When are you happy? If you live that life, if you allow yourself to go down that road, you'll never be happy.
Once you get to a place where you have grand expectations, that's a rough life because then it's just you're either going to do it or you aren't. Like we've lived that with the Avs and Nuggets now for 4 straight years where there's no hey, they didn't win it all, but they had a good season. That doesn't matter anymore. It's did you do the ultimate thing or not?
Listen, I've been around long enough to know this, and tell me if you agree with me. The best time to be a fan of a team, the less tortured you are, is that road up.
It's the rise.
Yes, where the expectation isn't necessarily a championship yet. You're hoping to get there. You aspire to get there, but you get to certain ladders on the way there. That's the best time because hope is in the air, and you're like, oh, my God, we didn't expect to be here. Like being a Bronco fan for the last 2 years, right?
Exactly.
Like, oh, my God. And
the Nuggets bubble run.
Yes. Does it hurt to lose in the AFC Championship game? Of course it does. But you are way ahead of schedule. And that's the best. The worst time, I'm telling you, there's 2 worsts. When you're dead last and you're like, there's no hope. That's awful. But when you're championship material and you're living and dying on every game and you're like, oh, God, it's the end of the world. Just lost 3 in a row. That's awful.
8 years from now when the Rockies go 500, it's going to be a glorious time. Absolutely glorious.
Oh, yes! That's why I wish you were here, and that's what your brain, you can't hearken back to it because you weren't here. But in 2007, when that team pulled off the most ridiculous run in baseball history.
Well, Vic, I told you I was watching it from afar. I was a Rockies fan. I was like, this is the coolest thing ever.
When they pulled that off and you're sitting there and you're going to work every day and you're saying, is this real? Are you kidding me with this team? And you're living through that.
Yeah.
And the magic that it brought on the city, you're like, okay, we saw it happen. It can happen. And now you expect it to happen.
I think you're so right. That rise is the most fun because after that, it's torture. It's just, are we going to win it or not? Because if we aren't, then I'm going to be pissed.
When the Avs started their rise, okay, so they experienced that 48-point season, and then they're taking on teams. Remember that Calgary series? Remember when McCarr, they first brought up McCarr, and he made a run, and he was a stud in that series? That
Well, you
Man,
can go
that
back
was just
guts all over the place like that time.
That was just as fun as the Stanley Cup year. And now you're expecting to win it. You're expecting to be a contender. And I'm telling you, these are rough. It's hard to be a fan and be objective at times.
Let me tell you this right now, Vic, and I'll do it quickly because we have to get to drunk takes. When the Lions made the NFC Championship game, and I never watched them win a playoff game, nobody has in my life, and they lost in epically horrible fashion right before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I was still like, dude, that was a blast. Like, that was, and now the last 2 years, I'm like, this sucks. This is terrible.
Yeah.
So, Super Bowl 60, it's going to be right here on Altitude Sports Radio on Sunday. Coverage starts at 2 o'clock. It's all on Westwood 1, and it's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers where Colorado shines. Vic, you've done a great job at Radio Row, but let's get to our favorite part of the week, please.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Our favorite part of the week, drunk takes, or clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
Slope style, big air, aerials air. Air. Half the air, pipe the air, fakey rear end air. I mean, for God's sake.
How much air are you looking
There's just
for?
too much air in this world.
It's a lot of air. He's not wrong about that. What's next?
First of all, tell us what you're representing.
I'm representing Bounty here today. See ya.
The greatest salesman job ever by PS2.
Greatest tagline ever.
So, yeah. What's next? Here's how I'd put it. Here's how you know if your player's good. If the defense games plans the entire week. Yeah.
Games plans?
I pulled a little Scott Hastings on there, throwing some
Still
random S's
throwing
in.
S on that sucker, and you're golden.
What's next?
I'm going to lay on this thing. I want you to lay on top of me. And then I want both of us to go down. Does that feel good to you? You and me at 90 miles per hour, baby. Let's get it on.
Most, it would be so much more entertaining if you had like 4 guys.
4 dudes laying on a friggin' on a friggin' car door. I want somebody to lay on me, and we'll make it twice as fun.
Oh, the old 2-man luge. All right, one more, Nelly.
You miss his girth. You miss his strength. You miss that. Do you not, Brett? I miss it.
Yeah?
They miss it. Give me some more girth down there, and let that guy go to work.
Oh, good Lord.
Is he talking about ski jumpers?
Lord, Moj. Moj was here for 3 days, and that was all Moser. It's amazing. Vic, great job down there.
Been a fun week, and look forward to get back.
All right, a lot more here as we go along today. Bud Light Football Friday. Stay tuned to all the rest of the shows, getting ready for the Super Bowl, which will be right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a great weekend. We love you. Talk to you Monday. Bye.
Give me some more girth down there, and let that guy go to work.
What's the likelihood a Bronco comes home with the award?
In a unanimous decision, the 2025 AP Defensive Player of the Year presented by TCL is Myles Garrett.
The 2025 Protector of the Year is Joe Tooney. Let's go, baby!
But in life, there are also things that you can't measure with numbers. And those are the things that make this man's impact resonate far beyond the world of football. Ladies and gentlemen, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Bobby Wagner.
I don't get it. What exactly don't you get?
Some people are really stupid.
Our final Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. A wonderful season with our friends at Bud Light, and it gets capped off with the Broncos being shut out at the NFL Honors. Nothing. Nada. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir, as we welcome you into the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, just a couple of days away from Super Bowl 60. Our special thanks to Vic Lombardi being out there at Radio Row all week as he makes his way home. KJ Granderson's behind the glass. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Matt Stafford, the MVP. Mike Vrabel, the coach of the year.
How did you say his last name again?
Mike Vrabel.
It was like Vrabel. You get that, KJ? That was not a great award show in terms of getting people's names correct, or winning. Like, there were only how many awards total, and you couldn't get all of them right?
Yeah, Tiffany had a hard time with Mike Vrabel.
It was not good.
Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith in Jigba.
Another tough pronunciation there by Drewski. I don't know what my man was doing.
Yeah, we'll get that. Tek McMillan wins Offensive Player, or rather Rookie of the Year. Carson Schlesinger wins Defensive Rookie of the Year. But the Broncos, not a zilch, nothing.
Yeah, I guess it was just, did they give out a general manager of the year or ownership group of the year? Because by providing the information that your head coach that got you to 14-3 and a 1 seed in the AFC didn't get anything.
The Sporting News Executive of the Year 2025 is the general manager of the NFC champion Seattle Seahawks, John Schneider.
Okay. Is there an ownership group of the year award?
I don't believe so.
Because, I mean, there's got to be some reason that the Broncos won 15 games, including their playoff victory against the reigning MVP, Josh Allen.
Well, he's no longer the reigning MVP.
Yeah, you're right.
No longer.
It was when you beat him.
Matt Stafford, 37 years old, his first MVP of his career.
A lot more controversy around that than I would have anticipated.
We talked about it yesterday. It was going to be razor thin, and it was.
I didn't feel like it should have been.
Razor thin. 24 first place votes for Matt Stafford, 23 for Drake May, 1 first place vote for guess who?
Justin Herbert.
Friend
of the program, Sam Monson, who's been on this show before, very controversial
and
right
Monson
now.
came out and said, listen, without an offensive line, Justin Herbert was a really dangerous quarterback this year. And even with a hamburger helper hand, he was a really dangerous quarterback this year. Now, he did what Justin Herbert does and the Chargers do in the playoffs.
They charger it.
Yeah, they charge it.
They
fall
also
flat on their face.
They Herbert it.
That ended up not being like technically the reason why May didn't win MVP, because his second place vote was for Matt Stafford. The points just worked out that Stafford ends up winning it regardless. We knew that the Broncos weren't going to get any awards yesterday. It just feels odd that a season in which you overachieve expectation, this is what a lot of awards have become, right? In many sports, it is how have you overachieved what we expected to be your baseline.
See, that's what I like about Matt Stafford winning the MVP, because if Drake May had won it, it would have been another example of exactly that.
Right.
But Matt
you
Stafford,
were better than we thought.
Like you can get into all the nose picker stats that you want to, and Sam Monson, friend of the program, clearly did that with the Justin Herbert vote. But if you just say you watched a sample size of 12 Los Angeles Rams games versus 12 regular season New England Patriots games, you would have come away with the eye test saying, that's the MVP. and you'd be pointing at Matt Stafford.
More often than not, and I like analytics. Like I do. I'm a big analytics guy. You are a big EP. What's your
CPOE?
CPOE. You're a big
completion
CPOE
percentage
guy.
over expected. Because guess what? Like the more and more I watch, like our own sample size here in Denver of Bo Nix, like what was tangibly open and what was tangibly completed, and his CPOE is very good in gotta have it moments. It's not good pretty much any other time, and he still is a bottom 15 guy in the National Football League. Guess what? That number speaks to the story about a lot of this uneven football that we see here in Denver.
More often than not, the MVP, it goes to the dude that threw for the most yards and the most touchdowns. More often than not. And you know who did that this year? To the tune of 4,700 yards and 46 touchdowns at age 37.
It was Stat Mafford.
It was Matt Stafford. Also, what a wonderful moment for him. He brings his 4 girls up there. They're looking adorable in matching dresses. And he announces to the world live, I'm back next year, baby.
Which is really cool.
I'm not retiring.
I like Matt Stafford, man.
I've always liked him. Liked him back when he was a Lion.
Matt Stafford, this probably, I don't know if this predates like your extreme level of sports fandom and following, but gosh, Matt Stafford as a Georgia Bulldog, I'll never forget watching Matt Stafford play for UGA. And this is the Mark Richt era of Georgia football. And it always felt like he should have, and this is a little bit like Bo Nix, a little bit like Caleb Williams, a little bit like Jaden Daniels, where you have these elite players that never win anything really substantive in college. And I always thought that, like, gosh, man, Matt Stafford should be a national championship quarterback with the amount of talent that he has around him at Georgia.
And how good he looks.
He looked great. He had crazy arm talent. And so it almost sometimes I find, as somebody who evaluates the quarterback position, I can overdo your success tangibly on a college football field and at times like undervalue your abilities coming into the NFL. Because really, Matt Stafford, 2-time MVP, am I right?
No, this is his first.
Okay.
This is the first time he was an MVP finalist in his entire career. This is a dude, coach, that is thrown for nearly where's his full number? His yardage. Nearly 65,000 yards.
I was going to say 9,000.
Sorry, 65,000 yards on 9,000 attempts.
He's been a 15-year backup?
65,000 yards on 9,000 attempts. And those are just like general numbers. The dude has 423 touchdowns. And this is the first time that he was an MVP finalist. Now, he's finished in the top 10. He's been comeback player of the year. He's been a Pro Bowler. Guess how many Pro Bowls, right? It's such a joke of an award now, but guess how many Pro Bowls?
You mean that Joe Flacco, Shedeur Sanders flanking Joe Burrow as the AFC quarterback Pro Bowlers isn't weird to you?
Guess how many he has in his career?
Probably double digit.
3.
What?
3. He was a Pro Bowler in 2014, 2023, and this year. This is the first year he was an AP MVP finalist in his career. And he's got 65,000 yards.
Better legacy today. Matt Stafford. And please, when you're texting in, do not consider your own personal feelings about this next player that I'm about to.
Your statistics and what you did on the field. I know who you're going to say.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
Better legacy today, Matt Stafford or Aaron Rodgers?
Matt Stafford has what? 4 MVP? Or sorry, Rodgers has 4 MVPs. Stafford has 1. They both have 1 title. Rodgers has the MVP from that year. Wasn't Cooper Kupp the MVP the year that LA won a couple of seasons ago?
I thought Stafford was a MVP. Super Bowl MVP.
I thought it was Cooper Kupp that year. I'm almost positive Cooper Kupp won the MVP that Super Bowl. I don't even think Stafford finished second in the voting. I'm pretty certain Kupp won it.
Yeah, he did not win it.
Stafford did not. Kupp won it.
I think so.
And Von Miller probably finished second in the voting that year. Von Miller's Super Bowl that season was nearly as dominant as it was in 2015 for the Broncos. So the resume says Rodgers. Now, one more year, with Stafford, he's going to overtake Rodgers in yards. Rodgers has 66,274 yards.
Cooper Kupp.
Cooper Kupp won it. Okay. Stafford
eight catches, 92 yards, game-winning touchdown with 1:25 to go.
Yeah, you get to win MVP there. Von Miller was really good in that game too. Yeah. Now Rodgers, oh man, his interception percentage is ridiculous. 1.4% for Rodgers over the course of a 21-year career. Insanity. That his interception number is that. It's 2.2 on the other side for Matt Stafford.
So how long did was Vaughn just 1 year, one and done for the Rams?
2.
He was 2021. He joined the Bills in 22.
So was he the mercenary that year? I thought he played 2 years with the Rams.
It's so funny because I still envision Rams
just 1 year. Yeah, just 1 year.
I still think about Rams defensive line. And there's one name that comes to my mind for that era, right? It's the absolute monster that he is and was and probably still could be, right? That guy is a freak. It was wild too to think that Von Miller and Aaron Darnold are two of the most dynamic pass rushing, playmaking defensive linemen. One an end or an edge in Von Miller, one an interior guy in Aaron Donald, and both of them, like if they walked into this studio right now, I would be looking down at both of them. They're shorter individuals. Like they give you, Raj, and you, KJ, hope that you too can achieve at a very high level.
Miller in that Super Bowl victory for the Rams, 2 sacks, 3 quarterback hits, 1 pass defended.
It's pretty good.
And prior to that, I think it was either the game prior in the NFC Championship game or it was the divisional round where I think he had a sack, like 5 tackles, and he had a forced fumble as well. He had a strip sack in that game too. Miller probably finished second in the MVP voting that game.
Von Miller is universally listed at 6'3". That fool is not 6'3", man. That dude he is such a unique body type because you just look at him and it's not about length. It's about explosiveness, power, getting under your pads. A lot of the same traits that Aaron Donald played with in the interior.
I think we forget just how amazing Aaron Rodgers was in the middle of his career, despite not getting back to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, the Aaron Rodgers finish has not been certainly what the Matt Stafford finish has been.
No,
right?
but he had like one bad year, and that was with the Jets last season when he went 5-12.
I mean, he was. I wouldn't say he was good this year with Pittsburgh.
The team went 10-6. He's 42 years old and threw for 3,300 yards, 24 touchdowns, and 7 picks.
Yeah.
42 years old, I'll take that.
Just punchable face.
Hey, what did you say?
I know.
What did you preface this with?
Aaron Rodgers.
You take your personal opinions out of this. We look at what happens on the field.
Matt Stafford, do you think he can win one in his last year?
Rams are good enough.
I think
they were right there this year.
The
Rams are without a doubt good enough.
Okay, so when you think about this game, we probably talk about this on the other side, as a Broncos fan. Of course, if you were in the stadium in Empower Field, as I was, and you had to stomach walking out of a blizzard-like stadium outside on your way to the car, wearing your Broncos jersey or hat or sweatshirt
you had to
or whatever.
Watch the game with heat signature goggles.
Well, and then you not only were you freezing your tuchus off, you also had to deal with the worst fan base on planet Earth, the Boston fan base. Just think about Dave Portnoy, that punchable face, and just saying, you losers, yeah. Like I didn't hate New England as deeply as I believed I hated New England until after that game.
Welcome to Denver, brother.
Yeah, they're awful. However, do you root for New England in this?
You shut your mouth.
Proof of concept that you were right there. Proof of concept that you.
I understand the argument of if you get beat by the champion, you feel a little bit better. That argument goes out the window when it's attached to the New England Patriots. You shut your mouth. Shut it.
I don't want to.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. At what point do we just go, at the NFL awards, do we really need celebrities there giving the awards away?
Football award show needs football people.
Yeah.
Please. Por favor.
Who's that for? Like, who is Tiffany Haddish for at
First
that
of all,
event?
I have no idea who Tiffany Haddish is.
Who is
you know why?
Drewski for at that event?
Drewski's weird. I don't like Drewski. He gives me the heebie-jeebies.
He was spotted out on the town at the Super Bowl week with a lady of the night.
An adult human.
Yes.
Somebody of the adult entertainment industry. Not a big Drewski guy.
So, like, I don't understand also, like, the connection between him and Disney Plus. Feels like a little weird with kids, but.
And Thrust.
Very funny.
Najiba.
Like, who's that for? The people who were at the NFL awards, 90% of them probably looked up that dude and went, who's that guy?
And then you can.
Mike Variable.
Who's that chick?
Mike Variable? Like
Mike Variable.
Hey, you're presenting the award, Tiffany.
Rick Tookett and the Vancouver Canucks.
All you had to do is just Google search 3 names and
right,
have
like, you have a job.
Even then, you know what else she could have done? Just read it. She could have just read Vrabel. Vrabel. Njigba.
Where's the producer on the side of the stage going, hey, this is the one who wins it. This is how you say the name. The other thing, if I'm being asked to, and again, I don't have millions of dollars. I'm not a B to C list celebrity. So maybe my level of give a you know what is a little bit higher than those people who have the millions of dollars when it comes to giving away awards. But I would like to think, if I had those millions of dollars and was a C-list celebrity, if I'm asked to do an award show.
I think in Denver, I think you and I qualify as C-list celebrities.
Sure,
and the
why
local.
not?
I was at a high school basketball game and somebody recognized me. So that puts me probably in Denver local C-list category.
I'll give that to you.
Do you think we're more like D-list?
I think I'm a little bit farther down the alphabet there. But continue.
Oh.
I would like to think that if I have 3 names that might come up on the envelope, I would go to a producer and say, how do I say these 3 names? And I would do that probably before a minute before my time to be on stage.
You don't think that?
I think I'd do that the night before.
You don't think that current college football head coach who loves recruiting exposure for his program, Bill Belichick, wouldn't have been available to read that? And who cares if he was a former He's a former, the best head coach in the NFL.
Again, for the people in the audience and for the people tuning in on television, Belichick is a guy like Belichick is a bigger draw than Tiffany Haddish.
I don't know who she is.
Like I said, football's my thing.
What does she do?
I think she's an actress / comedian.
Okay.
I'm almost positive that's
Name
who she
one
is.
thing that she's done.
Couldn't tell you.
That's insane.
Mike Variable.
Do you think Sydney Sweeney would have understood the assignment?
Yep.
Maybe. It's tough to know. But you know who would have known how to pronounce Mike Vrabel's last name? Bill Belichick would have. Or you could have had...
Actually, you know what? I don't know if she would have. I don't know if Sydney Sweeney would have. I'm against all celebrities doing this. Unless you are a certified public knower of ball as a celebrity. Mm-hmm. And I got to have video proof.
I got one for you. Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper gets in.
Mark Wahlberg. We saw him.
Gets in.
We saw him just living his best football life at Army Navy.
So if it's Sydney, I don't know Sydney Sweeney's a certified knower of ball. No, you don't. You don't get my vote of approval. I revoke what I said 30 seconds ago. Heck no, you can't go.
Do you think he's a Canadian? I was gonna say is Will Ferrell a Canadian?
I believe so.
I think they all are, right? Pretty much everybody.
Will Ferrell's a big hockey fan, and I know that.
Soccer.
A big baseball fan too.
Loves.
I don't know if he knows ball.
Game.
What about Matthew McConaughey?
McConaughey gets in.
Yep.
I need
certified
some help,
knower of ball.
Tiffany
But
Haddish.
Our guy who we've talked about for the last month on the show, Glenn Powell. I don't know you're a certified knower of ball.
My guess
is
no.
That.
But he would play a mean Sean Payton in Sean Payton's latter years as an NFL head coach. if the Broncos win a Super Bowl for hometown too.
Tiffany Haddish is known for the comedy film The Girls Trip in 2017.
I've never heard of it. That's what she's known for.
She has also been on The Carmichael Show, The Last OG, and she does some stand-up stuff too. I don't
KJ?
know what Drewski is.
KJ, can you help us? Is there anything you know about Tiffany Haddish?
You guys nailed it. She is a movie star / comedian. I would say in the grand scheme, she's probably like a C-list celebrity, but I probably would say culturally in the black culture, she's definitely A-list.
Oh, okay. A-list.
So yeah, like just for being a comedian specifically.
Is her stand-up good?
To me, it's okay, but there's a lot of people that really are behind her.
Who's her demo? Who's her target market?
I would say now probably 35 to 50 women that are divorced and have maybe 2 or 3 kids and things of that nature.
Why are you tabbing KJ as the pop culture expert?
Because I know you.
Did it ain't me?
Yeah.
It ain't me.
I also realize that there are a couple other people on these airwaves that are not pop culturally relevant, like Vic Lombardi or Mark Moser.
What were we supposed
100%.
to talk about? We weren't supposed to be talking about Drewski and Tiffany Haddish.
Okay, real quick. But
you got me off track here.
KJ, explain Drewski to me.
Drewski's a unique one. Like, he's one of those people that he's social media funny. When you watch his clip for 90 seconds to 2 minutes, you're probably dying laughing. But I think that's about all it should be. He's trying to brand himself as like a world-renowned, well-rounded like comedian. I just don't think it's taking off. I'm not saying that he won't go on to do great things as a comedian, but I think his niche has kind of put him in a box in such a way that I don't think it really fits in other realms.
Again,
Is he a everybody's at home in 2020 COVID guy? Raj wants me to move off the subject really badly.
Really badly. You were talking to me about something in the break regarding the Patriots, and you teased it to the group. Should you be rooting for the Patriots here? And I have to look at you really cockeyed and say, in what world are you thinking of doing that?
I think it's the world that exists that you say Denver Broncos, without their starting quarterback, without Bo Nix, won 14 regular season games, got the AFC #1 seed, and then ended up beating everybody's Super Bowl darling this year, at least, with really no healthy elite quarterback in the NFL. And you lost to a team because of a boneheaded 4th down decision by your head coach. He admitted that he hated the play call, didn't necessarily hate the decision, hated his own play call, and you lost by 3 points. To me, that shows that if you just get 1% better, thinking about it from a coach, right, every day, you're right back in this position a year from now. Meaning you're competing to get into the Super Bowl a year from now. Year and minus 2 weeks. If the Seattle Seahawks obliterate New England, like it's not even competitive, 34-7.
I don't really foresee that happening.
I'm just saying, let's throw it out hypothetically. I think a lot of people in the back of their mind think that's what's going to happen because you watched Drake May, even in good weather, in the first half against the Broncos defense, and you go, ugh.
The Patriots defense has been pretty good, though. And they did beat the top 3 defenses in the world in consecutive games.
So if that happens, then you say, I don't know that we can just run it back, even with a healthy Bo, and beat either whatever healthy team comes out of the NFC West between Seattle, the Rams, or the 49ers. Because those 3 teams, at least to me right now, appear that any one of those 3 teams is capable of running the table.
Oh, I don't see it with the Niners. The Niners have run into, I just punched the microphone so hard. Ow.
You know why? You're just off your game right now because you were forced to talk about pop culture.
For 10 minutes.
6.
They have hit the same wall over and over and over and over again. And even when they were healthy, they proved to you they can't get it done when it matters. I understand their run well.
Against
I
whom?
appreciate John Lynch. I appreciate Kyle Shanahan to a point. I don't view them in the same vein as like they're inevitable if they're healthy. I think they're a second tier of good team. They're not first tier.
Do you feel confidently that a fully healthy Broncos team this year, faced against a fully healthy, which is almost impossible to even imagine, 49ers team, with the likes of George Kittle healthy, Christian McCaffrey healthy, Brock Purdy healthy, Ricky Pearsall healthy, defensively having the full assortment of guys, Fred Warner and then of course the guy that was hurt too, receiver Brandon Ayuk. He'll probably be malcontent either way. Do you feel like the Broncos versus? Do you think they could keep up scoring wise with that team?
Yes, because I think the defense is good enough to make Brock Purdy look like Brock Purdy, who's a third-rate quarterback in this league.
Okay. I don't. I think the NFC.
You think Bo's worse than Brock?
I think they're a very similar player. Brock has outperformed through Brock's first 2 years of being an NFL starting quarterback. He's outperformed Bo. That's the reality.
Not in wins, not where it matters.
In where it matters, he went to a Super Bowl in his first year.
He played 5 games. I know he went to a Super Bowl that year. Played 5 games. He was on a very hot streak. Didn't win nearly as many games. His third season in the league, he went 6-9. He can't stay healthy. Did he go 7-2 last year? Sure. Can't stay healthy. He has been hit or miss in terms of his health. And he has shown that even when healthy and playing 15 games, he can be a sub-500 quarterback. Bo's played 2 years.
Did you see his surrounding cast?
He plays and he wins.
Talk
about the surrounding cast for the Broncos. Talk about the offensive surrounding cast for the Broncos.
They've been healthy. The original intent of this offensive unit has been healthy.
Dude, I'm very confident the Broncos could handle a healthy 49ers team.
Healthy Rams team. It's the team we're the most afraid of. And I still stand by that. I think the Broncos would have matched up better with the Seahawks than a healthy Rams team, because I think Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, jeez. The tight end crew, and then Devontae Adams. I mean, what that terrifies me.
Yeah, I think
Kyron.
I think Denver is a small step below the Rams. I think they're a small step below the Seahawks, but I think they are on either the same par or above the Niners right now.
Okay. I think that's fair. Based off of the Niners team last year that had so many injuries toward the tail. I mean, I'd say you're on par with the injured Niners. I don't know about fully healthy Niners team.
Before I knew what Bo was this year, a quarterback who can get it done when it matters the most, I would have answered that question differently. Because of what Bo showed this year, and yes, there were inconsistencies, but when it matters the most, when quarterback wins become a real stat, right? Fourth quarters, come from behind, final drives of the game, overtimes.
Yep.
When they become a real stat, he has proven to me through 2 years, you have the better quarterback. And it means more than anything in professional sports. You have the better quarterback than the Niners. I don't really buy into, if the Patriots get waxed by Seattle, you feel worse about your season because you have this built-in excuse of, well, you don't have Bo. That wouldn't have happened to Denver. If Bo's healthy, we're not getting waxed by Seattle. I think that's what the thought process could be in the room. Now, if Stidham's the quarterback there,
But before you start throwing all this stuff about winning when it matters and Bo is far superior to Brock Purdy, do you know what Brock Purdy's postseason record as a starting quarterback is?
6-1?
No,
6-2?
No, 5-3, which is a really good record for a quarterback. 5-3. You realize that in his first 3 seasons playing in the National Football League, he reached either the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl in every one of those first 3 seasons. as a starting quarterback.
Okay.
That means something.
It does.
That means that you won in either wild card or divisional rounds, and you won in the NFC Championship. Bo hasn't yet reached that moment. He is a 1-1 postseason quarterback.
He didn't get the opportunity.
He didn't, and that you can't hold that against him. You cannot hold that against him. But to me, it's like there are still very many mountains, peaks, whatever you want to call it, for Bo to climb before you can say that guy's a known game on the line in the biggest of moments performer. Because I think that he had one moment this year that was epically massive, and that was against the Buffalo Bills. And he did come through. He did come through. And he outdueled Josh Allen. And you can't ever take that away from him. But it's, what are you going to do in 2026? So I would say this. If there's any one benefit to Seattle NFC West juggernaut obliterating the Patriots, who eliminated your hopes and dreams without your quarterback, but in your home building, if there's one positive, I would say, it's something that you and I have been asking for a long time, man. The Broncos might realize, as an organization, we need to get something we don't currently have to get over the hump. And that's probably an elite wide receiver one or a big-time running back, of which, to me, Seattle has both of those guys.
Super Bowl 60 is on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 this Sunday. Coverage of the NFL on Westwood One starts at 2 p.m. Presented by Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, where Colorado shines. Speaking of that top wide receiver, Jeff Legwold answered a question with the morning show, I believe it was yesterday, regarding A.J. Brown. We think everyone's getting on our bandwagon, our A.J. Brown to Denver bandwagon that we started about 2 weeks ago. Don't count Leggy among them. It's a Bud Light Football Friday.
It's Friday, baby.
Last Bud Light Football Friday of the season.
Oh, no. Don't do that to me.
What
does it turn into?
It just turns into Friday, man. Funky Friday, like the midday show used to do?
Can we have like Bud Light Basketball Friday or, Bud Light Frosty, Hockey Friday?
I think we can try and find a way.
Yeah.
Tyson Berry has his new Chili Ones beer that's coming to the state in the next week or two. And I'm just saying, if any sales executives are listening to this show, I think
One Chili Ones
might be a really good connection with the Morning Sprint.
Could
just
be
saying.
a good title
We could turn that into a
sponsor.
Chili Ones Friends Friday.
Mm-hmm. And then all we do during this show on a Friday is drink one Chili Ones.
I don't know if we're allowed to do that, but I would be a
Who
proponent
makes the rules
of it.
here? I don't know. I don't see anybody telling me what to do.
But a very, very big thank you to our friends at Bud Light. It's been an amazing season, our very first year of Bud Light Football Fridays. Can't wait to hopefully have them back in the fold next year as we get ready for Super Bowl 60 coming up on Sunday. Seahawks 4.5-point favorites in that game. Get into a little bit of like Winter Olympics in a bit. Lindsey Vonn this morning on
She's
her
not
test
human.
run. Are you kidding me?
Not human.
Partially ruptured Achilles, or sorry, ACL.
Was it just partially?
I think it's a partial. I don't think it's a full blown,
But I heard
carnitas pulled pork style type of thing.
Gosh. Carnitas? Man. Cadaver?
Yeah. Isn't that kind of what it looks like when things rupture and
You
tear?
can tell, man. I mean, she's 41 years old. She doesn't have a intact ACL, which is the stabilizer of the entire shoot, not just your knee, basically your leg. And you can tell she's just thugging it out, man.
Just charging.
I mean,
like her coming down that hill this morning was
look at her.
One of the coolest things. I watched that. I watched a little bit of like a mixed doubles curling. I watched some women's ice skating this morning. I was feeding the baby her bottle. I'm juiced up. I think I'm
kind of in the mode
opening ceremonies are in like 10 minutes right now.
I'm kind of in the mode for the Olympics, man.
You should be.
I do. I think I'm more of a Winter Olympics guy than a.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not a common
common
stance.
I love skiing, snowboarding. It's weird is I really like anything that is where you're against other competitors on the same whatever you want to call it, like same either ice or snow, and either you're going against them physically, like I love speed skating, man.
Speed skating rocks. Short track is awesome.
Some of those wrecks are wild. I mean, you just
short track rocks.
12 people are on there, just get smashed into
Apollo Antonono
so
style.
Cool, man. I should get into figure skating too.
That figure skating this morning was great. Fantastic. I watched the team competition before I left the house.
Gosh, I hate to be. Can I get morbid for a second?
Sure, be my guest.
Are we gonna see Lindsey Vonn have like an epic crash?
I mean, the chances are when she was healthy, she was a crashed athlete. I mean, she is an all-time great, but there were many catastrophic crashes in her career.
She is not afraid to push any limit.
No, it might
whether
happen.
it's a healthy limit or an unhealthy limit. She is not afraid.
You know, as long as there's not like a catastrophic head injury and she crashes, I welcome her trying it. Like, there's a good chance that she crashes and her knee like gets slightly worse, but she's 41. She knows it's her last chance to play.
Did you watch this live or did you watch it like? Did you know she had successfully completed it before you watched her training run?
No.
So you watched it like cold turkey.
Yep.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was.
That's what I'm going to be
on Sunday when she races on Sunday. It's pins and needles time.
Is that the only race that that'll be like different heats, right?
I don't know what other events that she's in, but yeah, you'll have qualifying heats, then you'll have a final, stuff like that. I cannot wait to watch that. We said Jeff Legwald joined the morning show to talk about something that Coach and I are very much on board with, and that is doing whatever you can to get a number one wide receiver in Denver. If Justin Jefferson were actually available and you could make the trade, we would love Justin Jefferson here. I don't think anyone would turn that away. But considering if I'm Minnesota and I have Justin Jefferson and he treated this crappy season with J.J. McCarthy as well as he did, I don't think I'm moving on from that player. The same can't be said for the dude in Philadelphia.
I think they want to up the ante on offense, and they certainly have more salary cap room and they got more cash than anybody in the league. So yeah, if they want to play the spend the money game, they certainly can. But I don't think free agency is the cure-all, and we see it every year. And I know we all love it because it's familiar names. You know the resumes, but will A.J. Brown play better for his next team than he has, for his previous ones? History has shown most free agents at that age don't play better than they did. And you're giving them money that says play better. Don't play the same, play better.
I don't need him to play beyond the age of 32. I need A.J. Brown to play out the 3-year extension that he's on through 2029. I don't need to sign him. He's already on an extension.
I would take any one of the A.J. Brown years with a competent play caller. And outside of Kevin Patullo, who was an incompetent play caller in 2025 for the Eagles franchise, I look at years where he was playing with a subpar quarterback in terms of like accuracy and pushing the football. I am a Jalen Hurts fan because he wins football games, and he's won very important football games, and he's been to 2 Super Bowls in a very brief period of time. However, I would say that Jalen Hurts is less of a talented passer than Bo Nix is. I would say without question, the consistency of the offensive play calling and construction of the offense in Philadelphia is way below what you have here in Denver with Sean Payton and now Davis Webb, at least by title being elevated closer to having impact on what the Broncos do offensively. There's been zero consistency. Like, I almost understand A.J. Brown's plight and his malcontented nature. Your head coach in Philadelphia is an offensive play caller, an offensive-minded head coach that is incapable of having any form of continuity year in, year out, because he's not capable of calling an offense or organizing an offense or putting it together. He's completely reliant upon hitting it with the right offensive play caller. And in years where he hasn't had it, A.J. Brown's numbers dipped. In years that he has had it, A.J. Brown's a 1,000+ yard receiver, and he is a touchdown machine.
In years where he has it, he's a nearly 1,500 yard receiver with double-digit touchdowns in his career, even factoring in those seasons where he doesn't have a great play
Give me
call.
his worst year recently.
His worst recent year.
Was it this year?
No. 2021 with Tennessee. 869 yards in 13 games. Now, his averages were still up there.
Who was his head coach there? Was it Mike Variable? Was it?
Don't drag us back down into that. You son of a gun. 869
Mike
yards.
I
hate you so much. 5 touchdowns, nearly 900 yards in 13 games. He had 105 receptions that season in 13 games. His best season, 2022 with Philly, as a 25-year-old, 1,496 yards, 11 scores. He followed that up with another 1,400-yard season and 7 touchdowns. He's had 7 touchdowns in 3 consecutive years. He played 13 games in 2024. He played 15 games last year with Philadelphia with a 1,000-yard season. Now his numbers, playing 2 fewer games than Cortland Sutton this year, were essentially the same. I think it's very clear he's a better wideout. And I would take the chance, considering I don't have to extend him. If you end up trading for A.J. Brown, you're on the cusp for what? 3 years? You have to deal with that contract and that player for 3 years. And I'm willing to take the chance that his malcontent attitude goes away if he gets the ball more. That's what most elite wide receivers are. Think of all those dudes. They don't get the ball, they get pissed off.
Isn't that what you want?
Kind of. I'm okay with a
want
little bit of a headache.
I want it. I love when a guy's got a little something to him. And this is the deal, man. You know what the Broncos definitely, without question, sorely lack in their wide receiving core and have? I mean, I guess you throw Jerry Jeudy in there, but I just didn't. I felt like it was fake. It didn't feel like it had substance behind it. I want somebody that's just that alpha, the dog. Feed me, or I'm going to lose my mind. Now, the problem is, does Sean Payton want that? Has there truly ever been anybody in Sean Payton's lineage that you would say that guy really, really was the alpha of that offense?
Was Reggie that guy?
I don't think so.
Probably
man.
not.
No.
Was Michael Thomas that guy?
Maybe later. in his
Maybe a
career.
little bit later after he burst onto the scene.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Because
Jimmy Graham didn't feel that way.
No.
I guess it's tough to be in that locker room with Drew Brees and be that type of player. And you know what? As we look at the build of Bo Nix, isn't that kind of why Sean Payton loved Bo Nix? He kind of has that Drew Breesy type of maturity to him.
He does.
Of like, this is my room. You're not going to be a diva.
You know what, though? I'm starting to learn a
What
little
a
bit more.
test that would be for Bo Nix.
It is. It
What
would
a
be.
test
it
it
would
would be.
But here's what I've learned a little bit more about Bo Nix in my little brief exposure to him, and just picking up little tea leaves here and there. I don't think that Bo Nix is as much the easily programmed puppet that I once thought he was. I think he's got some stuff.
He's got some bark to him.
He's got a little. He's got some S in his neck. He's got a little of that going on.
That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Raj. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Morning Sprint rolls into hour 2. Coming up next, KJ's NFL Notes are at 11:20. There's still time to have some amazing wings at your viewing party on Sunday. Make sure you head on over to gfhwings.com right now to sign up for their Super Pack 60 deal. Lots of options to feed your flame this Sunday. You can find them in Aurora, in Parker, in 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. Golden Flame Hot Wings. That's the coach. I'm Raj. Morning Sprint rolling into hour number 2. PhD coming up next from 12 to 3. And we'll end your week from 3 to 6 with Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl in the afternoon. The Winter Olympics opening ceremony starting right about now. I think they'll broadcast them in prime time tonight on NBC. But if you guys aren't doing anything on your Friday, you can tune into that in just a few minutes after we're done.
You think Lindsey Vonn does the opening ceremony stuff?
Probably not, unless she's the flag bearer.
Could
I don't know
you imagine the amount of inflammation after what she did today on her training run?
Who are the people
The anti-inflammatories
bearing the flags?
That's really, frankly, that's all that Lindsey needs. She just needs she got the plug, man.
The anti-inflammatories.
She got the plug in Jamal. Jamal started just be like, hey, Linz, I got you.
Speed skater Aaron Jackson will lead Team USA at the Winter Olympics opening ceremony from Ocala, Florida. Is that how you pronounce
Ocala.
that? Ocala, Florida.
Been there, recruited there.
Where's Ocala next
Very
to?
close to Gainesville.
Okay.
It's in Alachua County.
She was the first black woman to win an individual gold medal at the Winter Games in 2022 at the 500-meter speed skating rink in Beijing, China. So she'll lead the U.S. out. I would assume that Lindsey Vonn is probably doing some rest and recovery after today's downhill. I also saw that she qualified for the Super G as well. So she has the opportunity to compete in 2 different events on that ruptured ACL, which will be absolutely insane. Just nuts that that's going to happen.
I was close. So Ocala, Florida, it's in Marion County, Florida, north central Florida, but right next to Gainesville, where University of Florida's campus is. So within about 30 minutes.
NFL honors last night. Matt Stafford walks away with his first MVP. Mike Vrabel gets Coach of the Year.
Terrible.
Christian McCaffrey wins Comeback Player of the Year, the Defensive Player of the Year in unanimous fashion, as it should have been, breaking the all-time sack record is Myles Garrett. Jackson Smith-Njigba wins Offensive Player of the Year. Tet McMillan and Carson Schwessinger.
Tet McMillan had a little came under fire for some of his live stream twitching that he did. He did all kind. He apparently body shamed somebody that he was on a video with, a female. And then he also, he let a couple words fly that are certainly inappropriate for anybody
to use. I did not know that.
Yeah, that happened in the last 2 days.
Those 2 dudes win Rookie of the Year. Moment of the Year, Coach. Do you agree with the moment of the year being the Bears' Hail Mary against the Packers?
Yes. It was hard to watch, and I was at a Packers bar watching that live. So, yeah,
was that the most unbelievable play that you've ever seen? From a quarterback standpoint, walk me through how that happens.
Gosh, I'm gonna be really honest. Some of it felt very lucky. Running around, going backwards, stuff that you shouldn't do, and then basically closing your eyes and throwing it as far as you humanly possibly can. And so, yes, it is incredible that Caleb Williams was able to generate that much arm strength to get the ball pushed into the end zone. A lot of players would run around, do the backward falling thing, and then the ball ends up on the 14-yard line. It's okay, bud. That part of it was pretty impressive. The little subtle shove in the back from Cole Kmet was what really kind of did the trick. Some of the stuff that I've watched both Stafford and Mahomes do, and I hate to glaze those 2 guys, that feels more otherworldly, but within structure, whether it's a reset your feet or some of the Mahomes throwing completely contorted body, but having a plan for it.
The Stafford resetting his feet is something that
gorgeous.
It breaks my mind every single time he does it.
Absolutely gorgeous. Stafford quarterback play wise, if you're somebody who really appreciates and studies elite quarterback play, what Stafford does is pretty remarkable.
Because in today's NFL, man, the throw on the run is so in vogue that coaches not only are okay with it, they for many of these college athletes coming out now, they promote it, right? Like getting Bo to throw on the run is something that the Broncos kind of lean into. But Stafford's ability to like break an arm tackle in the pocket, slide to his right, and then you see that little like pitter patter of his feet to get his hips back around. Like, I don't know how you do that in a half a second while scanning from read 2 to read 3 and then zipping a ball on target.
Yeah, we're in an era of pretty unique quarterback play. We really are. There are some things that some of these high level quarterbacks do that, frankly, too many young quarterbacks out there try to just emulate it. And frankly, it creates some bad habits because some of those things happen when, let's just call it like it is, man. Some of those Mahomesian, Stafford-type moments where they are otherworldly, those things happen when mom and dad got together a long time ago. Called genetics. I was going to use a term, but I kind of bit my tongue.
Whoa.
It could have been okay, but probably not. But some of those things happen because of literally genetics and just play, just the way that they play, and they've played for time and time again. And it's so funny. I watch all these, quarterback trainers and developers, and they all try to like get their guys to do these things. And then we play against these guys and they can't do them. They're not them. They're not like the kid that's.
Oh, you're not Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah. Oh, wait, you're not.
4A high school quarterback?
You're not Matt Stafford, you play in a wing T offense, and all of a sudden you're throwing no-look passes, and it plunks the linebacker right in the chest.
Didn't Matt Stafford go to like
Highland Park High School?
Yeah, I was going to say he went to one of the best, not only football high schools in the country, but one of the best total sport high schools in the country.
It's a football factory. Has been for 40 years.
You can make the argument that he's not even the best high school athlete from his class at Highland.
Clayton Kershaw. You like that? I knew that.
And if you ask both of those guys, they say some flame-out athlete who was, like, I think their quarterback for a couple of years in middle school and high school, they go, he's a legend in Dallas, Texas. But he's just one of those guys that, like, turns into a Friday Night Lights story instead of an NFL star. I'll try and find out who the name is.
Highland Park High School, very good football program. Want to know what happened to the alma mater of both Clayton Kershaw and Matt Stafford in 2024? A Colorado high school football program, a pretty good one, traveled to play Highland Park High School in Dallas, Texas. That high school program was Dave Logan's, Cherry Creek Bruins, and they beat Highland Park High School. Pretty impressive.
They say Jake Felt is what Matt Stafford and Clayton Kershaw say. They go, he was just like the biggest, strongest, best player. He's better than both of those guys. And those are two Hall of Fame quarterbacks and starting pitchers. And they weren't even the best athlete at their own school.
Pretty wild, man. Pretty friggin' wild. You want to know another one? Speaking of high schools and athletes that are going to be playing, well, not in the Super Bowl right now, but teammates. Do you realize that Palo Alto High School, home of Devontae Adams, where he was a superstar wide receiver, do you realize he was the second leading receiver on his own high school football team? And the leading receiver on his high school football team at Palo Alto High School, the Vikings, ended up being a bad body major leaguer for the last 15 years.
Bad body major. Is he active right now?
Good question.
Or did he just retire?
I'll give you a couple hints. Dodger, San Francisco Giant.
Pablo Sandoval?
Not that bad, buddy.
Sandoval wasn't a Dodger.
He was a Red Sox and a Giant. Jock Peterson.
Oh, Jock Peterson doesn't feel like bad body. Maybe a little bit later on in his career, he got a little bag of milky.
He was. I mean, if you're gonna say Jock Peterson isn't bag of milk, then I am the furthest thing.
He's a little bit of bag of milky nowadays. I think at the beginning of his career, he felt like he was a little stacked up.
He was a baller at wide receiver. Devontae was the second best receiver in his high school. Devontae Adams.
That's insanity.
It's nuts. It's nuts.
Other news out of Major League Baseball. Tarek Skubal, the two-time Cy Young Award winner for the Detroit Lions, ends up winning his arbitration case by like $25 million. I think the Tigers are going to have to pay him like 38 or 39 million. The Tigers offered him $13 million this year prior to arbitration. And he basically went, there's no chance that you're going to win this thing. My favorite arbitration story of all time is a Giants story. When Tim Lincecum, in his first 3 years in the major leagues, won 2 Cy Young Award winners. And Timmy Lincecum's like my size. He is a tiny dude.
And thin.
Thin, short,
Yeah.
but could throw the ball like no else. And there's a reason why his career was cut so short is because he just
that body
threw his
is
arm.
not. It's not meant to create that kind of torque.
You're not allowed to throw 99 for 15 years
Correct.
at that size. Just doesn't happen. So he was amazing for a short period of time. His first arbitration case in San Francisco, he walked in with both Cy Young Awards in each arm, placed them on the table, and walked out of the room. And his agent came out under an hour later and had a contract in his hand.
Was that Boris?
An hour later and had a contract in his hand.
That sounds about right.
It's a baller move for Timmy Lincecum.
And you know what, Timmy? Just knowing Timmy a little bit because that was my squad. Timmy had probably just consumed some of the state flour there in California before he went in there with two size. Man, he loved it all. He went hard, man.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. Our special thanks to Vic, who was live from Radio Row in San Francisco all week long, thanks to Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. Colorado Off-Road. You can find them online at cooffroad.com, cooffroad.com. If you missed any of those interviews taken live on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in the morning, just hop onto Instagram, search at Altitude Sports Radio. You can find us in all of those cuts and those clips on our reels on Instagram, on YouTube, or on TikTok. KJ's NFL notes are next. Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Our special thanks to Vic Lombardi, who was everywhere on Radio Row in San Francisco, thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. You can find them on Broadway in Inglewood or online at groovetoyota.com. I told you can find those reels and clips on Instagram, on TikTok, and on YouTube. You can also find out the podcasts on Altitude Sports Radio. Just search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane anywhere you get your podcast. You can listen to them back in your car. KJ, what's up?
Well, last night was the 2026 NFL Honors, and though the Broncos had 4 guys up for awards, they unfortunately struck out. But here's who won each award last night. Protector of the Year, Joe Thuney. Or Joe Tooney, depending on how you say it. Walter Payton, Man of the Year, Bobby Wagner. Assistant Coach of the Year, Josh McDaniels. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Carson Swearinger. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Teteroa McMillan. Comeback Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey. Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett. And then Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith.
Najiba.
Yeah, that guy. And then Coach of the Year was
Mike Verba.
And NFL MVP was Matthew Stafford of the Los Angeles Rams. So first off, I want to ask you guys, what do you think overall of the guys who won? And then did the NFL get it right with the MVP? Did they get it right with Matthew Stafford leading the way this year?
They got it right with Matthew Stafford, not only because it is a little bit of a Lifetime Achievement Award, but because he was, without a doubt, the best thrower of the football.
He was the most terrifying quarterback in the NFL, and it's not even particularly close. I know that for these awards and for the vote, you can't take into account what Drake May did in the playoffs, which obviously won.
He's beaten elite defenses. He has not looked elite while doing it.
No. Drake May he is still a work in process.
That dude's going to win an MVP one day. He will win an MVP one day.
Does Bo Nix win an MVP one day?
I don't know if
you can't say that, can you?
I can't say that for sure. Because he doesn't do what the NFL and the MVP voters value enough.
Agreed.
Like, he's not going to be a guy who throws for 4,500 yards, is he?
Good.
Now, could he be...
Maybe if he gets maybe a wide receiver one, like a guy like A.J. Brown.
Could he be a Josh Allen type of dude? He doesn't run the ball nearly as well as Josh.
Also,
I don't want him to.
Are we getting to the point already in his career that we're worried about keeping him healthy?
I am worried about keeping him healthy.
As a runner, because it's happened once already, and it cost you a chance potentially to go to the Super Bowl.
He could.
I don't love that storyline, by the way.
What?
That Bo Nix, in his second year, might not be able to do the thing he does exceptionally well with any form of frequency because of fear of what may happen. Because guess what? It already has happened. And the best, I hate saying this, but this is the truth. Oftentimes in athletics and in life, the best indicator of future events is going to be past events. And he, in a big spot, kind of a non-contact-ish type of a moment, hardware or whatever happened, and his ankle was blown up and he couldn't play. And you lost in the AFC Championships without him.
I'll never say never for Bo in an MVP. Drake May has a very, very high chance of winning an MVP at some point in his career. I think Bo has a lower percentage chance. The Broncos would have to have another 14-win season or a 15-win season, and he would have to go from being the reason why they won those games late in games to the reason why they won those games over their entirety.
453 has a good point here. What would Bo Nix's numbers be if his receivers didn't lead the league in drops? Because they did drop the football with frequency.
4,000-yard passer?
I think he would have been over 4. Touchdown numbers would not have been anywhere in the planet.
Near 45.
No.
Stafford was just the 8th quarterback in NFL history to throw for 4,500 yards and 45 touchdowns in a season. 6, and this is according to ESPN, 6 of the previous 7 quarterbacks to do so won the MVP that year. The only one who didn't, Drew Brees in 2011, when he lost to another guy that did it, Aaron Rodgers.
Gosh, Aaron Rodgers. when you go back to it, man, some of those years were just otherworldly.
He was really
and I know we've kind of done the thing, and probably not a fair thing to do here in Denver. Really, any market outside of Green Bay where nobody really likes Aaron Rodgers in this era of his career to compare the legacy of Matt Stafford and Aaron Rodgers. You pulled up the numbers. It's not even particularly close.
In terms of awards?
Just Aaron Rodgers as a more Aaron Rodgers are both quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers and Matt Stafford, both bona fide first ballot Hall of Famers?
Yes. Oh, yeah. 66,000 yards, 527 touchdowns to just 123 interceptions. He has the lowest interception percentage.
You're talking about Aaron Rodgers.
In NFL history, Aaron Rodgers.
So, do you really think that Stafford is no question first ballot Hall of Famer?
At the end, if he retires next year, he will have an Super Bowl, an MVP. He'll likely have 68,000 yards passing. He'll have over 450 touchdowns. His interception numbers are higher, but they're not like markedly higher. His interception percentage over the course of his career is 2.2.
By the way, did you see Hall of Fame? I don't think we really touched on that, the Hall of Fame class. Here, it's coming. Good. I can't wait for my victory lap.
KJ's got you, brother.
Yeah.
KJ, what's next, man?
And Jigba. JSN.
On back-to-back days, Broncos quarterback.
KJ got himself over there.
I did. I tried not to stumble, but that was stupid from last night. On back-to-back days, Broncos cornerback Jahdae Barron and outside linebacker Nick Bonito posted photos of themselves in hospital beds following their respective surgery. Jahdae Barron had surgery on a soft tissue injury, and Bonito had an operation that dealt with that wrist injury that's, was plaguing him, and we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier this week as well. So one of the things that we noticed was, there was kind of like a quiet little snap count thing kind of going on towards the end of the season with both players that we were kind of trying to not make too much of, but we were kind of trying to monitor. Do you guys think, in reality, that these injuries were plaguing them so much so that Vance Joseph couldn't really do all that he wanted to do at certain times?
So we know for a fact that Nick Bonito was on a little bit of a pitch count. He was on pass rushing downs, third downs. He was on a pitch count. Jahdae Barron, we don't know. I would chalk that up
his playtime decreased as the year progressed.
I would chalk that up to maybe hitting the rookie wall.
I thought so, but now that you can't ignore the imagery of him in a hospital bed a mere, 10 days following.
Right, but doesn't everyone get cleanup surgeries?
Yeah, it's pretty frequent. But interesting, there was nothing that you would have seen with Jahdae Barron that would even have potentially put on ding, ding, ding. Something's not right. I mean, he looked fine. He did come off the field at one point this season. Last 4 games came up limp. I remember just a little gimpy on one of them. I can't remember what game it was, but
we know for sure Bonito was being watched and being held back a touch,
which has kind of been. Has that been his whole career to this point?
No, at the beginning of his career, it was just, we know you're very good at getting to the quarterback, so we're only going to use you to do that. We've talked about it basically for the whole year. We talked about it in the offseason last year prior to him getting his contract extension, was if you want to be TJ Watt and if you want to be an Aaron Donald type of guy, Myles Garrett,
Max Crosby,
you got to play north of 80-85% of the snaps.
He's been a 64 to 71%.
And even
guy.
when he does that, he's remarkably impactful. That's the next step for him. I'm going to chalk it up to injury for Bonito. I'm going to chalk it up to rookie wall for Jahdae Barron.
And body falling apart.
Sure.
Towards the tail
I think
end.
that falls under the rookie wall.
Yes.
A little bit. KJ, what's next?
And Jigba. JSN.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026 was announced Thursday night during the NFL Honors Show. The class includes one of the best quarterbacks and one of the best wide receivers in league history, and it goes a little something like this. Quarterback Drew Brees, wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald, linebacker Luke Kuechly, kicker Adam Vinatieri. And
everybody thought it was crazy.
They did. So you get a chance to take your victory lap there, Coach. And from the from the contributor, coaches, and former players category, running back Roger Craig is the one that represents.
That's a good one right there.
Will this Hall of Fame class have a little bit of an asterisk by it, or should it not have an asterisk because of how great the class is, despite what happened in previous weeks?
It's a fantastic class. There's no asterisk because Belichick doesn't get in. He'll get in next year. He'll be fine. He deserves to get in. It's a little crazy with all those rings that he's not a first ballot. But like Drew Brees, Fitzgerald, Kuechly are...
I mean, really, all that happened was the Hall of Fame in the National Football League. He basically said, we don't believe in unconventional dating practices with Robert Kraft or Bill Belichick. I mean, it's pretty simple.
So if he's dating a like-aged woman...
Correct.
Belichick is walking into Canton this year.
And if Robert Kraft doesn't frequent strip mall massage parlors that just happen to have smiley faces in their, kind of their marketing.
It rhymes with hugs and rugs. Oh no! How about Tom Brady getting a bunch of crap from his ex-Patriots teammates for going on live air and saying, I don't have a dog in the fight when it comes to the Super Bowl?
He's a Raider.
He's a Raider. Do you agree with his ex-Patriots teammates that go, that's a ridiculous stance and I feel a little bit offended by it? Or do you agree with Tom being now a minority owner and an active minority owner in terms of like making football decisions with the Raiders?
Tom has done things, plural, with organizations, plural, after his time with the Patriots.
To separate himself from his New England days of bits.
You know who else has a little bit of that too? Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different than a Drew Brees, right?
For sure.
Even though Drew Brees was a Charger, but not a Hall of Fame Charger.
But you can feel Peyton kind of pulling for the Broncos.
Oh, Peyton's a Bronco,
you
even though
feel Peyton pulling for the Colts in certain games.
But I identify Peyton as a Colt.
Oh, I identify him as a Bronco. It's so crazy.
But I lived in Indiana when he was a Colt. And he was drafted a Colt, and he was, like the best. I felt like the most consistently good era of his career is, with
it is
Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harrison, and
he also
Edgerrin
authored
James.
the greatest offense we've ever seen in the NFL here in Denver, and in a 5-year span went to the Super Bowl twice, and
so
probably
weird.
should have gone 3 times and won twice.
I still think of Peyton Manning as like a 2 or 3 year guy in Denver. For what my brain goes there, for whatever, just as a guy that didn't live here. I think of him as like a 15-year guy in Indy, 3-year guy.
12, 13, 14, 15,
no,
4 full seasons.
Oh, I thought you said 5.
I said 5.
Okay.
It was
but even then.
He played into 2016 because that's when Super Bowl 60 was,
but
or
Peyton,
50 was.
I mean, Peyton is a Bronco. He is a Bronco.
Yeah.
And I'd say
he pulls for him. I love that.
I think Tom's most satisfying era is Tampa Tom.
To Tom.
Yes.
Like if you were to ask Tom Brady, what's the best Super Bowl? He goes, the one I won with Bruce Arians.
Yeah, with kind of was me.
Yeah,
and
that was mine.
Avocado tequila ice cream or whatever.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. I can't do that. If you're going to have ice cream, have the salted O from Little Man.
Oh, well, that was good. I destroyed that during
Gotta
the break.
love a good salty O, Coach, especially around Valentine's Day.
I could use a salty O in my life.
KJ, what's next?
And Jigba. JSN.
I can already feel trouble is brewing with that one. Jim Schwartz, defensive coordinator for the Cleveland Browns, has resigned. That the team finally announced it on Friday after all the speculation. And the Browns put out a statement, said, quote, "We'd like to thank Jim for his contributions to our organization over the last 3 seasons. Our search for a new defensive coordinator will begin immediately," end quote. So one of the things we got to keep in mind here is even though Schwartz feels as if he was passed over this job and will likely sit out the 26th season, he is still under contract for one more season with the Browns. So they could block any overtures from another team seeking a defensive coordinator. Do we feel like Jim Schwartz is getting the short end of the stick here?
Yeah, I do. It sucks for him, and he should be pissed off. However, a little bit of I do think, though,
I should have been the head coach and they didn't want me.
It's probably good for him moving forward.
I don't like Jim Schwartz.
Because he'll be able to get out of Cleveland and be the defensive coordinator for a team with not more talent on it, because the Cleveland defense has a lot of talent.
He's a firebrand, though, man. A lot of people don't. A lot of like offensive-minded guys will be interested. You have to be pretty secure in who you are to want to hire that guy, because he is a lot. And he's a guy that holds grudges. He's a good coach, but you got to consider his attitude, his response mechanism on display in Cleveland. Is he somebody that you would want on your staff as your subordinate?
If you are confident enough in your ability to lead an organization, yeah. I want the best person at their job.
If you feel like you want to hire a defensive coordinator that has been on full public display personifying the sound effect, then Jim Schwartz is your guy.
You don't think he's good at his job?
He's good at his job, but he's better at
KJ, one more.
I didn't get the job.
And Jigba. JSN.
Well, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins sat down with Nightcap starring Unc, a.k.a. Shannon Sharp, and Chad Ochocinco Johnson. One thing they got into was why it's Joe Burrow's fault why he can't stay healthy, not necessarily anyone else's.
Honestly, I mean, like he said, our offensive line, but I don't think we need a new offensive line. I'm going to be honest. They did a good job this year, and it shows. Stats could prove it. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like the biggest thing, that's more of an off-the-field thing. I'm not saying he don't take care of his body, but that do come in him to play. Maybe he got to do more with himself, you know what I'm saying? So that could be a him thing, maybe the eating, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of different ways you can look at that on the opinion side, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's really got to be a him thing.
Putting his quarterback on blast?
Yeah, there's Cincinnati's just off.
You got to get him on the Nathan McKinnon diet.
I mean, I don't know, man. I think that Joe Burrow and Cincinnati probably should move on from Jamar Chase. I think he'd look pretty good here in another hue of orange.
I was about to go, what are you talking about? Move on from Jamar Chase, move on from Joe Burrow. You're going to get those two guys out of there?
No, just get Joe Burrow, and then he can hang out with T. Higgins they're
and
fine.
they can open up some cap space to get some offensive linemen, maybe
get
some
a
defense.
A little defense going on.
Maybe don't be the worst defense in the league for the last half decade. And then Jamar Chase is looking for a new home. And you know what? Jamar Chase looks really good in a shade of orange, but it's not orange and black. It could be orange and blue.
Would love that. Give me wide receiver one.
Hey, we can dream in the offseason, can't we?
We've been doing this every year for the last 3 years. Have we gotten a wide receiver one?
No.
Still Cortland.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store that has locations in Denver, in Louisville, in Littleton, Colorado Springs, and in Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll take a quick timeout, wrap things up on the other side, and make sure that you guys know what to watch this weekend as you pop some tops. Injury news, breaking injury news from the Denver Nuggets. Peyton Watson sustained a right hamstring strain on Wednesday night against the Knicks. He will be reevaluated. That is now my least favorite term. You know what? My least favorite injury term in Colorado was day-to-day.
Oh, I thought it was LBI.
No, it was day-to-day with the Avalanche because day-to-day turned into week to week.
LBI is worse at Arizona State in the infirmary.
It used to be day-to-day, because we always knew it turned into week to week. Reevaluated in 4 weeks. If I don't ever hear that term again in my life, I'll die a happy man. Wrapping things up here on a Friday on the morning sprint. Super Bowl 60 is on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coming up on Sunday, coverage of the NFL on Westwood One starts at 2 p.m. Presented by Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, where Colorado shines on the last football Friday of the year, presented by our friends at Bud Light.
Of the season.
Of the season.
We will have many more football Fridays.
Hold on. Did I just learn something about you? Are you a see you next year type of guy? When you break for the holidays around New Year's?
More of a see you next Tuesday guy.
You can't be the see you next year guy. If you break from the office on Thursday the 30th, and then you're back on Monday, Monday the 3rd or whatever the heck that is.
No,
you can't be see you next year.
No, for me. Okay.
Don't be that guy.
Here's the way that I'm wired as a longtime college football guy, frankly, even now as a high school guy, is old school college football, like really old school, the way I was, like, if you won it all, you basically played on January 1. But everybody, like 99% of college football, their actual season was the actual year as well. So it was the 2020, like back then it used to be, that was the 1993 season.
I do appreciate that.
So like for me, it's more like when I hear, man, this is the last thing that we'll do in football for this year. I'm like, I mean, we're going to be doing the draft here in 2026. We're going to be doing, like, it's not very far away. We're going to be doing, combine stuff, and then preseason is going to be in 2026. And guess what? We're going to play, 16 more contests for the Broncos in 2026?
I do appreciate
plus preseason
of college football yesteryear. When the New Year's 6 bowls meant New Year's.
Yeah, it was pretty linear.
Because I get tripped up about it all the time. Like the 2015 Super Bowl, Super Bowl 50, was the 2015 season, but it happened in February of 2016.
Well, then you get into hockey and the NHL and the NBA. And it's like,
one season.
Yeah,
I agree.
I feel like in the world we live in sports talk radio, I think you actually have to kind of quantify. Like, and I hate to do it. It probably sounds unbelievably redundant, but like to say that like the 23-24 season with the 24 NBA finals, because that's what it is, right?
Yep.
It wasn't. Now the NFL's so weird in the sense that almost everything of consequence took place in 2025, but yet here we are in the biggest of moments in 3 incredibly influential weekends happen in the 2026 year. I mean, and as the Super Bowl gets later and later and later and later, and we're starting to deal with President's Day Super Bowls, which is, I think it's happening next year, is it not? Are we going to have President's Day weekend as a Super Bowl?
I hope so.
I think it is.
It's a travesty that we don't have the Monday after the Super Bowl as a holiday.
I don't feel like I need it this year. I don't think there's anything about this Super Bowl matchup that has me feeling.
You said it yesterday, and I still don't find myself agreeing with you. Like the quarterback matchup doesn't get you juiced up enough. It's a great redemption story for Sam Darnold.
I just feel like it's kind of like another weekend of sports for me this week.
This
year's Super Bowl feels like another weekend of sports. I was more excited last year. I wanted to hate watch Mahomes.
You can
losing.
hate watch Drake May.
I don't hate him as much as I hate the Chiefs and
you haven't
Patrick
lived in
Mahomes.
Denver long enough, brother. You're going to get there soon. You were so close. You're right on the cusp. Right on the cusp of learning that New England Patriots hatred.
I learned it after the game when I was trying to do a 9 News.
Don't let that hatred go away.
News broadcast.
Lean into it.
And there's
come to the dark side.
Hey, you bunch of idiots, you morons! You're not letting us put our Patriot stuff on. It's a great shirt we made. Why aren't you going to let us put it on the news? You idiots, bunch of morons!
Give in to your anger.
I just feel like
I'll turn you to Vader.
You
Anakin.
know what, man? Who's the most punchable guy on our airwaves here?
Probably me.
No.
That's probably
me. I'll give you a hint. Similar height, different body composition. Same college.
You didn't have to do it to that guy.
No. Yeah, I agree. All right, thanks for talking me into it. I'm rooting against an army of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of DMacs that are out there, thinking that their franchise is the greatest thing since sliced bread, ignoring all the controversy. And
you're just the kicker from the Water Boy right now?
Yeah.
You have to imagine the football's head being DMac?
Yes. You think DMac, deep down, is going to be rooting for the Patriots?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No.
I don't think he will. His whole family are Patriots fans. But DMac's been here for almost 3 decades. Like, you learn to hate the Patriots, especially being here for the 3 decades in which Tom Brady just dominated the NFL. Very easy to hate that team.
All right. So, shot Moz the text line.
I would be very disappointed in my Syracuse buddy if he's rooting for the Patriots.
Safeway Twitch feed, and then, the YouTube channel. All of you fine friends of mine. 303-504-0925. Text in right now. Scale 1 to 10. 10 being, I've never been more excited to watch a football game.
10 being Super Bowl 50.
We'll say 0 meaning I'm just not going to watch it. And then 1 being like, all right, freaking okay. If you make me.
It'll be on a screen, but I'll be scrolling TikTok. That's 1.
And the Olympics will be on a bigger screen.
Sure.
Where are you at right now in this Super Bowl?
I'm a 7. It's football, dude. It will be on the big screen, and I'll have what are the other Olympic events that are happening around it on Sunday? I can tell you right now it's happening on Sunday. Alpine skiing, so the women's downhill, but that's going to be before the Super Bowl. So, yeah, actually, you know what? Let's pop some tops, KJ. Let's get to it. On Sunday, now it'll be in prime time, and this should be right around the end of the Super Bowl. You know what we get to watch? We get to watch Lindsey Vonn. I'm popping some tops to Lindsey Vonn.
Is it the Super G?
No, it's the women's downhill on Sunday. That actually takes place 1:30 in the morning Mountain Time if you want to watch it live. So you can get both of them in there. You just have to be up past midnight on Saturday evening. So I'm going to do that. I'm popping my top to Lindsey Vonn in the women's downhill.
All right, I've already made a big deal about the Super Bowl being something that I'm not quite as excited about this year. I'm going to give it a 3. 3 out of a scale of 0 to 10, 0 meaning I'm not going to watch it. I'm going to be on the south side of being right in the middle of that excitement level relative to my lifetime of Super Bowls. But you know what? I'm going to pop my top to Super Bowl 60 because I love football. Any football is better than no football. This is going to be the end of a really, really fun 8-9 months of football.
You could watch the mixed biathlon. Does that do it for you? You could watch the 5,000 meter speed skaters. That's the long track. It's a little bit less
not quite as physical.
Yeah. You could watch some ski jumping, see if people have injected their schwans properly.
Oh yeah, I want to see if there's some wings.
Some crotch gate.
Crotch gate 2026.
That'll do it for us this week on our very final Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Again, remember to enjoy responsibly this weekend.
Before you leave, man.
What's up, buddy?
You might not love Bad Bunny, but you and me, Raj, I'm going to have my own fictitious morning sprint Super Bowl halftime show, and it's going to be with Glorilla.
Get us out of here, KJ!
our final Bud Light Football Friday. My goodness, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Thank you to Bud Light. They've been a great partner all year, and hopefully more and bigger and better things next year. We've got Prime. Mike Kliss asked Greg Penner an interesting question, and Greg Penner did not answer it. So I want to get about the play calling. So, okay. Sean Payton, nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
And Drew Brees goes into the Hall of Fame.
Good for him.
You kind of think Sean Payton might be around for that, right?
Well, he'll be at the Hall of Fame. I guarantee you that.
I guarantee you he will be, no doubt. Well, no, I guess so, right? That should work out schedule-wise, one way or the other.
I guess I didn't even think about that, I suppose. That actually might be, he might not be there, actually, in hindsight. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that is preseason.
I think we'd all survive a day if Sean Payton went to salute Drew Brees. I think
would be okay with that.
Somehow, Davis Webb, why not a peek of the future of Davis Webb as the head coach, as he's going to get through that. Steve Nelson had one of the greatest questions of all time to Kevin Demoff. Oh, my God, it was so good. So all sorts of stuff still to come. We do have, news that we knew about Peyton Watson. He's going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks because of a left hamstring strain. Oh, my gosh, Tyler. It's what a year for the Nuggets.
Yeah,
I don't even know what to say.
Make the pain train stop is about all I can say. I mean, it's unbelievable. This is unbelievable. This is worse than San Francisco 49ers last year in football. This is insane.
4 weeks. Scott's on the road with the Nuggets today, so that's why he's not on the show. He's traveling to Chicago. They play tomorrow. You can hear that game right here on good old 92.5. Meanwhile, the hockey guys are over in Italy, and yes, Lindsey Vonn. I'll tell you what, man. My heart was in my throat watching her do that run today.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
Because when I first watched it, now I did not wake up at 5:30 in the morning, but I got the Peacock. So I knew that, by the way, you can't ever argue or complain about the Olympics not being on TV. Now I got it. It's Peacock. It's a service, but you realize they air everything live. Everything. And everything is available upon replay. So if you want to watch mixed doubles curling qualifiers, they're there for you.
Do you still have the peacock from the Summer Olympics? Is that the last time you purchased it? Do you still have it from that?
I have it because of the Tour de France.
Oh, even worse.
And I just sort of kept it from there.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. I'll watch the primetime events. Yeah, that's all I need. I don't need more than the primetime.
I'm kind of a sucker for it, so I like the old peacock.
I might. What's it going to run me? I
don't even know.
Add a subscription.
I don't know.
So, the last few days you've been doing the Game of Thrones stuff, and I'm not going to lie, I had no freaking clue why. I didn't realize there was a new Game of Thrones out.
Oh, that's been out for a couple of years.
No. Oh, so you don't know either.
What do you mean?
There's a new Game of Thrones series out. There's a new spinoff that's out right now.
Well,
I thought that's why you were doing
House of the Dragon.
No.
There's a whole nother one?
Yeah. There's a brand new one out.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's got 4 episodes that has been released.
What?
Yeah.
On HBO?
On HBO. So I just added HBO. I added an HBO subscription last night. I did not I let that one go, but I brought it back because I need to watch this.
Okay. All right.
It's like the tale of 100. I don't know. I forget.
Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
I cannot believe I didn't know that. I can't believe I'm missing out on that.
Well, see, you've been doing all this Game of Thrones stuff, and I've honestly been wondering why you're doing it. But now it makes. I thought it made sense. It does not make sense now.
No, I'm psyched to hear that. I always like good dragon crap.
My point is, I just added HBO. I don't know if I can afford the Peacock. The
Peacock.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. There's got to be some way to illegal. Well, I don't know if there's an illegal way to get the Olympics. They're pretty tight with that stuff.
Oh, DMac.
Oh, okay.
Oh, DMac.
Oh, silly DMac.
That was
you ignorant fool.
Wow. Wow, was that a dumb comment?
All right.
Oh, boy. Because there any way to get the Olympics illegal.
All right. But I'm watching that with Lindsay today, and they had some delays, and there's a little bit of a ramp up to it.
Sorry.
And I'm just like, I started getting really, really nervous. And she did great. She only has you are required before you compete to do at least one training run, and they offer 3 days of training. So and one day was out because of too much snow, and the conditions still are kind of foggy and hazy and whatever. It's a mountain, of course. It's up in the Alps there. But she got through it. She had the 5th fastest time. She was going as fast as 75 miles an hour. And I'm saying, I think most of the women doing that were probably going 80 to 85%. They weren't going all out because it's still just a training run. But it was awesome to see her compete. So that's Lindsey Vonn.
Yeah, good for her, man. I'm really watching Lindsey Vonn go out there and compete without an ACL. It's really just my main takeaway is Bo Nix really should have played on a broken ankle. I mean, I'm starting to feel like Bo really took the easy way out. Lindsey could do it. Bo could do it on a broken ankle.
Yeah. Wimpy Bo. I was watching a couple doctors explain why you can do this without an ACL, and it's despite that you put pressure on your knee. Lindsey Vonn is also a world-class athlete, so she's got muscles developed in her legs and thighs and whatever that are, unusual for the average person. And then it's just, can you just suffer through it? Can you get through it? By the way, one of her teammates, I forgot about her, but I saw her train today too. She's got one of the greatest names of all time, Breezy Johnson.
Nice.
That's one
if
of
only
her.
That was a dude.
Good old Breezy Johnson is out there with Lindsey Vonn, and she's killing it too. So, hey, USA, right? USA. Oh, too, I don't know if you caught this, but Budweiser has released their Super Bowl commercial, with the Clydesdales and the animals, and they use Freebird. They use Freebird like America. I was just laughing that they use the same thing we do, and I should have done that whole Lindsey Vonn with Freebird rockin'. So now, Tyler, the opening ceremonies from Italy are on. There's some woman with a wand. She's conducting something. That's quite the outfit for a winter Olympics.
Yeah, that's already stupid, whatever that is.
She may be a little cold there. She's got some paparazzi on stage, and she's conducting the whole audience. What do you have more interest in? Now here are some famous Italians. I don't know who those Italians are. I'll give you a nickel if you can tell me, it's Vic Lombardi and his 2 brothers.
Could be.
What's the Italian equivalent to Freebird?
I have no idea.
Maybe I can ask Vic that.
I know. That sounds like a Vic question to me. Like a song that just defines Italy?
Yeah.
When
what song's playing after Italy scores a goal?
Pizza pie, that's amore. That's amore. The pizza pie.
Can you imagine that playing after Italy scores a goal?
When the moon hits the sky like a big pizza pie, that's amore. I don't know. Who knows?
Check out Nell Blue. Dip into.
Easy for you to say.
De Blue by Domenico Madunglo.
Okay.
According to Grok, that's the equivalent.
Your pronunciation there was slightly better than what we heard at NFL Honors last night.
Verbal. Like verbal.
That's the one we can say. But yes.
Did you watch it?
No,
I actually watched the whole thing. I don't know why.
You gotta be kidding me.
I don't know why.
From start to finish?
I never watched that.
Holy cow.
There was nothing else. I put that sucker on. I watched it until I went to the Game of Thrones.
All right. So what you give me your NFL Honors takeaways.
John Hamm did his best.
Did he say anything funny?
Well, I thought the crowd wasn't helping him out. There's stiff crowd, but John Hamm was not particularly. I like it. Fantastic actor. Fantastic.
Love John Hamm. Mad Men, great series. Great actor.
No, yeah. I mean, I'm not proud that I watched it. If that's if you're asking me, was it worth it?
It just looks so boring.
Yeah, it kind of was. That's true.
I mean, I know all the results.
Russell Wilson was looking cool, though.
He was there. Why was Russell Wilson there?
Well, him and Sierra were there.
Why?
Course. And he was looking pretty sick. Had his shades on.
He wasn't nominated for anything, was he?
Seated right behind John Hamm in one part.
Are you kidding me?
Refused to smile the whole time, but he kept the cool face on.
Why was he there?
Because he's cool.
Okay.
What do you mean, why is he there?
Why wasn't nominated for anything? I mean, how many other backup quarterbacks
Too Short
were there?
got up there, was doing a little rapping, so Sierra got up and was dancing. So they
Sierra was doing something.
No, she wasn't doing something. She was just in the crowd.
Oh, God. He's on the New Year's Eve thing for no reason. He's at NFL honors for no reason. Well, how about this? Our guy Nick Benito was so convinced that he didn't have a chance for Defensive Player of the Year, he wouldn't have had a surgery, so he wasn't even there.
Yeah, that one was locked. That's why they did that as the very first award of the night.
You gotta love that he didn't even go. He was a nominee and he didn't even go. He had surgery. Like, I ain't winning this one. So Myles Garrett wins that.
Garrett wins that.
Matt Stafford wins MVP. Deserved. I thought the stuff with his daughters. Oh my God. All right. I'm not the most sentimental dude in the world.
Dude, that choked me up. It did.
Oh my God. Like when the kids were talking about, you've thrown for this many touchdowns and you've done this many diaper changes. And I was like, all right, you got me. I'm not even a girl dad. I mean, that must have been, I don't know. That looked great.
I had to clean out my eyeballs with some Listerine when I saw that Josh McDaniels got the AP Assistant Coach of the Year.
How about that?
So gets that over our guy Vance.
Yeah.
Did Vance get second? I think Vance got second place.
I don't know.
I don't know how close it was. What else? What else was there? Christian McCaffrey was nominated for everything.
Comeback Player of the Year.
Yeah. Ed introduced him for one of them.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
Well,
I didn't watch it.
They were honoring Christian, what he does with his foundation with vets.
And Ed was on stage?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Where was Lisa? She doesn't get to go up on stage with Ed?
I guess she didn't make the cut on that one.
She didn't play in the NFL. She doesn't get to go on stage. That's good for Christian. Good for him. What else? Anything else interesting there? Mike Verbal.
Garrett Bowles had a pretty sick plaid-looking suit on. Not plaid, checkered-looking suit.
Yeah.
Checkered-looking suit.
Garrett Bowles was like the king of Super Bowl week. He was everywhere. He was all over Radio Row. He's catching tutties in the Pro Bowl game. By the way, I did see the ratings for the Pro Bowl games.
What was it? How many? Hold on. You got the millions? You got how many millions?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to guess 4.7 million.
Okay.
I promise you I haven't seen.
That 4.7 was like last year. That's what like last year got.
Okay. Up or down?
1.9.
Wow. Cut in half. Wow.
1.9.
Wow.
So it is the only thing it ranks above was 2 years ago NHL All-Star Game, which they got rid of. They got rid of that for Four Nations. Now they have the Olympic break. Like, the NHL is not going to go back to the All-Star Game probably ever again. Do you dump this thing completely? I mean, it's for the NFL, like, this is embarrassing. That's an embarrassing number for the NFL.
You know, it's funny. We're having these conversations about the international games, and yesterday you're like, "What has the NFL ever done anything wrong?" Well, I guess they officially found a way to go down in numbers on something.
Yeah, it's crazy.
For arguably the first thing ever in the history of the NFL.
It's down, and way below the baseball and basketball All-Star games. Way below. So
part of the problem was just the day of the week was weird.
It's all of it.
They did it on a Tuesday.
It's all of it.
That was stupid. Just I know they're trying to make it like a Super Bowl week thing, but they definitely should have kept it on a Sunday. Because I'll tell you what, honestly, the Sunday, I was kind of craving football. I was.
Yeah.
I was craving football.
Well, we have the solution to that one.
I might have been desperate enough that I would have turned on the Pro Bowl.
Me and you stumbled on the solution for that bad boy. You do the third place game with significant financial incentives. And maybe a reward in terms of draft stuff for the team. Like you make that third place game interesting.
Yeah, that's never going to happen. It was a fun concept, but that's never going to happen.
It's a great. Well, I don't know. They cannot do this Pro Bowl thing anymore. I mean, they can if they want, but it's literally embarrassing how bad it is. So that kind of wraps up. I'll tell you this though, there is a game, and we've barely talked about the game, so we are going to give the game a little little look-see today. We're going to have Ben Volin from the Boston Globe on with us at 12:30 for a Patriots perspective. And then Brock Heward will join us after 1 o'clock, and we'll talk Seattle and quarterbacks and that sort of stuff with our pal Brock. So that is on the way. I got to play you this the Steve Nelson thing with Kevin Demoff, the president of the Rams. I mean, it was really, seriously, one of the best questions that I've ever heard. The answer is absolutely classic. You'll hear it coming up next. Bud Light. Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Hey, reminder, there's still time to have amazing wings at your viewing party on Sunday. Head to gfhwings.com now and sign up for their Super Pack 60 deal. Lots of options to feed your flame this Sunday. It's in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Right on. We've had them here this week. They are delicious. You'll love it. Check them out at gfhwings.com. Golden Flame Hot Wings. Ben Volin of the Boston Globe will join us from Radio Row in just a little bit to talk about things from a Patriots perspective. Then we'll have Brock Heward on after 1 o'clock from a Seattle perspective. So we are going to, X and O's this one a little bit, Tyler. Talk about the actual game itself. Do that a little bit today. One of the guys who's disappointed by the result, obviously, as we are, about who participating in the Super Bowl is Kevin Demoff, one of our big bosses here at KSE, who runs the Rams, Avs, Nuggets, Arsenal, Rapids, Outlaws. Wait, not Outlaws. Mammoth. Sorry. The lacrosse Mammoth. Got my lacrosse teams mixed up. Kevin's a great guy, but he is the head bigwig for the Rams. He's the man with the Rams, and we're all connected. So he sat down with Vic Lombardi, and they were talking about all sorts of different things. And it got to the end of the interview, and our guy, Steve Nelson, if you could think, I'm going to ask the president of the Rams, Tyler, any question in the world, any question in the world, I would never in a million years have come up with what Steve Nelson came up, but it was an instant classic.
Kevin, appreciate you coming by. Do you have anything else for Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin, first time, long time. I wanted to ask you a question if I could. Did you guys have the foresight to write a clause into Puka Nacua's contract that prevents him from going skydiving with Sydney Sweeney?
So, Nelly, here's the great answer. All NFL contracts prevent the basic language in the CBA prevents you from skydiving. And I'll go with Puka skydiving with Sydney Sweeney. Look, I'm just going to be honest, right? From a team president perspective, if Sydney Sweeney can become our star girlfriend with Puka.
You're Taylor Swift?
I am all in, and he can jump out of as many planes as he would like to. Because you know what? Yeah. The truth of the matter is you don't get hurt skydiving. Sure. You either survive or you don't.
Well, you'll need a media representative there, too, as well.
Well, he's not going on IR
It's not you tore your ACL skydiving. It's either hey, Puka lived, or it was a great run and we love you, buddy.
Yeah.
But with as physical and as tough as Puka is, I think he'd bounce off the ground and the ground would take the brunt of the impact, and he'd be fine. Mm-hmm. So if Sydney Sweeney, if you're watching on Altitude Plus, go skydiving with Puka. We'd love to have you with the Rams. If not, now, I will tell you, there was a rumor, and you didn't mean to go here. I think it was a rumor a month ago that she was dating Christian Brown.
I saw that.
And I'm like, you know what? We just need, God bless. I'm not sure. Maybe Gavin Brindley's single. I don't want to screw up the Avs. Yeah. But Sydney Sweeney's just going to rotate throughout KSE teams. It's going to be great.
Whoa!
I love it.
We're just going to rotate her through KSE teams?
Sydney Sweeney is going to rotate through KSE teams.
Wow.
Kevin Demoff, president of the Rams.
Might as well call her Kim Kardashian, who is now the Broncos' first lady, by the way. So
why is that again?
Well, she's dating Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, right.
So Kim Kardashian is now taking over as the Broncos' first lady, which has doomed us all. But if Sydney Sweeney wants to take over for the Rams, much like Tay-Tay is taking over for the Chiefs, every team needs their first lady.
So many great nuggets. Steve Nelson is here. Steve, where did you come up with that one?
DMac, I am chronically online, so I saw all the attempts by Puka Nacua to contact Sydney
Sweeney. He landed it, though, right?
Did he? I didn't see. I saw the initial post.
No, I thought he landed it. They were supposed to meet on Tuesday or something. I thought they were actually getting together.
So I guess I'm not chronically online
Was that fake
enough.
news?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Now, she wants a man, right? That was her whole thing. She wants a manly man that does man things.
Basically, she said she wanted the Toby Keith archetype. She wants somebody who goes, or Tim McGraw, somebody who goes skydiving and Rocky Mountain climbing and rides bull named Fu Manchu. So Puka quoted her tweet and said, "I'll go skydiving with you."
Yeah.
And I saw that. So I thought I have to ask Kevin about this because I was also curious. Because we've seen players get hurt in the offseason in stupid ways. Like, was it your boy Ryan Clady who busted his knee playing pickup basketball?
Yep.
So we got Puka openly saying, I want to go skydiving with Sydney Sweeney as the president of an NFL team that should, flag some alarm bells of no.
First of
don't
all,
go skydiving.
What a brilliant question. I mean, really, seriously. But what an amazing answer, too, to say skydiving's a zero-sum game.
Yeah,
either you're okay or basically you're dead.
So we're okay. Basically, what he's saying is it's okay if he dies.
Yeah, well, if
he dies, he dies.
Yeah, what he's saying, if you gotta go, I mean, there's worse ways, right? Like
I saw Puka was asked about it on the red carpet. He was kind of dancing around it, but I think this thing's really happening.
Oh, that is so freaking funny.
Yeah,
Steve, you get an A+. I was in tears listening to that, and then Demoff goes, we can run her through all the KSE teams. Is there a young
we gotta be careful on that one.
Is there a young midfielder for Arsenal that's also wants to go skydiving?
That one's making me uncomfortable.
If that's the case, then I'm gonna learn how to kick, and I'm gonna join the LA Rams as a kicker, so I can be in that on the checklist.
Unfortunately,
in the KSE family.
Unfortunately, all the guys in the for the Mammoth and the Rapids do not financially qualify to sort of probably get in the running there, but you never know. You never know. I thought that was brilliant. I thought Demoff's answer was hysterical. So
see, that was the best part because he could have given us just some coach speak and said, what my players do in their private time is their private time. He even threw in a plug for Altitude Plus.
I know, that was great.
In his answer. What a pro.
I thought that was excellent.
Where did because I too am online. Quite a bit.
Yeah.
And somehow I missed the Christian Brown.
I missed that.
I didn't see that either. No,
I didn't know that. Dan, did you know that?
I did not.
So did Demoff just break news to us that Christian was dating Sydney?
Well, Vic claims that. Oh yeah, I'm like, really? I had no idea that was a thing. No clue. I'm definitely gonna follow up with Christian on that one.
Absolutely. And I was gonna say, DMac, I think maybe on some level I took a lesson from you, because sometimes I mean this in the best way possible.
How?
You'll be in post-game press conferences and you will ask the most unhinged questions to coaches and players. You genuinely don't care. You asked Sean Payton about a scorigami.
I did.
You're unchained.
But that was a good one because they won the game. But I did reference the one that went
70-20 was also a scorigami.
Yeah, I kind of give that to him.
By the way, we are getting some folks texting in that they tore their ACL skydiving.
You can also dislocate. You can dislocate a shoulder too.
Have you never seen those guys come into Empower Field?
All right, I suppose there's all sorts of ways you can hit it. There's all sorts of ways you can do something. But lighten up there, Francis. The guy is saying, you either live or you die when you skydive. It's not. I suppose you can twist an ankle too. Don't take things too seriously. That was fantastic. Great job, Steve. So way to go. I thought that was funny as hell.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know if we'd hear the president of the Broncos saying, I'm signing up.
According to the old Grok, fake news about Christian and Sydney.
Oh,
which is
right?
Very disappointing because I really wanted that to be real.
That's fake news? Okay.
Can anybody find me some evidence that actually happened? Because I want that to be real.
Why did Demoff bring that up then?
I don't know, but then he said we're going to pass her around.
That's great.
We're just going to send her through all the KSE teams.
Sure, why not? Why not? We don't want to screw
You get a date. You get a date.
We don't
get a date.
But we don't want to screw up Gavin Brindley. Oh, I'm dying. I got tears. That was hysterical. All right. There you go. Radio Row. We'll get to Shadur Sanders, who was on Radio Row. Oh, not Shadur. Dion, about Shadur and the Browns. We've got that on the way. I'm just vamping a little bit because we're getting Ben Volin from the Boston Globe on. How much attention are you actually paying to the game itself, Tyler? Like thinking about the game.
In terms of like prepping for the game?
Zero.
In terms of matchups for the game?
Yeah, I mean just general matchups. What are your overall football thoughts?
I've done zero matchup thoughts on the game, to be totally honest with you. I mean, my overall football thoughts and the Seattle Seahawks are a damn good football team. That's my overall football thought.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold has been crazy good this year. The Seahawks football team as an entirety, top to bottom, They've been the most dominant team. I thought it was the Rams, and it was the Rams for a long part of the season, but the Seahawks turned out to be the most dominant football team, and I expect them to win against the Patriots. I haven't done any matchups in terms of offensive line, defensive line, who's got the weaknesses, but I do expect the Seahawks to win.
Do you think the Patriots just have a shoehorn in a place where only Norwegian ski jumpers may reveal themselves to? Meaning, look at what they got to do going through the playoffs. And I got to be fair to us. You played in snow with the lead with a backup quarterback in the Broncos. You played against a hurt Justin Herbert. Who else did they have to go through? Or were there other playoff games? I'm missing one. They didn't score a lot of points.
They played Jacksonville. They played.
No. The Bills played Jacksonville. Bills beat Jacksonville.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Who am I forgetting for the Patriots?
I don't know.
Oh, you know what? Let's ask Ben Volin. Ben Volin from
radio right now?
Hey, you're on the radio right now. What's up, Ben? How are you?
What's up, guys? Welcome to Radio Row in San Francisco.
Yeah, thank you so much for being on with us. By the way, Ben, you came here, you were in studio, put the names in the paper. My parents, who are 80 and 90 years old, they clipped the paper out and sent me a copy of the newspaper of the Boston Globe to show that my name was in the Boston Globe. So you made their day, Ben. That was something special for Peter and Eileen. You got that? So while the Washington Post closes down in one of the most embarrassing media moments ever, the Boston Globe is still rocking with Peter and Eileen up in Ipswich. I just want to let you know that.
That's right, man. Hey, those are my people, man. Our average reader is like 65 years old for the Boston Globe. So
well, we'll take
your
it.
Parents are my people.
The question I was just asking Tyler here, how much in terms of football are the Patriots getting flack for? You got a lucky horseshoe where the sun don't shine. Like, you've just been lucking into things one way or another. Is that a vibe that's pervaded the Super Bowl this year?
I think that's the national vibe for the most part, and I think it's reflected in the point spread. 4.5 points on a neutral field in a Super Bowl is significant. Usually these games are a point or two. So, it's funny. I keep talking with my Boston, media brethren. Like, nationally, we feel the trend is everyone is picking the Seahawks, and maybe not even, in a close game. And everyone in Boston, it seems to be leaning Patriots, and either we're the biggest homers ever,
weird,
or we follow this team and we feel like they got a pretty good shot. So it'll be interesting to see which one it is there.
Hey, Ben, we had ourselves convinced we could win with a backup quarterback here in Denver. You know what I'm saying?
We pretty much should have, had we not. Did you write about that, Ben? Did you write about how you should have lost a backup quarterback if it weren't for a dumb 4th and 1 call? Did you write about that?
No. I will say, the Patriots, to go on the road and win in the snow, that is a hard-earned win. I wouldn't say the Broncos should have won. I'd say the Broncos probably lost that game as much as the Patriots won it.
Yeah, we all get it. It's just painful to be on this side of things, Ben, just sucks. You know what I mean? It's just everything about it. But I know the Patriots have clearly moved on. So what's the best matchup for the Patriots against the Seahawks? Where do they have an advantage?
I think up the middle on the defense. I think I keep reading that the Seahawks interior offensive line is kind of soft, the center and the right guard, and that's where the Patriots are really stout with their 2 defensive tackles, Milton Williams and Christian Barmore. Milton Williams had several big plays in the AFC Championship game. He had a huge game in the Super Bowl last year. I think he had like 2.5 sacks and 2 forced fumbles. To me, this is a guy who could wreck the game in a hurry for the Patriots. And so Sam Darnold, also someone who led the NFL in giveaways this year. He had 14 picks and 6 lost fumbles. So the 20 giveaways, most in the NFL. Pressure coming right up the middle in his face, I think, is the Patriots kind of their path to victory, I guess. So that's one area where I think the Patriots might have an advantage. And I think, like on offense, just running the ball and ball control with 6 offensive linemen. Ramondre Stevenson has been running the ball well. I think the Patriots can try to control the clock and keep the ball away from Sam Darnold.
Have you disowned Tom Brady since he disowned you?
I have not, but I was very surprised to make him see that comment. And then, boy, the former Patriot players have let him have it. Vince Wilfork, Teddy Bruschi, Asante Samuel. I mean, these guys are not holding back. It's one thing for Brady to say, in my role with the Raiders, that's, I don't, I have friends on both teams, but obviously my heart is always with the Patriots.
Right.
Like he could have finessed it. And instead to say I have no dog in this fight is a real slap in the face to people who consider themselves Patriots. And they put a statue of the guy out in the plaza. And for him to just completely disown it like that, really upset a lot of former players. And, I maybe part of it is Brady, is about to hire as the Raiders head coach, Clint Kubiak, who's the Seahawks offensive coordinator. And maybe Brady didn't want to pick a side because of that. But, it just came off as very shallow and tone deaf for Brady to say, I don't have a dog in the fight when, you are a Patriot and you brought a lot of joy and success to a lot of people.
But
so
it's
I
interesting.
I think Brady really stepped in it.
To hear. And by the way, the Patriots and the organization, dude, they had a retirement ceremony in the entire stadium, okay? Like, the things they've done for Tom Brady, Ben, are over the top or maybe appropriate, but it's on this level that is kind of absurd. So to hear the guy say, I got no dog in the fight is just like, hey, man, how petty can you be?
Yeah, and don't discount the possibility that maybe he's a little competitive and doesn't like the fact that young Drake May is ready to come and get Patriots fans fired up again.
Wow.
I mean, Brady has been kind of petty like that over the years, like that. So, he always was competitive with his backup quarterbacks. There are stories about him and Jimmy Garoppolo. So it wouldn't be as shocking if that played into Brady's statement as well. But yeah, he really stepped in it, and he really angered a lot of people who were like, what the heck, Tom? Like, how can you say that about us?
It's funny because growing up in that area, Larry Bird never took to Boston either. Not really, right? Like, as soon as he got out of there, Ben, he was gone. He didn't really hang around. And, we have that a little bit here in Denver, a little bit, because, Peyton Manning, he's nice and all about Indianapolis, but you realize he lives in Denver, right? So when your sports heroes seem to turn your back on you, man, that's a rough feeling. That might be what's going on. It's crazy.
Possibly. Brady has not had much to do with Boston since he left in 2020. So yeah, no question. He didn't really, leave any roots here. Didn't really leave an indelible mark. Rob Gronkowski, who doesn't live in Boston full time, still comes back all the time for community events. And last year opened a brand new $1.5 million playground in Boston called the Gronk Playground. And like Rob Gronkowski is still, even though he doesn't live there and hasn't played in a long time, like is still very much invested in Boston. Whereas Tom Brady, who with Mr. Boston, Mr. New England sports for 2 decades, really doesn't have much of an imprint left in the region anymore.
All right, last one. Who's the MVP of the Super Bowl?
Drake May. I think the Patriots are going to win, and I think by default it goes to the quarterback. I want to say Milton Williams. I think he's going to have a big game. Of course, if it's the Seahawks, it'll be Sam Darnold. But I'm taking the Patriots. Call me a homer, but I think they're going to get it done.
Yeah, you get that far, Ben. You got to pick your team. But that's cool. And it's great
to
catch
how was your article writing about the how amazing Josh McDaniels is? Did you write about how amazing the human is in the AP Assistant Coach of the Year?
Yeah, another guy that I guess the Broncos had in their building and then let get away. And, maybe could have had a great offensive coach there, but you just got the itchy finger and you fired him too soon.
Yeah, that's what we did. Yeah. All right, thanks, Ben. You're the best. We'll talk to you later.
Wait to read about how great he is.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, Ben Bolin from the Boston Globe on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Drake May MVP. Can you see it?
No, I can't. If the Patriots win, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be an exciting offensive. Like they're going to win in a low-scoring affair. Maybe a defensive guy. Was Vaughn the last defensive guy? By the way, who was the last defensive guy
to get an MVP? Oh my gosh,
I don't know. There's probably been. It's been 10 years. There's probably been one between now and then. But
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't really see Drake May lighting it up. No.
Okay, we'll go to the Seattle side of things with our pal Brock Heward in about 30 minutes. Deion Sanders talking about Shadur. You'll hear that coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We're not talking about Norwegian ski jumpers. We're talking about you. And if things aren't going your way, well, got some solutions for you with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And we're talking about erectile dysfunction. So, again, if that's not happening, we're going to talk about ED in a way that makes sense for you. It's a new year. I want you to make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. With the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, here's what you do. You schedule a consult. That's only $99. A T and a PSA test comes with it. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. I don't know what to say about your ski jumping. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver. Great location in Castle Rock. Beautiful. In Colorado Springs. So call them today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Are you a dog or a cat? Let's go. We'll get to Prime. He was out there in San Fran. Vic was everywhere for Radio Row in San Francisco, thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. On Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Check out the podcast and check out at Altitude Sports Radio on Instagram to see the best of the best from Vic's time on Radio Row this week. Groove Toyota. So, yeah. Thanks, Vic. Prime Tyler was a couple things to say here. Let's just start with Prime, and he's doing some TV. You know what I saw when I was watching Prime on TV? I was like, oh, yeah. This is what this guy does really well. He's really good on TV. Like, this is what he's best at.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff right here. And it almost makes me wonder, like, you are so good at this. Now that your kids are not a factor, why are you still coaching? Like, what is it now for him?
You're asking me that?
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, I mean, you're making an assumption that he enjoys that more than coaching. I mean, the answer to that would be that his passion is turning boys into men. And I really think that's his true passion in life, even more so than the coaching itself, is actually the development of helping the youth become men. I think that's where his real passion in life lies.
But he hates recruiting, though.
Okay.
Like the basic parts of recruiting, he doesn't obviously want much to do with.
Mm-hmm.
He wants everybody to come to him, and he doesn't, want to. I mean, he couldn't even stumble down to his own backyard and be seen around some of the best kids in Colorado during the recruiting period that was open here, when there were coaches from all over the country that were stopping by, and we didn't see Prime at any of those places.
I mean, you want me? I mean, you just asked me a question. I mean, if you want me, I don't know how to bash him for it, but I honestly think that that's the answer. Like some people are really, really good at things that is not their true passion. I also think he's probably a great mentor in life, and he actually is really, really talented at that as well. But if you were to ask him what really gets him, like in the morning, what gets him excited, what he wakes up for, I think it's developing men.
Okay, but it doesn't. I'm rolling with you, but it doesn't seem he wants to do all the hard work that goes into it too.
Well, it's no. You're categorizing them as the same thing. You're categorizing being a football coach as the same thing as what goes into developing the men, the human being. And I think those are actually two separate things that might happen to just exist within the same world.
How do you become a great, successful football coach if you're not willing to do what it takes to recruit?
Recruiting's different, right? Recruiting's it's a different world. I'm not telling you that you got to like the way he's going about it, but he's embracing the modern age of college football and saying, "Look, man, it's not worth the recruiting trail, the time, effort, energy that it used to require to go recruit these kids, because it's not so much about relationships, it's about the money. It's about different things in college football, and he's embracing a different approach. I'm not telling you got to like it or not. Like, I'm not sitting here trying to justify anything. I'm just giving you the point of view of it.
All right. Well, I like Prime on TV. Prime's fun on TV, and here he is on with Stephen A. and the crew talking about Shedeur.
Keep it moving. Todd Monken, the new head coach there in Cleveland, he hasn't committed yet to Shedeur. So what advice has you given him? Now you head into a new season, a new off season with the Browns.
Work. That's the way you win everything in life, but work. I ain't never seen somebody that's don't want to work, win, or succeed, or become successful, or people follow. He's a worker. He's a bona fide worker. It's funny that all this bull junk they was putting out on him, at this time last year, where has that gone? Where has that gone? Because he's a true leader. He's a bona fide baller. He can play. He studies. He prepares. When he walks into a room, he knows how to win it. But it's just the work. Just getting in there with the head coach, getting in there with the OC, just getting the playbook early and just put in work.
I saw Emmitt Smith kind of being like, what? Some other quarterbacks they just give it to. They just give the keys to them, and Shedeur they don't. And I'm watching it. I'm like, wow, do you really not get it, Emmitt? That's the difference between a first-round quarterback and a deeper-round quarterback. Deeper-round quarterbacks always got to work, like Deion's saying. They don't get anything handed to them. You got to be so lucky if you're a deeper-round quarterback, Tyler, to be even given a reasonable chance.
Mm-hmm.
And you are, until they offer you that big contract, you're gonna have to compete way harder than the guys who are drafted in the first round.
Yeah, Shedur's he's in a hell of a situation, all things considered, based off where he was drafted. He's in a position where, number one, he got great playing time for a very late round selection in his rookie season. Very, very few guys could ever say they got that amount of playing time. And now he's in a situation with the coach that tried to draft him out there in Baltimore. So there's some level of at least interest. I don't even know if belief is the right word from Todd Monken. But there's some level of interest in Shedeur Sanders that exists with his current head coach. So, Shedeur is actually in as fortunate of a situation as he could have ever asked for.
All right, here's another one from Prime. This is about him going to the NFL. This sounds funny now. It might have been a bigger realistic point last year or a couple of years ago, but now?
Before, and I know you're happy at Colorado, but before Shoddy went to the Cowboys, your name was kind of in the mix. Is there anything that would get you to jump to the National Football League?
Not whatsoever. What transpired with my son last year, ain't no way in the world. No, I don't have a... Thank you, Lord. When I stop like that...
That's to keep you from saying you don't need to say.
When I stop like that, that don't mean I'm lost for words. That means God said, that means God said, you're a head coach now. You can't do that. Now you can't talk like that. You can't say that. I know you're comfortable with your brothers here, but you can't say that.
Okay. I mean, another reason might be there's no way on God's green earth he's ever going to get an offer.
I'll tell you this. If we are entertaining the idea of Deion Sanders coaching the NFL next year, that means we had a fun season at CU.
Sure
Heck
does.
Yeah, buddy.
Sure
I am
does.
all for entertaining that conversation again in a real world next year, because that conversation ain't coming without the wins.
Yeah, and he's like, what if I saw what happened to my son? Well, all right. I mean, you guys didn't participate in the Senior Bowl. You were not prepared, from what we understand, for the interview portion of the combine. I mean, you just didn't do things in the draft lead-up process that is very traditional for basically all quarterbacks. And you guys took a weird, different path.
Listen, that's all true. I still find myself a fan of Shedeur Sanders. I still find myself rooting for Shedeur Sanders. He butchered the entire process leading into the NFL draft. The entire team butchered the process. Clearly they did a lot wrong, but I still find myself rooting for him. I can't help it. I find myself wanting to see Shedeur Sanders succeed. So I think it's going to be fun. Where's Cleveland? Where they drafted?
They got to be pretty high.
Like that.
They got to be up there. Yeah.
Yeah, top 5, but it's a bad quarterback class. Right?
Quarterback class, yeah.
So they might not be able to find a better alternative. Like Shedeur has got a legit shot at this thing, and I'm excited to see it unfold.
All right, we'll talk more about quarterbacks. They're at 6.
They're at 6?
They're at 6. So we'll talk quarterbacks with our guy, Brock Heward, and look at things from a Seahawks perspective coming up next.
Guys, the best car dealership in Colorado is my friends at Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford has got the best prices, the best customer service, and I've got a relationship that has gone back a long time there. I think relationships matter in life. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. Bought over 5 vehicles from Phil Long Ford because I know them, love them, trust them. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. It's one-stop shopping. Don't spend your weekend driving all over looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle. Go to Phil Long Ford because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They've also got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We are in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. We've been lucky to be joined by all sorts of people from Radio Row out in San Francisco, and our good pal Brock Heward is there, as Brock is a broadcaster in Seattle, and he is also one of our favorite guys. On the Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, find them at ramoslaw.com. Brock, how's your week been out there in San Fran?
DMac, it's a madhouse. Yep, it's a madhouse. But I'll say this: in the next time the Broncos get to the Super Bowl, and they should be here. You guys really should be here. I don't know if you knew this or not. You should have kicked the field goal, according to 9 million people here in San Francisco.
Man.
And we would all be hanging out together. But it's no longer Radio Row either. It is media. It's Media Row, and it's not even. It's hilarious. I mean, when we were together out there in New York City, it was like there's just a lot of fat old white guys that bring their radio box, and they're all on tables, and everybody's talking, and that's not the case anymore.
No.
Now it is influencers, content creators. Multiple times, just as a social experiment, I just walked around, and there's like hardly any football talked about.
Yeah.
It's all these folks trying to like create content. The sets are ludicrous.
Yeah.
FanDuel and Bleacher Report and DraftKings. I mean, it's like, what are we doing? Like there's no longer Radio Row. It is media content everywhere.
Well, it's funny you say that because we have barely talked about the game. In fact, we had Ben Volin from the Boston Globe on, and we have you on because we did want to talk a little bit about the game actually. But that is interesting to hear that even at the Super Bowl, there's very little talk about it.
Very little. Very little. I think if I went to, I don't know, pick whatever of those sets I just said and said, hey, can you name me 10 Seahawks? How about 5? Can you name me like 5 Seahawks?
Yeah.
Like, huh? Do you know who Leonard Williams is? Huh? What? I mean, it's remarkable. It's kind of sad on one side of it. Like, really? But on the other side, this is just where media is going. Like, it's podcasts, it's content creators. A lot of former teammates that and former players that I run into, and they're all kind of doing their own, like, just blog and content and video and podcast.
Interesting.
And, like, cool, but how about the game? What do you think of the Patriots-Seahawks? Like, I don't know. I haven't really paid much attention. It's pretty wild. Pretty stinking wild.
Hey, Brock, what Sam Darnold has done this year has been pretty remarkable. And I'll never forget when Broncos made the trade for Russell Wilson. You're one of the first Seahawks insiders that we had on our show, and you're like, just wait. You might not be buying what you think you're buying. You got that one right, okay? So I'm fascinated to know if you went back to the day the Seahawks signed Sam Darnold, what were you saying? Did you get that one right?
Well, the bigger one even before that, Tyler, was pivoting away from Geno.
Yeah.
And John Schneider's got big balls, man. Big Stone's GM here. You know, like he could have been the Pittsburgh Steelers and won 8 or 9 games like every year and make the playoffs to get eliminated if he would have kept Russ or maybe even kept Geno and DK. But he just knew that the only way to do this was to be aggressive. And by the way, they also moved on from Pete and kind of had to pivot there. So John has done an unbelievable job. He is a really aggressive guy. I think you got to know him, Tyler, when you were out as a Seahawk. He's like the most humble, egoless, selfless dude there is. People love him. And when he made that move from Russell, that was kind of the first big, bold move. And then it was. And then it was Pete. And then it was pivoting from Geno and DK. And honestly, like they needed to move on from Geno and DK. And you know what? He's got a pretty Midas touch. Like when he moved on from Russ, he knew it was done. When he moved on from Geno, he turned into a pumpkin this year in Vegas. Like he knew. And Sam was intriguing more than anything else. And we thought, honestly, if you went back, you're like, this is pretty brilliant, man. This gives you like a chance to have a bona fide kind of starter. But in essence, it's a 1-year deal with 2 options that you control if you want them. And if he hits, you're going to be brilliant because you're not paying him top market rate. And you get a chance to just kind of test drive and see what it is. And the test drive has been unbelievable. Like he's the same guy. John, Mike McDonald, Sam Darnold, Cooper Kupp, JSN, Leonard Williams, like great freaking dudes, like all unselfish, all about the team, all about that 12 as one. And man, it is super, super refreshing.
How much is the Seahawks decision back in Super Bowl 49 popping up this week to not just hand the ball off to Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, a little bit. But honestly, DMac, it's and Salk is very perceptive of this, and he's a Northeast guy, my co-host for all these years.
Yeah.
And he says this all the time. Like, you don't understand. Like, a lot of the people just don't care. Like, we brought on Mike Felger, big afternoon host there in Boston. He doesn't even watch the Seahawks. He's like, I don't really like their uniforms. I didn't like Pete Carroll. I don't even know who they like. I don't watch them. Like, you don't watch them. They played in the divisional round in the NFC title game in one of the most epic. What do you mean you don't watch them? You don't care. I don't care. So, there's certainly for folks in the Pacific Northwest, this would kind of bury that memory. That would bury that chapter and write a whole new chapter and win a second Super Bowl in 12 years. And man, put yourself in some pretty elite company for what you're getting done. But sadly, a lot of the folks are just, Seahawks kind of still, no matter what they do, kind of still an afterthought.
It's crazy that is still the case after all these years.
I know.
And how good they are. And they're favorites. They're 4.5-point favorites in this game.
Yeah. But you know what? Sam Darnold's the son of a plumber, DMac, and his dad was a Marlboro man that didn't say a word. I don't know if you knew that.
I did know that, yes.
Yeah, his name was Richard Hammer. That's a bigger story. That's funny. They had a stupid influencer last night, JSN, who's an unbelievable player. Just phenomenal. They get this influencer on the Honors Award, and he purposely butchers his name to call it the N-word. What are we doing? What? It's ridiculous. But again, that's kind of the state of affairs that we're in this entertainment world. So that's not to say there ain't football junkies and the Jeff Schwartzes and the football guys that know and love ball and watch ball. Just totally love this team. There have been a bunch of players that we had through this week, and man, I love the way they play. I love the way they hit. I love how violent they are. I love how it's done at the line of scrimmage. And, maybe unlike the 13 and 14 Seahawks that had to make so much noise and they were so loud, and Richard had to tell everybody how great he was and how great they were. Maybe that's why they were recognizable. These guys are not. These guys could walk the streets here with all these interesting people in San Francisco, and not many people would know Seahawk players by name.
Yeah, there were a lot of big personalities on that last Seahawks team. There was
Tons.
A lot of big personalities. Those guys, they trumpet around media row at all. Marshawn out there complaining about not getting the ball.
No, not seen Marshawn. Richard's got his big podcast. I definitely saw Richard. Saw Hasselback today. That was awesome. He's just such a great dude. He was not on that team. He was more your era and obviously the first Super Bowl in 2005. But it is funny. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it until, again, this kind of social experience this week, an experiment, that team in 12, 13, 14, they wanted their brand out. Marshawn tried to play this I got social anxiety disorder. No, you don't. You know exactly what you're doing. You're smart as a fox. You're building your brand. I'm just here so I won't get fined. And you were everywhere. Richard was everywhere. These guys were, Earl was everywhere. And they wanted it that way. This team is just a different personality, and because of it, it's very much on the back burner of a lot of conversation.
Do you think the Patriots fans, whoever shows up, are ready for the Seahawk fan invasion that inevitably will happen?
I don't think so. No, DMac, I don't think so.
And how does that feel? Does it feel like that is about to happen again?
Yes, and that's what's going to happen, right? So, this team carries themselves that way, and it is. All this 12 is one, and it really is all about one another. But, yes, and you're starting to see more of it today, more of the Seahawks uniforms, colors, and jerseys starting to come down here. And it's obviously a drivable, long drive, but it is drivable. It is doable. They've taken over this stadium. When they play the 49ers, they make a lot of noise, and they're kind of the part that's and maybe honestly, Richard and Marshawn kind of infused it. It's okay. Yeah, stick your chest out. It's okay. Because it wasn't that way in 2005. That Super Bowl was 95% terrible towels in Detroit, and the Seahawks were just kind of a tiny little fraction. It ain't that way anymore. The fan base is the one that will scream. The fan base is the one that is proud. The fan base is the one kind of built, again, in the image of that 12, 13, 14 run. No, you're going to deal with us, and we're not going to play second fiddle. And I would say this should probably be a 60-40, if not 65-35 kind of environment.
Yep. Hey, how much is the team about to sell for?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. That's right.
Yeah, how about that?
How about that?
I guess there's some Patriots fans really mad about my tweets and couldn't believe that I thought maybe the Patriots had something to do with the timing of that maybe their buddies with Jed York and others maybe had a little something to create some distraction and noise. They were so mad at me for doing that and even hypothesizing that could be the case. So I don't know, Tyler. It's going to happen. It's always, like I've got a lot of friends there, and it's like, yeah, we're going to sell the team. That's in the contract. Now, when that is and how that is and to whom that is, I don't know. Go sell another terrible organization. Go sell the freaking Browns. Go sell the, Well, we need to know evaluation. We'd like to sure get another number out there. We'd sure love to hike it from the, Broncos almost 6 to now 8 or whatever it's going to be. Like, this organization's doing just fine. Jody, Allen, Paul's sister is running a pretty good ship. Like, I don't think this is the one you need to kind of force the hand so we can get another big value number. I could think of about, a half dozen or more ownership groups that they should probably move on from.
All right, Brock, we'll let you go. We appreciate your time. How ironic is it that you go out to San Francisco and there's a better chance that you run into Deion Sanders there than in Highlands Ranch? There's crazy irony.
No, Tyler got it done.
All right.
Well done.
You know what? I felt bad about that, by the way, because that thing went. I did not have I didn't mean for what to happen on that thing. I was just trying to voice support for your kid.
It's like I really like Tyler. Now he's making me look like
Oh God, I felt terrible, dude. Tell him I'm sorry. Honestly, seriously, tell him I honestly felt terrible. Just the bottom line is I couldn't be more proud of him.
I love it. He loves you. You guys are great. And go Seahawks.
Go Seahawks. All right, buddy. We'll talk to you later.
All right,
see you, Brock. Not too funny. All right, so Vic is at the airport. Is that right? So we're going to check in with Vic at the airport. What's your score on the game?
My score?
Yeah.
I'll go Seahawks 27, Patriots 17.
Okay. I got it like 30-13 Seahawks.
Yeah, that's similar.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. I just think the Patriots offense has been stalling out. I think they've got Houston, by the way. How did we forget Houston? Houston, where C.J. Stroud played like crap. And then Herbert's got a broken hand. Then they got a backup quarterback. The Patriots offense has really just done a whole lot of nothing. But although they were great in the regular season, they were great in the regular season. But it's been a long time since they've been great. And the Seahawks just seem like a better total team. Are you concerned at all that Sam Darnold is hurt, though, that there's something going on there? Or
Well, I would love to see the Drew Lock show.
Wouldn't that be something?
I mean, from a
Wouldn't that be
selfish,
something?
pure rooting perspective, there'd be nothing more fun for a Broncos fan to feel like you've got a vested interest in the game watching Drew Lock play in a Super Bowl.
How much Seahawks pride do you have?
A lot, for sure. Which is a unique one because it actually was a relatively short stint for me, but I loved my time there. I know that Broncos fans don't love Seahawks fans. I get why Broncos country is like down on Seahawks, but all I'm going to tell you, you play there, that fan base, that thing is contagious. I mean, that thing is loyal. It is loud. It is proud. It is as fun of an environment in the NFL as you could ever play in.
Yeah, and they travel great. And one of the most disheartening things ever in terms of being here and being a Broncos fan and covering the Broncos team was in Super Bowl 48 to just be, overwhelmed by Seahawks fans in New York.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't. And it did make a difference in the game.
People make fun of that fan base because they're like, oh, you're the 12s. Like, you've got no impact on the game. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
And they had a direct impact on the snap over Peyton's head and the way that the tone of that game was absolutely impacted by the Seahawks fans. They're like that. And
by the way, for anybody that's wondering why I'm saying that, I did play for the Seahawks, right? So I had a stint there. It was fun. It was great. It was a short stint. I was part of the Beastquake. It was memorable. I was part of one of the greatest runs in the history of the NFL. But it's weird. I don't feel like when you ask me what like my allegiance is, I don't feel like any allegiance to the Seahawks at all. The only NFL team I feel an allegiance to, and it's because I got lucky, is the Broncos because I'm from here, right?
Gotcha,
and I played here and I won a Super Bowl here.
Right.
All those things build towards an allegiance that very few people actually feel towards an NFL team as a player. But I did enjoy my time there, yeah.
Yeah, man, and you were part of one of the most iconic moments of all time in Seahawks history. It's one thing to play for a team and win a Super Bowl, which is amazing, right? And that's probably the top of the ladder. But to be involved with an iconic play in NFL history,
in your NFL, I played 8 years, right? And there's only a handful of moments of my career that are kind of immortalized in NFL history.
Yeah.
Winning the Super Bowl is obviously on that list. Beastquake, that's the second highest. That's the second highest immortalized moment in my career.
How often does that pop up?
Well, it's every year for sure. I mean, every single year
So
you've
at
got
least,
the anniversary.
Yeah,
of it.
At least once a year. But I think that bad boy pops up just for.
It feels like it's nonstop,
right? It feels like just every now and then we're doing nothing.
Yeah.
Just like, oh well, there that is. All right, that was great from Brock. We both think the Seahawks are going to win. You know, I don't got a dog in the hunt. I'm like Tom Brady. But Peter and Eileen will be pulling for the Patriots, so
they're 4.5-point favorites, by the way.
Seahawks are. Yeah, it's weird that they got to play with that. I think they've been used to being kind of an underdog, so I think that's a little bit of a different role for them. But I'll agree with Brock on something else too. When we're watching highlights of the Super Bowl and stuff, how much stuff are we actually seeing from the players? Like hardly anything. Like in the hotels or all that. I mean, a little bit, but not that much. It's all about other things that are going on. I think that's where the Super Bowl has really changed. The game has taken a crazy backseat to just the everythingness of the NFL, which is wild.
There's not a ton of huge personalities on either team. I mean, there's a couple.
You're right.
Diggs, and there's a few others for the Patriots, Seahawks, but you could probably name 4 or 5 Seahawks off the top of your head, but you couldn't name 7 or 8.
All right, well, for a final check on everything, Vic is at the airport, and he'll give us his last check-in from the Super Bowl coming up next.
Hey, if you're struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, maybe you're looking for a simple one-day solution that's guaranteed to work. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine. And when I went, I was in a calm, relaxed environment, just like you will be. And I was working with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And they believe in their product to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
I will tell you, there was a rumor, and you didn't mean to go here. I think it was a rumor a month ago that she was dating Christian Brown.
I saw that.
And I'm like, you know what? We just need, God bless. I'm not sure. Maybe Gavin Brindley's single. I don't want to screw up the Avs.
Yeah.
But, Sydney Sweeney's just going to rotate throughout KSE teams. It's going to be great.
I love it.
Boy.
This was Steve Nelson asking Kevin Demoff, president of the Rams, one of the greatest questions of all time.
Kevin, appreciate you coming by. Do you have anything else for Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin, first time, long time. I wanted to ask you a question if I could. Did you guys have the foresight to write a clause into Puka Nakua's contract that prevents him from going skydiving with Sydney Sweeney?
And the end result was finding Kevin Demoff talking about Sydney Sweeney dating Christian Brown. Listen, it was a fun week for you there at the Super Bowl, Vic Lombardi. But that interaction was one of the greatest things I've ever heard in my life. From the question to the answer, it was spectacular.
I've come to the conclusion that Kevin Demoff, our boss, should be hosting our show.
So where did you hear that Christian Brown was dating Sydney Sweeney?
Oh, dude, if you go online, you can find anything these days. There are rumors out there that DMac is dating Sydney Sweeney. I mean, you can find anything you want. It's everywhere.
All right. Vic was on Radio Row in San Fran thanks to Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. Colorado Off-Road online at coloradooffroad.com. So, yeah, it looks like it was a fun week. I know there were little bumps in the road, but at the end of the day, it's an NFL football media convention that I think it's great to be at. What were your overall takeaways this year, Vic?
How little of the game we referenced and how much just of the fact that football is what you just said. It is the epicenter of American sport. And, there were so many different organizations here outside of football that were just showed up at the media center. FIFA was represented. They had people from the UEFA Cup, from parts all over the globe, Australia, Ireland. Everybody comes here for the Super Bowl. It's sort of like it's the retreat, the sports retreat for our business. And nobody really cares about the game, to be totally honest.
That has changed. I mean, it was always a little like that, but Tyler, I think it's gone. We were just talking to Brock Hewart about that. Nobody's talking about the game. In fact, when we're watching like the TV stuff about the Super Bowl, it used to be, Vic and Tyler, you'd see all sorts of stuff from the athletes in the game. We're like seeing nothing from that.
Yeah.
And
I've never seen it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I've just never seen it go this far. It's strayed so far away from like the topic at hand. The topic at hand used to be, what does everybody think? Does this team have enough offense? Does this team have the defensive capabilities? What about special teams? Nobody cares. Maybe because we've sort of reached that point of no return where you can talk about it all week. And that's great, but there's certainly a lot of other things you can bring up instead. And this is just a place to visit. And that's why so many people here from so many different walks of life. Like, again, Kevin Demoff showed up today, who, runs KSE Sports. We sat and talked to him for 15 minutes, never even mentioned the damn game. We talked about everything else, and it was great.
The Broncos were pretty well represented out there with all their Pro Bowlers and putzing around, going on Media Row. I don't know how much you got into it with other markets, but did you have much conversation about the Denver Broncos and what other markets are thinking about this team right now?
Not really. I mean, listen, I think most people understand the season sort of went by the wayside once Bo went down. And that was the primary conversation starter there. As soon as Bo got injured, it felt like everything slipped away. If you have a healthy Bo Nix, it's a different story. It's a different result. And maybe we are interjecting comments about strategy and scheme and all that this week. Maybe it is a completely different setup, but that didn't happen. And that just goes to show you how close things can slip away and the razor's edge by which we live in this world. Because, you can be healthy for most of the season. You can get there. You can have the number one seed. You can have home field. You can have all of it. And then one injury away from getting to the finish line. And that's what happened. That's where we stand.
So what happens next year in LA at SoFi? Are the Broncos there?
Well, the Broncos go to the starting line like everybody else. I think Kevin put it perfectly. The Rams were destined to get here this year. They were healthy. They They had an offense that you could die for. They had every opportunity, and what happened? They lost. So next year, you can't make any guarantees. You're back at the starting line. My goodness, there's so many sirens in this city. Every freaking minute there's a siren.
Yeah, by the way, I saw you and Jesse, and from as much as I ride my bike, Vic and Jesse are much better cyclists than I am. Both of them are. And I was a little jealous, though, because what, you guys rent bicycles? Is that what you guys did?
Yeah, we rented them. Jesse showed me this place over here. I never even thought about it, but Jesse did it last time he was here. We rented bikes in the downtown area. We rode the perimeter of San Francisco and then went across the Golden Gate Bridge into San Marin. I didn't order one, Jesse, if you want to order one. We went into San Marin County and did a couple hills over there. Jesse threw up.
Yes, I was.
And came back.
Jesse, who's in great shape, threw up on his bike. What? How?
Oh, yeah,
Why?
It was great. It was good because that's what you. Come on, you haven't ridden a bike, then you don't push yourself enough if you don't.
Well, hold on, time out.
I mean, those hills are that's some legit hill work out there.
I get it. So that's my question, I guess. Were you guys really pushing yourselves that hard?
I was going as hard as I could, and I know Jesse was too. I mean, I don't just ride a bike for fun. I don't understand the whole, hey, let's go have fun for scene. I ride to work out. That's how I ride.
Well, you're a great cyclist, and you're in great shape, so I believe that. I'm just like, wow, you were riding that hard that Jesse was throwing up.
Well, as soon as we got out of San Francisco, where you had to stop at every traffic light, and you got into, across the Golden Gate, then you can ride unabashedly. You just go as far as you wanted. That's where it got a little crazy. But, it was good. It was healthy. He left his mark in San Francisco, and it's good to know.
I don't think he's the only one with vomit on the streets out there.
I told him, I said, you should have saved it for near our hotel because you would have fit in perfectly.
Well, Tyler is an avid cyclist, too. Tyler's ridden an unbelievable amount. Have you ever puked on a ride?
Don't think so. No. But, I mean, I'm also an elite athlete.
Oh.
I don't understand this. Hold on a second. I want to stop you, and I want everybody listening to hear this. If you don't reach that bonk, I call it bonking.
Yes,
you've heard that term before?
Of course.
If you don't reach that point, are you really pushing yourself on the bike? I mean, that's sort of part of it, isn't it? I mean, if you don't get to that, then how hard are you really cycling? How hard are you pushing the pedals? That's the whole goal, isn't it?
I guess the answer's not hard enough, man. But
things just come easy to me,
dude. The projectile vomit from Jesse was something else. I don't know what to say. All right, well, you
proud of him.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, rally, puke and rally.
Well, he did it before we went out last night. We did, one night this week. We normally, we go to a couple parties. We didn't do it at all this week because getting up at 5 a.m. is not fun.
Yeah.
But last night, we went out with Ryan Harris, who his Super Bowl ring is they'll get you in every party. So he flashes that sucker. And we got into a couple of them. We got into the Mike Ditka cigar party.
Okay.
We went to another party there afterwards. Hey, do you remember, Tyler, did you play at all with Kyle McCarthy, the former defensive back from Notre Dame?
I did. I did. It was brief, but we played on the Broncos together.
So now he's a big-time agent. He's an athlete's first agent. He represents Jeremiah Love. He's got a bunch of these Notre Dame guys. So they had this big, expansive. It was unreal, this party they held here. I don't know how much it cost them to put together. They rented out a church and outfitted it with all this stuff, and it was jam-packed. If my mom found out that I went to a church for something other than church, she'd be very disappointed in me, but it does qualify as a trip to church.
What do you do, Vic, when the music's thumping and everybody's shoulder to shoulder and you're just what do you do? What are you doing there?
I feel very uncomfortable at this age, to be totally honest with you. But I was not by far the oldest person there. I mean, most people are our age, to be honest with you, and everybody looks out of place and everybody looks awkward. So you just you feel like everybody else. I mean, and I kept looking at my watch, telling Jesse, when do we get the hell out of here? Because we made a showing and we got out of there. And we went home and went to bed. I just can't. I can't hang anymore, DMac.
Yeah, because Jesse doesn't talk either. He doesn't say anything.
No,
he's just
but Jesse's got sick tattoos. So he fits in.
All right, but
no, I just happened to talk to a lot of people while I was there because it's the NFL circle, and you run into the same people everywhere you go. It seems.
Yeah. Well, great job out there, Vic. And again, I know there were ups and downs, but you did an awesome job as you always do. So, your number one moment. Give us your number one moment from this week.
Either running into the Golden Bachelor and mocking Mark Moser's attempt to become the Golden Bachelor. And by the way, we kept seeing that guy, and I think he thinks he's Jesse's best friend. That was fun. And just that heartfelt interview with Garrett Bowles. By the way, Garrett Bowles was shut out on all those NFL honors. He was up for 3 of them last night, didn't get one of them. But Garrett Bowles, Tyler Polumbus is so right. I don't know of another Denver athlete that has overcome as many circumstances in his life than Garrett Bowles has to reach where he is right now, one of the greatest linemen in Broncos history. I mean, think of where he came from. The guy was set aside as a kid on the street. He was set aside. He lived with foster parents. And now he's running his own foundation, and he's in the Pro Bowl, and he's honored to the nth degree. What a great story. That's the stuff. That's a book. That's a movie. I mean, someday they should make a movie of Garrett Bowles' life.
Single greatest turnaround story in the history of Denver sports.
Who would play? Who would play Garrett Bowles?
Well, you'd have to be a bigger fella. I mean, I don't know if Tyler wants to revisit acting or thespianship at some point in his life, but you can go down that road. I mean, there's a lot of people that can play him, but you got to be a big dude.
So I just started the new Game of Thrones. I'm telling you. The what's the knight's name, Dan?
Dunk.
That's who's gonna play Garrett Bowles.
Okay, Dunk.
Is that guy not Garrett Bowles? Tell me I'm wrong, Dan.
That's a good one.
That guy is Garrett Bowles.
All right, Dunk. Yeah. How about Shane Gillis? Could Shane Gillis play Garrett Bowles?
Not big enough.
Not big enough.
Not big enough to voice it. Maybe a bigger Ernest Borgnine if he were still around.
And on that note, we'll let you go, and we'll see you back here, pal. All right, thank you, Vic. Bye. Ernest Borgnine. Do you guys know who Ernest Borgnine is?
I do not.
I know. Dan? Ernest Borgnine. Do you have any clue?
Ernest what?
Yeah, okay.
Dunk. Yeah,
Dunk.
That's who it is.
I'll look up Dunk. I want to play you something real quick. We'll get into no dumb questions. If you got one, 303-504-0925. That's coming up in about 10 minutes. Mike Kliss grabbed the penners on the red carpet. So it was Greg and Carrie, and had a little interaction with them.
Davis Webb, your new offensive coordinator. Everyone wants to know if he's calling plays and all that kind of stuff. What was behind the move? You talked with Sean about that?
Obviously had a lot of conversation about the different changes with the coaches, and we're really excited for Davis and Logan with him moving into the quarterback coaching role. And, for a lot of these guys, it's a fresh start and fresh thinking, and we're looking forward to it.
Okay. Notice what he didn't answer.
And Mike asked him 3 different questions.
I know. I wish Mike
he gave him the option of which question to answer.
Yes, he did. I wish he just stuck to the who's calling the plays and just let it hang there. But Penner's not a dumb guy. He could have gone there if he wanted to, and Mike didn't follow up. So I thought it was.
I'm telling you, we might get all the way to training camp without them making an announcement on who's calling plays.
Okay. I thought we would get something from Sean this week, but he wasn't present at the Super Bowl, which was surprising.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, you don't think so, huh?
Well, we had that conversation. I told you I didn't think he was going to show up for this specific reason.
Do you think he avoids the combine?
No, he can't avoid the combine, but he can dodge the questions just fine.
Okay.
So, he has to go to the combine. Well, he doesn't have to go to the combine.
Do you? Sean McVay doesn't go?
No. I take that back. He does not have to go to the combine, but historically, Sean always has gone to the combine.
Well, historically, he's always gone to the Super Bowl, too.
Yeah. I don't think he avoids the combine, but I do think he avoids the question.
Okay. Well, that's the next time. Other than that, it's kind of like 0 Dark 30 on the Broncos from now up until the combine, though. I mean, we got a nice little taste of Broncos stuff out there at the Super Bowl. Well, that closes down.
When we talked to Adam Schefter yesterday, that just got me so curious how much money Davis Webb is making, because Schefter made it sound like he's making well over $3 million.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I guess I don't know what the going rate is for an offensive coordinator in the NFL. But for a first-timer, that seems pretty healthy to me.
Yeah, me too. And it's hard to imagine. Oh, man. See, I don't know how the contracts work. But don't you think there's a higher level of compensation if you do have play-calling responsibilities?
Probably not in this particular circumstance. And it was probably part of the pitch to get Davis Webb back. Like, hey, there might be another suitor or two out there. We're going to outbid them.
We're going to outbid them.
We're going to pay you more than whatever they're going to pay you, whether you're calling plays or not here in Denver.
Okay. So we're going to pay you like you are, but we're not going to sort of lay that out, but we're going to pay you like you are. So what's the difference? This is going to be the most fascinating part of the offseason, OTAs, training camp for the Broncos.
If he's getting paid, let's call it $3.5 million.
Yeah.
Which Schefter made it sound pretty clear is over $3. If he's getting paid $3.5 million, Davis Webb is probably a top 5 highest paid coordinator in the NFL now. I mean, Chip Kelly was making something stupid last year.
6, I thought.
Yeah. But that was absurd, and it was like
Ridiculous.
double what anybody else was making.
Right.
I would guess that most coordinators are making 2, somewhere in that ballpark.
It's going to be really interesting. I don't think Sean's going to be able to give it up, bro. I think there's going to be promises and maybe intent.
I've gone back and forth on this so many times. I guess where I stand today, I'm with you. Sean's been doing this for a very long time. And if you really like when it comes down to it, like even if Davis Webb does have play calling duties, is he really going to have autonomy on 4th and 1?
Right.
Is he really going to have full autonomy to do whatever the hell he wants on 3rd and 6?
I doubt it.
With a 2-minute drill, game's on the line. Is he really going to be able to do whatever the hell he wants there?
And who do you think Bo's going to have a better relationship with, Davis Webb or Sean Payton? I just say you can see where this is going. By the way, there's another element here, too. Logan Kilgore, who's the new quarterback's coach, is probably palsy-walsy. So you have 3 pretty young guys in that quarterback room, and then there's Sean Payton. I'm telling you, and we already know the running game was the biggest hang-up the whole year. Now you have Bo's soft ankles that there's conflicts with. Was it just a freak injury, or is there something in Bo's body, Tyler, that's going to prevent him from being as effective as he could be?
Not according to Bo, but I've got that concern, sure.
I do too. We got some nice drama going on with the Broncos. Unexpected. Really unexpected. Did not think we would have this level of stuff going on. But with the team that easily should be at least one of the teams competing for the Super Bowl again. And hopefully we're all in Los Angeles at SoFi next year, because it's painful to feel now that we really should be out in San Fran today. No Dumb Questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, I want to take you to hockey, Florida hockey. In a fight between Tampa and Florida, Tyler, there were 13 penalties called with 11 different players, and there's only 10 on the ice, so that's interesting. Florida head coach Paul Maurice was ejected, and Brandon Hagel said that this is so good for the game. I want to ask you a question in a second, but first, check this out. The referee calling all the penalties.
Florida penalty, number 77 and number 19. Both guys have 2 minutes for interference. Number 23, number 9, and number 6 have a 10-minute misconduct. And Florida, number 42, has a 5 minutes for fighting and a game misconduct for the secondary altercation. And number 19 has 5 minutes for fighting and a game misconduct. Sorry, no game misconduct to number 19. Tampa penalties, number 90, 5 in a game for fighting. Number 38 has 5 minutes for fighting. And number 86, 37, and 59 have a 10-minute misconduct. Tampa Bay will have a 2-minute power plays.
Sorry. It took them a minute, Tyler.
To figure it out.
1 full minute to announce the penalties.
Yeah.
No dumb question. Do you agree with Hagel that this is good for the game?
It's great. It was fantastic. You had 3 fights going on at the same time. You had fights breaking out in different parts of the ice. I mean, how many Florida Tampa games have you watched this year?
0.
Okay, but we all saw those highlights, didn't we? Right? So you haven't
We're talking about it.
You haven't seen any highlights on Twitter. You haven't been talking about the games between Florida and Tampa. You haven't been talking about any of that. But we all saw that. And the eyeballs and in the world of impressions where we live in social media today, that's going to get the most impressions of any event that's happened in the NHL all season long.
Here's what Hagel said. If you look back in the day, the rivalries were insane. It needs to get back into the game. It's good for the players, shows a lot about the character of the guys on your team. They're fun. They're playoff games. Okay? Have we gone, no dumb question, have we gone too far in hockey that fighting has more or less gone away?
I've always liked fighting, so I know that you've been on a different side of that conversation for a long time, and we've had that conversation over the years on our various different shows, but it's been the most unique aspect of hockey, the sport, and there's no other sport in the world other than sports that you're really fighting, MMA, boxing. There's no other sport in the world where this thing's allowed. And it's always made it a unique sport. I don't necessarily have beef with the way it's currently set up. You still get some fights, not as many as you used to get, and you don't have the goons. But fighting's good, and it's unfortunate in the Olympics you can't get the best part of hockey.
Oh yeah, I mean you get thrown out of games, and you'll be gone for other games. So there's hard.
What happens when these guys see each other?
What do you mean
in the Olympics? Some of these guys are going to face off against one another.
Well, some of those guys are probably teammates that are fighting each other. Who knows? I don't know, because Matthew Tkachuk is I think Matthew Tkachuk's an Olympian. I assume he is.
Yep, he's on Team USA.
So I don't know. I think, listen, there just isn't fighting in international play. So, I don't know. They're not going to take things out. Listen, they're talking about, like, this is fun. Like, this is just part of what we do. Like, really.
You see the players, they're having the time of their life. They're all smiling and laughing. They're hooting and hollering at the crowd on their way to the box. I mean, they all had a grand old time.
Yeah, well, there you go. It's good for hockey. Listen, I'm fine with the way fighting is right now in hockey because it's changed.
I can tell you didn't say that and mean it.
No, I am, because first of all, fighting doesn't happen that often, and when fighting does happen now, it is organic. It's very, very rarely in the NHL is fighting like, hey, you want to go, let's go. Usually it just happens because, I don't know, it's the nature of the sport. It's in the culture and the flow of the game. What I didn't like, 10 years ago or deeper is that you just have two dudes that is their role to fight. And I like those guys. Like I was buddies with Rob Ray when I worked for the Buffalo Sabres. Great dude. But there was only one reason he was on the team. I mean, why do you think Curtis McDermott was on the Avalanche? He played in 0 minutes during the Stanley Cup final run, but everybody loved him because he was there to fight. That's it. I mean, he could skate a little bit, but he played 0 minutes in the playoffs. I mean, the Avs are telling you how valuable he really is. I just think the game is better now. If a Donnybrook like this breaks out every once in a while, Tyler, I'm fine with it. I know the fans love it. So it feels ridiculous to be against something hockey fans love so much. So I have changed my opinion on it because I think it's more under control. Hockey fans do love it. Doesn't happen all that often. And every once in a while, if you want to see this crap, like, cool. Sounds fun. But you won't see any of it during the Olympics. On the text line, is the radio station going to make up the decision T-shirts regarding who's going to call plays?
Oh, you giving free advertising right now, huh?
How big of a theme do you think this will be coming up for the Broncos? Like, will we be obsessing on this?
Yeah, it'll be the primary conversation until it's not, until we've got it figured out. So maybe the Broncos will put it to rest, but I don't know, man. I've got this gut feeling that this thing can go into training camp before we get an official decision on it. And it might even go further.
Yeah, I think it's going to go further.
Because it might even go into, well, Davis, we'll see how you do calling plays in the preseason games. Then we'll make a decision after that. No dumb question.
Yeah.
Do you believe Lindsey Vonn yet? Because she put out a statement.
What'd she say?
She put out a tweet.
Oh,
put out a tweet.
I'm a big Lindsey Vonn fan, so I'm going to believe anything she says.
She's tired of the doubters.
Yeah.
She's tired of the haters.
Yeah.
She says, my ACL was fully functioning until last Friday.
Yeah.
Just because it seems impossible to you. That is a weird way to say it, by the way.
I know what she's
fully functioning. That's a weird way to say it, okay?
Because she's referring to a tweet from somebody who thought that it's not really torn.
Right, but that does leave gray area that it was previously torn.
Okay.
Because she would say it was fully intact, right? It was fully functioning, meaning it was doing its job. But anyway, she says, my ACL was fully functioning until last Friday. Just because it seems impossible to you doesn't mean it's not possible. And yes, my ACL is 100% ruptured. It's not 80% or 50%. It's 100% gone.
Yeah, she's referring to a doubter. Or a hater, I guess, if you want. If you want to go to what tweet she's referring to, and I know what you're talking about.
So the tweet that she's referring to, I've got that as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's from a doctor. He says there's a very important aspect of this that we do not know. What was the state of her ACL before the crash last week? What she's doing now would not be nearly as surprising in an elite athlete whose knee was already functioning like the ACL was torn at baseline. It goes on, but that's the gist of it. That's what she's responding to.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care whether it was previously torn or not. But the way she phrased it definitely leaves gray area for whether it was previously torn.
It has been shocking to me. Well, I guess I shouldn't be shocked because when this story came up, you and Scott almost instantly, and even Nate Kreckman had some questions and raised eyebrows about the whole thing. And, it didn't even occur to me that there might be something nefarious going on.
Nothing nefarious. That's not the right word. But not as big of a surprise to her as maybe it felt.
The implication that she's trying to get over about something to me feels ridiculous. I think she was injured in a ski accident and is pretty heroically overcoming it because she is one of the best in the world.
I don't know how. Like everybody brings up Elway, when they're like Elway played his whole career without an ACL. It's so different, man. Different sports require different different forces on the knee, different angles. What she does in particular looks like one of the most stressful positions you could ever put your knee in, requiring constant strain and brace. It's so different. And when I watched her flying down that hill, and credit to her, man, she was flying. She placed 11th out of 43 or whatever it was. She was doing fine. I did think to myself, gosh, dang, how is that possible? Like I'm waiting for that knee to just like literally explode. What she does, that is not comparable to other sports.
I saw another doctor say, because in skiing, while there's pressure being applied, there's not the pivoting, cutting that like basketball would have for a knee injury like this.
Okay.
Meaning if you can stabilize it and just sort of get through it. Also, the doctor said because of the way she has trained and developed her body, it's more supportive of what the knee has to do rather than the unpredictable nature of other sports.
I guess that does make sense in terms of like the angles and the unpredictability of when you're going to jump and cut.
You know when it's happening.
Yeah, but you are under a constant load there.
Yeah. The difference is it's not like catching you necessarily by surprise. Like you can prepare for it and brace for it. Different than in basketball where, you know what Jamal was the most nervous about with his knee? Was under the boards and rebounding. Because you just don't know where you're going to get mixed up with people.
All I know is I'm practically an Olympic skier. And, you know, when I was up at Keystone a couple weekends ago with my arthritic knees for my 8 years in the NFL, going down those blues, you know.
Practically the same thing.
School marm.
Yeah, school marm. As you're killing school marm.
Yeah, you know, the family, just when I had to take my break halfway through because of my knees, and I'm actually being serious.
I believe you.
Like my knees, like it's just not quite what they once were. I don't see how that's done. It's crazy.
Yeah, this last jump, like not this one, but where she's like the finish line, because I'm not even close, but I did tear my ACL and meniscus. That's the one that got me like, oh my God, that must kill. Like, how is she doing that? Like the landing on the knee and going forward is just like, I
know I should know this, so I'm going to go ahead and embarrass myself here, and I'm okay with that because I do that every day. What's the difference between this event and the Super G, which she also qualified for?
Turns. Super G just has more turns. Downhill doesn't have as many.
Because they look like the same to me.
They're close. They're close, but there's just more turns in Super G.
So in theory, Super G would be more challenging on the knee.
Absolutely. Is she doing Super G? I don't think
she qualified for it.
Yeah. This is unbelievable. I can't imagine her doing Super G with a blown out ACL. It's way more of all the things we just talked about. God, I didn't even know she was qualified for Super G. I thought she was only doing downhill.
I don't know if she's doing it. I just know she's qualified.
I'd be very curious if she was. Wow. Well, that is Sunday, man. 3:30 in the morning on the old Peacock, but it'll be everywhere, obviously. So we'll see. Big question of the day coming up next. As we are on our last football Friday of the year, thank you to Bud Light. Bud Light's been great. The official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Big picture for the Broncos. This year was what? Big question. This
amazing.
year was what?
It was amazing. I mean, the entire season was magical. Not magical might not be the right word. Magical would be like a championship. But it was pretty darn close, dude. Everything went your way. It was fun. It was weird. It was deja vu. It was 2015 all over again. It was convincing yourself, hey, we can actually do this. We've done this before. We've won with the defense. We've won with the struggling offense. All those sorts of things. And then it's finding ways to win games. And then it came down to the end of the year in a matchup against the freaking Patriots in the AFC Championship game in Denver. The whole season was just like too much deja vu. And then it would have been a finale out there in San Francisco in the same stadium that we played in, staying in the same hotel that we stayed in.
Yeah.
Like it's wild. But I don't know what you're asking me other than like when I look back on the season, it was so much better than what my expectations were. I don't even know what the right word is for it other than magical, because how do you explain something that you just didn't think could exist in reality?
So do you think the lasting feeling from this year from a Broncos perspective is more of that or what could have been if you made the right call on fourth down?
Well, there's always going to be conversation about the fourth down call, and that's going to go on for a long time. You're never going to forget about Raheem Moore. It's never going to happen.
Right.
Ever. You'll never forget about it. And you'll probably never forget about the 4th and 1. It's going to be ingrained in your memory for as long as you're a Denver Broncos fan.
You know what's funny about both of those things? You're so right. But you know what they have in common? There was a lot of football played after those plays. Like they were not.
Is that right? I was not.
Oh, Raheem got the game into overtime, and the game went to double overtime. The Raheem Moore thing happened at the end of regulation.
Okay, but that's still not quite like the 4th and 1, which was in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, Peyton Manning had the ball in his hand 3 times where the Broncos just needed a field goal to win that game. 3 times Peyton Manning had the ball in his hands. I mean, there was a heck of a chunk of time left, as it turned out. And even more, obviously, with the Broncos, as that happened in the first half, the 4th down. Now, the amount of snow obviously caught everybody by surprise. And as we look back on the game, you realize quickly, Tyler, whoever had the lead in the 4th quarter was going to win that game. It's pretty clear now, right? Like, that's just the way that game was.
That game stopped playing football about halfway into the 3rd.
Right.
You had about 1 drive, maybe 2 drives at the beginning of the second half.
It didn't matter.
That you could potentially do something. After that, game was over.
The game was over. So whoever had the lead won at that point.
Although we did get the gift of all gifts, man. Oh, boy. Down by 3. You got no chance of moving the ball. You haven't been able to do anything. Patriots are backed up. They shank a punt. They give it to you on the 33-yard line. All you need to do is find a way to get about 10 yards. And even in that weather, you felt like you could have made a field goal. And you couldn't get it done.
Couldn't get it done. You know, it's funny when I think back on that 2012 season, I don't think of it as a magical season. I probably should, because Peyton Manning had arrived. They got a slow start, but then they ended up winning 10 games in a row. I mean, it was actually pretty amazing that season. I don't think about that at all. I just think about the double overtime loss to the Ravens, Raheem Moore, how cold it was. Like, I have a hard time picturing that whole season as its own independent thing. Yeah, it's going to be hard for me to get over this one, too, in the 4th down. It's going to be hard. I can't think of it in total as magical right now. I'm stuck on the 4th down.
Well, I guess the reason why I use the word magical is that it was a season that I couldn't have dreamt of. Like, I could dream of Peyton Manning being in the playoffs. I could dream of Peyton Manning being in big games. That's not hard to dream about. We're sitting here talking about our expectations, doing our predictions before the season ever begins. Mm-hmm. Even the most optimistic folks couldn't have ever dreamt of the season that the Broncos had this year.
Would it feel better if the Patriots were actually to win, as the Ravens did win in 2012, and you could say to yourself, all right, well...
Nah, for me, it almost makes me feel worse. because part of what is making me not feel like, wow, what coulda, shoulda, woulda, is that I don't think you really had a fighting chance against the Seahawks. So had you made the Super Bowl, you probably were going to get beat by this team because they're so much better than you. And if the Patriots actually go out there and beat the Seahawks, then I'd be like, damn, I was wrong. Yeah, I guess maybe you could have beat the Seahawks. And then to me, it makes it just that much more painful.
Okay, interesting. See, I would take it if the Patriots were to win, it would say like, hey, man, look how close we really were, which is painful.
I know, but that's my point. That's actually my entire point. I can live with what happened because in my brain, I don't think this team had a fighting shot against the Seahawks. Patriots go out there and win, and it just compounds the pain.
Bigger story for the Broncos in the offseason. Free agency, the draft, or who's going to call the plays?
Listen, there's one conversation that's going to carry us throughout the offseason, and that's going to be the play calling. That will carry this station, every media outlet, from now until we've got football in front of us.
Because no matter what we hear, we're not really going to believe it.
But we're really it really is not that important of a conversation because we don't really know how it's all going to unfold, even if they announce that Davis Webb is calling the plays. So free agency this year is going to be huge. You're drafted at number 30. You need playmakers. You need difference makers. The opportunity of getting a day one playmaker in the draft this year is very low. So that means it's got to come in free agency or it's got to come via a trade. And it puts the priority in a year, which happens to coincide, by the way. The timing of it's great because you got plenty of money available. The cap space is you got plenty. You got $30 million as it stands today. You can make another $20 million like that by restructuring a couple contracts. You could spend up to $50 million if you really wanted to.
I was listening to the morning sprint and they were playing audio of Jamar Chase, I think. And he was questioning Joe Burrow's eating habits and the serious nature that he takes his training in the offseason, questioning it. And I'm like, oh, well, that's...
No, he couldn't have been... Stop. I haven't heard it, but I don't even believe you.
I'm telling you.
He had to have been playing.
I wonder if I do have
no
that right
freaking way he's questioning Joe Burrow.
Let's see if I got it here.
It might have been like, how could this guy eat like that and still be this good type of thing?
I don't know, Dan. Maybe you can... They were talking about or playing it earlier. All right, I was going to go here and you've talked about, and so is those guys, about A.J. Brown. Do you think it's better or more plausible to get in some sort of trade thing? Because the Eagles and A.J. Brown, who knows where that's going, right? Who knows where T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, the Bengals are going? But you already know that George Pickens is available in
sort of. Not really.
Sort of, right.
Not really.
I mean, they could tag him.
So part of what makes A.J. Brown appealing to me is that if you want him, you can get him. If you want A.J. Brown, put an offer in front of the Eagles that is compelling, and he is now your player. He now belongs to you. He is your property. You own the rights to A.J. Brown. If you want that, that could be your player. George Pickens, it's not that simple. He's a free agent. He might get franchised. He might re-sign with the Cowboys. He might not like Sean Payton. He might not like Denver. Who knows? I mean, there's a lot of things that goes into George Pickens.
You're saying it's easier to trade for somebody than...
Well, I'm saying it's a guarantee. If you want that player and you value that player, it's a much better guarantee that you could get A.J. Brown.
Dan, you got Jamar Chase? Is that right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
To be talking about competing in the Super Bowl.
Honestly, I mean, he said offensive line, but I don't think we need a new offensive line. I'm going to be honest. They did a good job this year. And it shows. Stats could prove it. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like the biggest thing, that's more of an off-the-field thing. I'm not saying he don't take care of his body, but that do come in him to play. Maybe he got to do more with himself. You know what I'm saying? So that could be a him thing, maybe the eating. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of different ways you can look at that on the opinion side, but, at the end of the day, it's really got to be a him thing.
All right.
He wasn't joking around there.
No.
Maybe the eating. I'm not saying he doesn't take care of himself, but, maybe the eating.
Yeah, that one surprises me. You're right.
Maybe the eating.
Yeah. But
is that the issue with Joe Burrow, the eating? Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know.
I don't know. I have no idea.
But back to the George Pickens, A.J. Brown thing.
Yeah.
So, listen, a lot of people don't like A.J. Brown because there's drama. True. Yep, there's some drama involved with A.J. Brown. Guess who else there's drama involved with? George Pickens. So the two best available are both coming with drama. And pick your poison. You know what? Sometimes you got to deal with a little bit of drama. And if your locker room is as good as you think it is right now, then your locker room should be able to absorb a diva and keep a diva in check. If a diva takes over the locker room wasn't that good anyways.
Okay, well, taking a breath. We'll watch the game, sort of chill for a little bit. But I'll be excited to get back into all the stuff we love. I'll be excited to figure out the combine, watch all that. The Senior Bowl to me was like, man, I didn't really care. Sometimes I've sometimes the Senior Bowl's been fun, but this year just, I don't know. It felt like an afterthought. But I'll be getting into the combine. I do think free agency for the Broncos will be more impactful than ever, and I think it'll be way more impactful. Not that I don't love the draft, because I do, but I think it'll be way more impactful than the draft this year for the Broncos. And free agency is fast. Like, it comes on you pretty fast. It happens pretty fast. And then that's that. The draft seems to drag and go on and on and on and on and on. But it'll be high impact this year for the Broncos, big time. Super Bowl 60 is on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 this Sunday. Coverage from the NFL on Westwood 1 starts at 2 o'clock. Presented by Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers where Colorado shines. More on the NFL and NFL honors. Dan Buds Quince Tanner coming up next. Hey, men, it's the new year and time to improve your health with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's your resolution doing? If you're struggling with it just a little bit, you're not alone. And if you're low on energy, not sleeping well, you're not seeing progress in the gym, again, this is very common if you're low on the T. Low T impacts men as you start losing testosterone in your mid-30s or so, and it just keeps going. But this year, there's something different. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help with that resolution. Those symptoms, a sign of low testosterone, can be solved with some help from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, as they're helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's all designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With low T treatments combined with the body composition program, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, renewed sex drive as well. So call today. Get on the program with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
What just happened? How many times have we heard Prime do the, oh man, thank you, Lord, for stopping me? That is like his go-to thing when he just does not know what to say, by the way.
Hey, must be good to hear the Lord like that, you know?
Yes.
Like
he claimed he knew what he was going to say.
He never knows. He's used that. We've heard it 10 million times. He says that when he doesn't know what to say. He literally doesn't know what to say. So he says, thank you, Lord, for stopping
Why
me.
you hate Prime so much?
I don't hate Prime.
Yeah, you do.
I don't hate
no,
him.
you definitely hate Prime.
I don't hate him.
What do you?
I've got very conflicted feelings about this dude running CU's program.
What do you?
I think there's a little phoniness to Prime. But I do not hate him. I definitely don't, because my degree of respect for what he's had to recover from health-wise is next level.
Oh, here we go.
I'm
That's
telling
what
you.
you're going to use. That's what you're going to use.
Well, that's my truth. I'm sticking to it. But it doesn't mean he doesn't say things that frustrate me. I'm scared for what's going to happen to CU's program next year.
Well, it can't be worse than it was this year.
Well, that's a fair point. All right, we're brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. By the way, we just watched the Italian Lady Gaga in the opening ceremonies do something. She was really emotional, though. So I don't think it's a spoiler alert to let you know, in the opening ceremonies, if you watch it tonight, the Lady Gaga of Italy is doing some sort of dance with about 20 snowboarders from 1983. Dan, first story.
I think I'd rather watch the Super Bowl halftime show than that.
We'll see what you do, Dan. Dan doesn't watch award shows. By the way, Dan doesn't watch award shows either, Tyler.
Anti-award shows.
I happen to watch the NFL honors, but I'm more or less with Dan. Award shows suck.
Yeah, but Dan's just
the worst.
Dan's drawing the line on his job. Like, even though it might pertain to his job, no halftime shows, no award shows.
No All-Star games either.
No All-Star. What else in the world of sports that has to do with your job
it's those
do you
three
just
things.
refuse to do?
It's those three things.
Okay. So no matter how connected it is to your work, you just refuse ethically to do that.
That's correct.
Okay, that makes sense. What's the first story?
All right, well, I was paying attention to the red carpet before the award show.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
That's got your attention.
That's got my attention. Here's Mike Kliss, guys, talking with Kurt Warner on his evaluation of Bo Nix's sophomore season in the NFL.
Overall, I mean, we're talking about a second-year quarterback. I think he's done some incredible things. He's an unbelievable playmaker. I think he's got all the ability to be a really, really special player in the game. The one thing that I want to see him continue to work on is just a little more poise and calm in the pocket. Yeah. I talked to him earlier in the year, and he loves to be on the move. He loves his feet moving, which I understand that because he's a great thrower on the run. But sometimes there's some opportunities out there if he just settles in a little bit more. But that'll come. I mean, to have his team as the number one seed in his second year, to continue to make strides, all the comeback wins. I mean, I just very impressed with how he's carried himself.
Okay, poise and calm in the pocket is the next step in Bo Nix's progression, according to Kurt Warner. Is that what you guys see? Is that the next step in his development? And do you have to be careful, Tyler, of getting away from what Bo does best, which is get outside of the pocket and throw on the run? How do you sort of manage the balance between those two things?
Well, they're two different stories. They're two different things, right? Getting outside the pocket, throwing well on the run is a far different situation than having poise within the pocket, right? Having your feet be where they're supposed to be within the pocket, hopping rather than crossing your feet when you're trying to climb the ladder up the pocket. Those are things that need to happen for you to have your mechanics in place. But what in terms of what's next for Bo Nix, it's just more generic for me. Be a four-quarter player. Don't be a fourth-quarter player. Be a four-quarter player. If you could be a four-quarter player, this team's going to be in really good shape for a really long time.
Are you worried about his brittle ankles and his osteoporosis?
I mean, yeah. Obviously you're making that extreme, but there's a pattern here that is tough to ignore.
And his defense of how, oh no, this just happened on one play. I gotta admit, man, that was a little over the top. Like, kind of, doth protest too much. Like, really? Like, nobody was really all that worked up about what Sean Payton said, except for you. And his eagerness to clarify it, to me, strikes me as like, oh, I think you're concerned about it too. Or at least you're sensitive about it for some reason. Seriously, he didn't have to say a damn thing. We wouldn't be having any of these conversations had Bo Nix just more or less kept his mouth shut. We're just like, all right, he had some injuries earlier.
Yeah, but
He's
I also don't blame him for not wanting to be labeled as injury prone. No athlete wants that label.
I think by his response, he kind of got that conversation going where it didn't exist. At least as far as I'm concerned, I didn't even think about it. I wasn't thinking about it at all. I was like, you got hurt on a play. You probably heard it earlier in the year. Predisposed. Nobody really takes Sean seriously on things because Sean's filled with word salad. So you kind of, whatever. It's Bo's reaction to it that makes me question, not only is this something that really is a problem, but it really makes me question what his relationship is with Sean. It'll be juicy. We'll see. Next story, Dan.
All right, well, let's talk about another quarterback from the 2024 NFL draft class, J.J. McCarthy, fellas. So he's had a pretty up and down beginning to his career. Here's his superstar wide receiver, Justin Jefferson, talking about his QB.
As of right now, JJ is my quarterback. So for me, it's to get him to where we need to go, and it starts off right now in off season and getting better now.
What is one thing fans can hang on to, one really specific thing about JJ that gives you faith in him for next year?
I mean, if you look at the film, you look at the things that he's done. I mean, he's done very good things. Obviously, it wasn't the most spectacular thing. Obviously, those are things that he understands, and we all understand as a building that there are some things to work on. But
okay, not exactly a ringing endorsement there from Justin Jefferson and his second-year quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. Guys, I got to ask you the question. The Broncos are out of the Russell Wilson dead cap money nightmare. They've got draft capital. Would you like to see him go after acquiring Justin Jefferson?
Oh, my God. Sure.
Are you willing to pay him $35 million
for Justin Jefferson?
Are you willing to give up draft capital
for Justin Jefferson?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm willing to do both those things for Justin Jefferson. I can't imagine it happening, but yes. Am I up for getting the best receiver in the NFL? Yeah. I'm good with that.
Yeah, that'd be sick. And honestly, when I heard that interview, I'm like, okay, yeah, keep talking trash about your quarterback. Keep that up. Maybe you need to start complaining a little bit louder. Maybe you need to force your way out of town out there with the Vikings. I don't think that Justin Jefferson's available. No matter what happens, I see no world in which the Vikings would move him unless he just becomes the ultimate unhappy camper. But if you're available, of course I'd want him.
The next story, Dan.
All right, let's go to the NFL Honors Awards winners. NFL MVP, the closest MVP race in NFL history, fellas. Matt Stafford edges out Drake May for NFL MVP honors. Coach of the Year, Mike Vrabel. Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith-Njigba, wide receiver for the Seahawks. Defensive Player of the Year, that was the unanimous one, Myles Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
Comeback Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Tet McMillan, wide receiver for the Panthers. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Carson Schweschinger, linebacker for the Browns. Tyler, I'm sorry, but Assistant Coach of the Year, Josh McDaniels, offensive coordinator for the Patriots. Walter Payton Man of the Year, Bobby Wagner. And Protector of the Year. This was probably one of the most controversial ones involving the Denver Broncos. It did not go to Garrett Bowles. It goes to Joe Tooney, guard for the Chicago Bears. So
well, don't leave out Quinn Miners either. He was up for that award too. So go to either of them.
So Bowles and Miners both got snubbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tooney's been doing it for a long time, man. He's obviously a longtime player at the Chiefs, went out to the Bears. He's got to be mid-30s by now. He's been in this league playing at a high level for a very long time. I'm glad that they finally got an award for the offensive lineman, though. I'll tell you that. That's a long time coming.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really have a problem with any of the awards. I don't know. All these award things feel weird. Matthew Stafford over Drake May.
Obviously.
Can't. I mean, it was close, I guess.
I can't believe it was as close as it was.
So, but Stafford was unbelievable this year. And the stuff, I mean, he didn't win the award because of it. However, sometimes, some years, you win an award for the year where it's also a Lifetime Achievement Award, too. And seeing Stafford with his 4 daughters, who are, boy, are they cute. It felt like, hey, that's cool, man. And he did make an announcement that some people seemed to be on edge about whether he's going to come back next year or not.
It was a hell of a way to announce it during an MVP speech.
Right?
Yeah.
So, that's cool, man. Good for him. Glad for him. That's cool. Will Bo Nix ever be a finalist for Player of the Year? MVP. For MVP.
I don't know.
Not win it.
I don't know how to answer questions like that.
One of the top 5 guys. And if Drake May just got it, he was in the running. Bo Nix is in the same class. They were in the same game until Bo got hurt. Will he ever be in the running for it?
Sure. I don't know. You answer. I don't know.
Absolutely he will.
How? Why?
Because they're going to win the Super Bowl next year, and he's going to be a big part of it.
You're right that if they win the Super Bowl next year, sure, he'll be on the list.
He's going to be there. I believe it.
Sometimes you're such a cornball.
Will Bo Nix get a big contract?
Yeah, he's going to get that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that one's easier. He's probably already played himself into the territory of it's too scary to move on from.
You're not worried about his chalky ankles.
Well, yes, I am. I don't think it's going to prevent him from getting a new contract, though.
You don't? He's probably a little worried about it. Oh, God, would that be the worst, though? Can you imagine if the Broncos sink all sorts of guaranteed money into him and he's never healthy? That would be such a freaking nightmare.
He's still got work that needs to be done, by the way. Like he's trending in the right direction to get this big contract, but there's work that needs to be done, and a lot of things change. I hate to bring it up, but look at how quickly things change for C.J. Stroud. Things change quick in the NFL.
You think that's a permanent change for Stroud?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, that's like this is who he's going to be?
Probably.
Oh, ouch. Ouch. Why?
Well,
NFL's got him figured out.
I think you see guys have a natural progression from not very good to good, and that's far more sustainable than guys that come out the gates hot, have a regression, and then try to find their way back to the peak.
All right, I got a fun one for you. Who has a better NFL career, C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young?
I don't know. Bryce is still in a bad organization. I know they had a good year, but that organization, that owner's playing fantasy football out there. Neither one of them are probably going to be particularly memorable.
Out of the 2018 quarterback draft class, which was pretty significant, can you believe that it might be Sam Darnold that is first to get a Super Bowl championship?
Who are the others?
Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Josh Rosen. But, out of those 4 significant players, who are all big-time starters for their teams, although Darnold and Mayfield obviously bounced around. But they're all 4 big-time QBs.
Yeah, man, the NFL's not linear. Everybody thinks it is. It's like my favorite phrase. It's just not linear. Weird things happen. Josh Allen, at some point, it doesn't mean he's going to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
How about this one? Would you rather pick, if you could go back to that draft, would you take Sam Darnold or Lamar Jackson after Josh Allen presumably goes first?
Oh, if we're just redoing the draft?
Yeah, if you're redoing that draft, Jackson and Darnold are both available.
So we're the Broncos?
Sure.
So Allen's gone.
Everybody else is
a fun
left.
game. We're at 5. And they're all left. Who, knowing what we know now, who would we want?
Right. Who would you take second?
Allen's gone. Who would we take second?
Baker Mayfield, baby. Let's go.
That is well, I'll tell you who John Elway would have taken is Sam Darnold for sure. Like, Elway was really high on Darnold. That was their favorite guy that year. No doubt about it. Zero doubt about it.
Elway told us it was Allen.
Well, he said it was his greatest mistake. But leading up to...
He told us that he loved him.
Yeah. Leading up to the draft, the word
you love to call him a liar.
The word on the did they love him? They didn't love him that much.
All I know is he told me he loved him.
Okay. Well, then he should have picked him. Should have trusted his gut. The story, too, is the reason why Drew Lock was taken in the second round is because Elway wanted him, and he got talked out of that, too. And then to pacify Elway, they took him in the second round, which, again, like, what was the point? And he wasn't even the first pick of the second round. They took Dalton Reisner first, and then they took Drew Lock. Boy, would that be something if Drew Lock is just out on that field?
It'd be fun. I'd love that. God, that'd be a blast.
Wouldn't that be unbelievable?
You know what? I bet he'd go out there without fear. I don't know if he'd do well, but I bet he'd play without fear.
You know, I like Drew. He didn't work out here. I think he was put in a really tough spot. I don't think he was supported all that well. He got caught up in the silliness of the COVID stuff, resulting in the worst moment ever in Broncos history. But I actually like Drew, you know? I think he was a little immature when he was here, Tyler. He just wasn't quite ready for it. But I don't think he was supported all that well either. But I think he was a good dude. Like, you know, I don't have any ill feelings about Drew Lock. I root for him.
I like Drew, too. He's got a good personality. He was a goofball. He wasn't a leader, but there was nothing about Drew that I disliked as a human being.
And I like Teddy Bridgewater, too. You know, it's a lot of these guys were just put in, like, remember when Brock Osweiler came back here? Like, Brock was he had no chance. That they were a terrible team. They were going through a horrible time. He got 3 starts. They got massacred in all 3 games that he was here. Like, the team, I'm telling you, man, my big takeaway from everything, top to bottom, if we're just summing up this year, is thank God we have the ownership group that we have, and look how many things are better because of it. And if there's little dramas here and there, this is a drop in the bucket compared to what the Broncos were. And if our first world problems are having some belly aches about not making it in the 4th down in the AFC Championship game, what were we doing, Tyler, doing this job for the past few years before this ownership group? Holy cow. We've been talking for like 2 months about the draft at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You know what we didn't get this year as broadcasters and Broncos fans? You know what we didn't get? We didn't get this week. So this week is a little painful. But we got everything else. We literally got everything else except for this week. And I'll take that, man. You know what? Just to be fair, looking back on the season, we should be grateful for a great year. You're right.
Heck yeah.
You're right.
It was magical.
You're right. It's PhD on 92.5. Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Roger Craig, and Adam Vinatieri. Those are your players that are going in the Hall of Fame. What do you think about the class?
Sounds like a bunch of Hall of Famers to me.
Vinatieri, kicker?
Sure, I don't know. I'm not deep in the kicker world. How many kickers do we got in the Hall of Fame?
Not a lot. That's a good question. I know Jan Stenerud is in there. Jim Thorpe is in there, but he was more of a player, but he also kicked. I don't know, man. Not a lot.
Well, the hard part is you're like, all right, is that taking a spot from some? There's 4. There's only 4. Wow. There's only 4 kickers ever in the Hall of Fame?
Well, Jan Stenerud, I don't even know if they include Jim Thorpe, but he was a kicker. Who else do they put in there?
You've got Morton Anderson.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah.
Lou Groza.
I forgot about him. That's an old one.
And a kicker who also played quarterback.
Well, that's Jim Thorpe, right? No?
No.
Am I wrong on that?
Well, I don't.
Jim Plunkett? No, not Jim Plunkett.
George Blanda.
George Blanda. That's right. George Blanda. That's right. I should have known that. Yep. Yeah, I mean, back in the day.
I guess punters are a different category.
Punters, there's even fewer punters. Well, I don't know if there's fewer. Ray Guy's in there. It's the only punter I can think of who's in the Hall of Fame is Ray Guy. Anybody else?
He is the only punter in the Hall of Fame.
Look at that.
There you go.
Look at that. So, pretty,
I think,
select class right there for Adam Vinatieri.
Yeah, good for him. I mean, probably worthy of it. I'm sure there's other kickers that have been worthy of it.
I mean, he hit one of the most important field goals ever. And that snow game against the Raiders.
You know, I give a guy like Luke Kuechly a lot of credit because there's no real reason why he would be a household name unless you just know ball, unless you just know how good that dude was. That dude was so freaking good. He was so smart. He identified plays pre-snap. He was waiting where the play was supposed to be before the play ever got there.
Didn't play that long though. I mean, overall.
But that dude was good. How many years was it?
Oh, Luke Kuechly, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, something like that.
No, really?
I don't know. I'm just guessing. I always think of him as like an incredible player who played for a pretty short period of time because he had, the head issues, obviously. And, you remember him from being concussed and the very emotional way he was on the sideline. And now I always felt like Luke Kuechly just tapped out a little bit early. I don't know, though, off the top of my head. Am I wrong? Did he play like 12 years and I'm just missing it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many years he played. It probably was not nearly as long as it should have been if it weren't for the concussion.
I guess
that dude was so good.
Yeah, that's my Luke Kuechly feeling is it was cut short.
But my point with that was that I was really just trying to give credit to the Hall and the voters on getting it right. Like the dude, who cares how long he played?
I don't. I definitely don't. I think if you're a shorter career, as long as you were the most dominant player in your position for whatever period of time that was, that's good enough for me. I mean, because that's how TD's in the Hall of Fame. And I think that's fair. I think that is reasonable. But you do have to be the best. You have to be the absolute, to me, you have to be the best for a short period of time, or like a Curtis Martin, you have to be really, really, really good for a long period of time. But I think they're both worthy of being in because it's
Drew
hard to
Brees
do.
did it for a long time. Larry Fitzgerald did it for a long time.
Yes.
Adam Vinatieri did it for a long time. Who am I missing?
Roger Craig was kind of the older sort of thing. That goes back. But he was part of a lot of – he was the best running back when they were winning Super Bowls left and right.
Yeah.
He was unbelievable, but he's one of those older guys. And then Kuechly. So how long did Kuechly play? Dan, did you look it up? What do you got?
I'm looking right now.
Okay.
People in the text line are saying 8 years.
Okay, well, that's a pretty short period, relatively.
Yeah. I mean, for a Hall of Fame, yeah.
So I'll take your word for. I mean,
I played 8 years and it felt like an eternity, but for a Hall of Fame,
right?
Yeah.
But so what they're saying, let's say, hey, man, a compliment to him, like you're saying, they got it right. He was unbelievably impactful.
Yes,
8 years.
That's pretty impressive to be in the Hall of Fame with an 8-year career. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
12 and a half career sacks. No, he's
a linebacker.
I mean, you're giving me sacks on his stat line.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
What were his tackles a year? I mean, did he ever not lead his team in tackles? And also, how did he change the game? Like, you could make an argument.
Smartest defensive player I've ever seen in my life.
Surtain, Surtain is going to have a low number of interceptions in his career.
Yeah, of course.
But you have to, so he won't have those numbers. So when he's evaluated, you have to look at how he impacted everything else.
What was Terrell Davis, 7 years?
Oh, I thought it was 6.
Was it 6?
Yeah, I don't it was something like that.
Kuechly had 1,092 career tackles.
1,092 career tackles in 8 years.
And he also had 18 interceptions.
I mean, so he had 92, 29, 8. So he had 120-something tackles a year on average. And he had a bunch of interceptions. Cool.
Drew Brees, Hall of Famer, easy?
Yeah.
No brainer?
I think so.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is obvious.
And he wasn't first ballot. And that feels about right.
How many rounds did it take him? 2?
Oh, I don't know. Did you see the guy? I'm not sure. But he wasn't a first ballot. Like Shannon Sharp wasn't a first ballot. But it's all right. I mean, you got in eventually. The class coming up for next year is crazy.
Were there any first ballots this year?
Was Larry Fitzgerald first ballot?
Could have been.
He might have been.
He should have been.
Yeah, who's going to argue with that? I wonder if his dad, who's a writer, was a voter. I'm not sure. Wouldn't that be something?
Does that disqualify you?
Would that be something to be able to vote for your son for the Hall of Fame?
Larry Fitzgerald was a first ballot.
Okay.
Yeah, he should have been.
Yeah. Yeah, they got to change their system here, or Shanny's never going to get into the Hall of Fame. You realize that, right? Like he's
going to get in, but it's going to take a while.
They're going to have to change things. This whole split voting, 3 out of 5 or whatever the hell it was. Now listen, I'm laughing at the fact that Belichick and Kraft didn't get in first ballot.
So what's the deal with the 3 out? Like I don't understand. What's the 3 out of 5 thing?
You can only vote for like 3 out of the 5 guys that are nominated in that category.
Out of 5,
and they have like
break that down deeper. I just don't even know what that means. Out of what category?
They've combined categories with like contributors and coaches and older players. It's really weird. Like all of a sudden, it's like you're voting for either Robert Kraft or Bill Belichick or Roger or something. It's weird. It's like an odd. It's just a messed up system, and it's been relatively changed, and they got to change it again. This is not complicated for coaches. You just got to establish. You won X amount of games, Tyler, right? Like you just got to draw up. Like you do need longevity as a coach. Never mind like a short coaching career. No, you have to have coached a certain amount of time, won a certain percentage of games.
I mean, I think if you get 2 Super Bowls as a coach, it's just be like, you're in. You're in.
That's fine. And there are other Hall of Fames in the world where it's like the PGA Hall of Fame. It's just like tour wins. How many you got? You automatically qualify for their Hall of Fame. That's it. There's no debate about it. You just either do it or you don't.
It's got to remain subjective to some degree because it's not always going to be that simple, but not everything has to be subjective. And maybe there could be certain qualifiers that just you're automatically in.
Who's the next Broncos Hall of Famer? Is it Shanny?
Vaughn.
Vaughn's the next Broncos Hall of Famer?
Maybe.
Vaughn playing next year? Boy, Vaughn went
I hope it's Shanny. I mean, I just don't know how long this thing's going to go.
Did you notice Vaughn's publicity tour for himself to get back on the Broncos this week?
Oh, how could you miss it?
Oh, my God. That's a different approach, isn't it? Like I'm just going to campaign for myself. Vaughn just campaigned for himself to be on the Broncos this entire week on Radio Row.
Yeah, but this also is an off-season tradition.
I don't know, man. It feels like kind of an odd move. By the way, I'm fine if they want to bring Vaughn on. Cool. You know the team. He's not going to cost you anything.
He did say, I'm not going to be cheap.
He did?
He did.
He did not.
No, he did. He actually did. He said, I'll be available, but I'm not going to be cheap.
What? Oh, all right. Well, forget it then. What the hell? Really?
That does change the conversation.
Yeah, totally change the conversation.
Even for me, his teammate, that changes the conversation for me.
Oh, my God. I thought he was like...
I mean, you need suitors to be expensive. So, I mean, I'm not taking a shot at him at all.
All right.
We'll see what happens. Vaughn had 9 sacks last year. That's pretty wild. Everybody talks about him like he's got nothing left in the tank. He got 9 sacks. That's more than Jonathan Cooper got.
How much would you spend for Von Miller?
Oh.
If there's a number that's too much, what's not too much? Because I don't know if I'd spend
2.5.
2.5?
Yeah, a little bit more than league minimum.
Yeah, that's not bad. So, yeah, okay, all right.
Like give him a little bit extra out of respect?
Yeah. You don't think he'd ruin the chemistry of everything going on, or?
No, I don't think he'd ruin the chemistry. I think he knows the role that he has to play now because he was around it with Marcus Ware.
Mm. You want Vaughn back, Nate?
Nah, I'm good. No, we've done it. Okay, let the past be the past. Okay,
there's a good argument for that.
You don't need a rebound with Von Miller. We're okay. It was a great. Hey, he's a legend, Ring of Famer. To Tyler's point, probably a Hall of Famer. Yeah.
I can. Neil Smith came here for 2 years and they won 2 Super Bowls.
All-time great player.
DeMarcus Ware came here and he was the extra special sauce on a Super Bowl win.
They have 68 sacks last year. I don't think pass rush is something you're thirsting for around these parts. I think you're okay. I think you can do better than 97-year-old Von Miller right now.
But it'd be so much fun, Nate.
All right.
It'd be so much fun.
All right.
Just don't Google those text messages, okay, everybody?
Oh, I see where you're going. Okay. Nate's putting other things into play there.
There's a Nick factor there.
Okay.
That I'm again, I'm prepared to again leave the past in the past.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well, that's not nearly as much fun to talk about.
No, it really isn't.
KKSE, FMHD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Who are you picking?
I'm going to be the one guy that takes New England. Yeah.
Well, we had Ben Volin from the Boston Globe, so.
Oh, so I'm sure he took New England.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Shocker.
Yeah. I'm going to, number one, I'm going to lean into the old axiom, if the public is hammering one side, take the other. So I'm going to go ahead and old school betting advice right there. And also, I think we're due for a little Sam Darnold regression game. And
really,
and I do believe that New England interior defensive line is legit. I think that's one spot that Seattle offensively is a little bit vulnerable. Make a couple of plays and win yourself a Super Bowl, Drake May. So there you go. I don't think this is going to be a massively entertaining game.
It hasn't been a massively entertaining week when it comes to the personalities of the players. This has been about as drab as a personality Super Bowl week as I recall.
This has also been like, I kind of feel like the thunder has just been taken away from this game by a lot of things, but like the Belichick conversation kind of dominated everything at the start of the week. And then the NBA had a really spicy trade deadline this year with big names getting bandied about. So that was big. You got the Olympics coming up. There's just, again, like, and maybe some of it is just the feeling of being in Denver, thinking about what could have been and watching a game that would have been a lot cooler if your team was in.
I'll give you another reason, too. When you want to put the players an hour away from the vast majority of the media, guess what happens? Less reporting on the players.
That's a bad setup.
It's a terrible setup.
Again, like basically like Nick Amanwari's ankle. That's kind of it for storylines going into this game, right?
Yeah, well, there's no big personalities, right? Like, really on either team. You got Stephon Diggs, I guess, is a big personality there for the Patriots. But, I mean, how many – I'm sure you could name 7 or 8, but how many casual fans can name 7 or 8 Seahawks players?
Right.
You know?
Right. Yes.
How many Patriots players can you name?
But hold on. Isn't this what everybody wanted? Were we all complaining last year? I'm sick of watching the Chiefs every year. Didn't we want something new?
Nah, but big personalities sell.
Now we got the Charbonnets and the Kenneth Walkers of the world in your Super Bowl, Andy.
Is it really about the quarterbers, though?
You ready to watch Gray Zabel on Sunday?
Listen, I am going to push through this. I don't even.
Are you going to watch?
What's that?
You going to watch?
Well, yeah, I'm going to watch, but I don't know how much. Listen, if it's like 38-0 in the second half like last year, I am a bitter enough Denver fan. I enjoyed every tear of the Chiefs fans last year in that second half. I enjoyed watching that.
That's something to root for.
But you're right, though. Yeah. It was a boring game, though.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
but I loved every minute of it because I loved watching the Empire fall a little bit.
Yeah, but that game sucked.
Yeah, it did. Okay, what if this one? What about this one?
It definitely could.
It could. It's got the makings, doesn't it?
Sure, okay, but if you're a Bronco fan, are you going to enjoy watching it? Let's say it's the Patriots getting handed to them. Are you going to enjoy that because they're the ones that beat you?
I'm not going to enjoy that. I would rather the Patriots win to feel like, look how close we were.
Lost to a legitimate team.
Well, yeah, because if when you lose to the team that loses and loses to lose, like the Avs did the other year, like they didn't just lose, they lost to the team that lost to the team that lost to the team.
No, see,
I like it better when you come close.
But what's making it easier is I've just accepted a defeatist mindset.
Yeah, but
that if the Broncos would have made it, they wouldn't have stood a chance against the Seahawks anyway. So no harm, no foul. You didn't make it. Don't worry about it. If the Patriots go and win that game, now that will feel a little bit more painful because you actually could beat the Seahawks.
I think of it like, do you guys remember 2009 Western Conference Finals? The Nuggets losing 6 to the Lakers. They get blasted in Game 6, one of the most painful games we've ever seen. And who did the Lakers get to go play in the finals?
Oh, I don't even remember.
Orlando. The Dwight Howard,
Jameer
Nelson. And it's like that was one where it was staring you in the face and everybody was just like, oh, there was the Nuggets title. It was right that all you had to do was beat the Lakers and then you walk over Orlando and you win an NBA championship. So there's a little bit of like that kind of feeling to it, right? Of just like if New England goes and wins this game, you'll be sitting there thinking to yourself, Bo Nix is healthy.
Yeah, but
just got
why
robbed
does that
of a
make
Lombardi.
you feel better?
You
don't have the trophy.
That's just it. It doesn't.
Yeah.
That's it.
It doesn't make me feel any better.
Yeah.
You don't have the trophy,
Hey,
period.
you know what is fun this week? Have you seen the New England media melting down that Tom Brady doesn't like New England?
Oh, I know. I thought it was funny. The guy's
fun.
not allowed. The guy's already got enough problems trying to call games.
And
he owns part of the Raiders
He's a
now.
literal owner of another football team.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like the local media wants you to love their town so much. They're just melting down that Tom Brady.
Like us forever?
Yeah, like he doesn't like us. Well, no kidding, he doesn't like you.
Well, he also left, and I think Indy deals with this too. He left and had a pretty few good years in Tampa. Peyton left and still lives here.
Also, like,
won another trophy.
Carmelo Anthony is one of the rare exceptions. Like most guys, if they played here at any time in their career, they love Denver. They almost always do. Peyton Manning is, I would argue, Peyton Manning is more Denver.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
The Nooch loves it here. No airport beers.
Yeah, how about that?
Peyton Manning is more Denver than he is Indianapolis anymore.
No doubt about it.
And he did way more as a Colts player.
Oh, yeah. Most people remember him as a Colt.
But guys, again, you show up here and you're just like, oh, this place is great. The organization's awesome. The fans
there's
are
a
great.
lot of sun. I don't have 4 feet of snow.
But
6 months of the year.
if the Colts were in the Super Bowl,
or 12 months of the year,
if the Colts were in the Super Bowl, Peyton Manning, no matter what, would never say, "I don't have a dog in this fight."
You wouldn't think so. No,
Yeah,
Peyton is very media savvy.
But he doesn't own a team.
Right.
I don't care if he did own a team.
He owns Omaha Productions.
I mean, unless they were playing his team, he would be obviously rooting for the Colts. Period.
I disagree.
You think if
I think once you've got ownership stake in an NFL football team, you are no longer allowed to root for another football team.
I don't know, if he had a portion of the Titans and the Colts were in the Super Bowl, not the Titans, I think he would still be openly pulling for the Colts. I think that would make sense. Your team ain't in it.
Does Tom Brady even like the Raiders, though? Are we sure about that? Or was that just like the one team that was so desperate for a capital infusion that it was like, hey, Tom Brady, you can have 2% of our organization or whatever?
I mean, the reports were that he got 3 times the equity that he was supposed to.
Right.
It was actually a problem with the NFL. They're like, hey, this legally, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Mark Davis was desperate.
So it probably was, in the most literal sense, just the smartest financial decision he could make.
And how many organizations would have given him that opportunity for him to be able to buy in?
I think anybody who gave him that opportunity, he would have bought into, period.
Sure.
I don't think it's got anything to do with him liking or disliking a team. It's the opportunity.
I'm sure he's got a 6 suite in the Wynn or wherever in Vegas. Like, I'm sure he likes going there.
That's a fringe benefit, but even if you own part of the Cleveland Browns, it would be cool. You're part of an NFL team.
Yeah, but here's the deal. I think he likes getting to play de facto owner.
Mark
Davis isn't out there in front of everything. They're always bringing up him, and he talked to Chip Kelly.
He gets to be the GM.
This, and he did
really
that,
what he gets
and Tom
to do.
Brady's going to help decide
Yeah,
the
but
top
don't you
pick,
think he would just? Well, we have partial ownerships for the Broncos.
Yeah, but Lewis Hamilton isn't walking around going, "Yeah, I'm going to go interview the quarterback to make sure we pick the right guy."
Melody Hobson invited Chris Rock and Queen Latifah to the AFC Championship game. She got something out of it.
Did they show up?
Yeah,
Everybody show up?
Yeah.
Wait, Queen Latifah was at the AFC Championship game?
With Chris Rock.
No way.
As guest of Melody Hobson, who's married to George Lucas.
I didn't even know this.
Yes. Look it up.
That's a great scoop.
I didn't see that shot in the owner's box.
No,
Did we not get that shot?
There was a shot of him on the sideline.
Yeah, there was lots of publicity about it. There was all
how
sorts
did I
of
miss this?
I don't know.
Well, I was hosting a watch party, so that was part of it. But
Okay.
I didn't watch a lot of that pregame. I was hanging out in a bar. Stoney's was packed.
Condi Rice was at almost every single home game this year.
She goes to every game.
That I'm not surprised by. She talked about how much football was part of her growing up and how much it meant to her.
So we got a couple little star
Okay,
owners
but
in our
Connie Rice
mix.
is not telling us that she's going to go interview Fernando Mendoza and make sure he's the right guy. I don't think Connie Rice sat in on the famous backpack workout.
You
at Bo
realize-
Nix
You
to
know
make
what,
sure he
though?
was the dude.
She was on the
Oh.
college football playoff committee.
There was talk about her becoming an NFL commissioner.
Wasn't it like head coach?
What?
Wasn't there a
Browns,
rumor
the Browns.
for the
It was
Cleveland
the
Browns?
Browns.
Thank
Yep.
you.
They-
I didn't
they-
just make
I
that
think
up.
they actually interviewed her.
Yes.
If I
way.
remember, they requested it or they actually did.
Yes.
The Cleveland Browns had something to do with the head
Now,
coach.
hold on. That would have been better than Todd Modkins, wouldn't it?
Probably. But this is a couple cycles ago, but yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think Condi knows ball. I think she knows her stuff.
Oh,
She-
I do too.
She's always got her seat, by the way.
What does knowing ball mean?
I don't know. You know what offsides is. Who knows? You know what delay a game
Could she have
is.
said the name Mike
That's
Vrabel? Could she have said
might be a
the
little
name?
generous there.
Wow, okay.
Who was our
I
other guy
mean,
last
come
night?
on.
Okay.
Who was he trying to say?
Verbal.
Jackson.
You think she
Smith
knows
and-
what
and
12
Jigba.
personnel is?
Yeah. Do you think Condi
One
Rice?
running back, two tight ends. I don't
Yeah.
think it's that tough.
I just think she knows.
Okay, now hold on. Could she be Jennifer Garner's character in Draft Day?
Absolutely.
That's a fun question. What do you have to know about a sport to prove that you know the sport? And
To be
is
the
it-
head coach?
No. Just because you say you know ball. Like
But you
that
can-
was your
but
thing.
you can be a-
Condi Rice knows ball, and you were like, does she know what 12 personnel is? Like
You can
what,
be a vibes guy.
how
Condi
much
could have been a vibes guy as a head coach.
What do you got to know about hockey to know hockey?
You hired quality assistants around you.
I'll use your favorite guy,
If you-
John Elway. He
if you
said, I
have
know
a-
what I don't know.
Good organizational structure, good leadership,
You Ted Lasso it up.
fine schedule maker.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. How much did Ted Lasso know?
Hey,
the
They
make
didn't seem
believe
to know
coach.
much.
The make believe coach. How much did he
Exactly.
know?
But he had good assistants.
By the way, are you two going home and watching this? Are you gonna
The
take
opening
in the
se-
replay?
No.
What is this?
Oh, I'm putting it on tonight. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
my gosh.
Well,
I looked up while we were talking. Charlize was up there. I'd stopped listening to all of you for like 3 minutes.
Here's what NBC and these Olympic, NBC in particular, they tell great stories with their primetime coverage. They really do. They got it dialed in.
That's why it's essentially compelling
But I
television.
feel like we
It
got
is.
'Cause
method
it's
acting
sports.
going on
I'll
this
tell
thing
you
right
this.
now.
I'll tell you this.
It's sports that I otherwise don't care about, but I
you're-
care about the story.
If you're bitching about like not watching the Olympics or they don't, you're full of it. And listen, I understand it's got to be Peacock, but if you get Peacock, you realize you can see everything.
Yeah.
I mean, literally everything.
I'm going to be locked in.
So you can watch mixed doubles curling, which I guess is new to the Olympics.
It's a thing.
A man and a woman, just two of them. Because I thought it was like 4 people that curled, but apparently they just got 2-person curling.
Did you see the lights went out on the first curling match?
I did not see that. I saw an American team in qualifying beat like a Canadian team in curling.
Awesome.
And all of a sudden I'm looking at these dudes who do curling, and I'm like, wait a second, these guys are yoked up.
Oh, they're jacked.
Like, when did curlers get in like ridiculously good shape?
Curling is, you know what curling is? It is one of the best, like, I just popped a melatonin or whatever gummy of ever sort, and you're just looking to just doze off to dreamland. You put curling on right there. It's just, it is aesthetically pleasing when you're just heading off to meet Sandman. It is nice. I love it.
And by the way, you want to know why they're all yoked up? If you get access to the Olympic Village, you ain't walking around like us.
That's true.
That's all I got to say.
That's true.
Have you heard about how they pass the time in the Olympic Village?
Yeah, you're
It's
up
like,
against.
It's basically Studio 54 of the Olympics all
you're,
the time.
And think about that. You're in
Yeah.
competition with these ski jumpers that are all blowing up their dongs. Like you need to have something as a curler. So you go hockey on it, and suddenly the ladies are a little bit more interesting.
You know, that's my favorite part of the blowing up your dog story for ski jumping. They're not accusing anybody of doing it. And it's
Because
never,
no one's going to test
and
that
it's
thing.
never happened that they can prove. It's just like, it could happen.
It could happen.
So the story is all centered around the possibilities of it happening rather than anybody's ever done it.
Well, the Norwegians they had controversy around them because they had been moving the stitching on the flying suits to make the crotches bigger.
Yeah.
And because so you can
that makes
sail
sense.
more, but it was like a uniform violation.
Haven't you ever watched old hockey highlights and just be like, these goalies are so stupid. Why don't they just have bigger equipment?
Yeah, they don't have any pads.
They don't have any pads.
Right, they're all miniature.
When you looked at the 1980 Miracle on Ice and you look at Jim Craig's pads, it's like, dude, just get some bigger pads.
Oh, that was the controversy back of Waz time when the Avs, that era of hockey, the 90s and the early 2000s.
The jerseys and everything were
the amount of pads those guys wore was crazy big. Crazy big.
And now goalies are all 6'5".
Yeah.
They're all these
They're all
monsters
massive.
now. Yeah, that's the way hockey's gone.
And it's all very like they got the tape measure out on
Are
those
you
things
fired
now.
up about the Olympic hockey?
Yes, absolutely. I was having this conversation with Andy yesterday. This is how I know you guys are a hockey guy and I'm not. Is because as casual as I am about that sport, high leverage. These are high leverage games. These are medals are on the line. I'm here for it. Like I will care so much more about an Olympic hockey game than I will about a January NHL
Dude,
game.
I'm telling you, the guy who knows it is that boy right there, Mark Springer. I'm listening to him and Raj break down the Swedish Olympic team, and it's like they're best friends with these people.
It's awesome.
How do you know, Spring, so much about all the Olympic hockey
Because I'm a
teams?
nerd, bro.
Dude, it is sick what your guy knows here.
Because once upon a time, he tried to make a couple bucks off it.
No, but he's going deep with the Finnish and Latvian, or I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
but DMac, here's the spoiler on all of that. It happens every trade deadline. They're making those names up. They don't know who those guys are.
You're making it up, Spring?
They're inventing people.
You guys don't like Jesper Wallstedt?
No, I
Not a real
actually
person.
I just got his jersey in the mail today. I was super psyched about it.
Springer, are you saying you're a Jesper man?
Yes to
Yes,
Jesper.
there it is.
See,
did you see though, DMac? I was telling these guys the story yesterday.
What's that?
Did you see the story about Brock Nelson in the Denver Post?
No. What about what?
Brock
About his-
Nelson is a third-generation Olympian whose family owned a hockey stick factory in Minnesota.
Yes.
Come on, it's
great.
Get that man a gold medal.
It's not only
That's beautiful.
It's not only did his grandfather win in 1960 in Squaw Valley. His grandfather's brother played in 1956.
In 56,
And
Gord.
Dave Christian is his uncle.
In
who
80.
was the Miracle on Ice. Dave Christian was
8 assists.
Very prominent player on that team.
This will be a third-generation Olympian trying to win a gold
Apparently,
medal.
Brock's dad sucks. Like, somehow it's like.
While his mom is the Christian.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like a weird. Actually,
She was a figure skater.
No, his USA hockey legacy is actually he's royalty. It doesn't get deeper than Brock Nelson in that. So.
It's awesome. Go get him, Brock Nelson.
we just want to know how big the head of Gord Nelson or Gord Christian was.
By the way, all of his family, because I've seen the black and white photos.
Yeah.
It looks just like that narrow face head.
Yeah.
Like his whole family looks like that.
That's awesome. That's great. Give me that side-by-side shot on the telecast. I'm here
Do
for
you guys
it.
look like your siblings?
Yeah.
A lot?
That's true.
I've shown you.
You don't look like your brother.
None of us really look alike.
Have I met all your brothers? I've met.
I can't remember. Have you met Kevin? I don't think you met Greg.
Okay. I think I met 2 of them.
Yeah, Nick and Kevin.
Yeah. Neither of them look anything
Greg
like
just,
you.
Greg just got back to town, and he really doesn't look like me.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, neither of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is strange.
Yeah.
My brother and I, it's a dead giveaway when you see the two of us.
My
in the same
brother
room.
is much better looking, taller, better looking,
That's not fair.
way smarter. It wasn't even close.
That's too bad. Not surprising, but it's just too bad.
It just sucked.
All right.
Can you tell? Isn't it funny? 3 radio guys are having to talk about everybody else looking better.
What a shock! Can't believe it.
Darren McKee, everybody. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Super Bowl Spectacular. Jeff Legwald coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Dan Hyatt at 4:45. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and one you don't. We got a timeline on PWAT. We'll dive into that. Super Bowl drinking game coming up today on this show. Oh, there's so much in the Super Bowl drinking game today. You're going to enjoy it. We have got game props, commercial props, Bad Bunny props, props all over the place for you to have a couple of beverages on Super Bowl Sunday. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer produces the program. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl radio show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Super Bowl 60 is on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 this Sunday. Coverage from the NFL on Westwood One starts at 2 o'clock. Presented by Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers where Colorado shines. If you have anything getting you out the house on Sunday afternoon/evening, want to stay up to date on what's happening with the game between Seattle and New England, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This is your spot to be able to do it. Peyton Watson, Andy, out at least 4 weeks with a grade 2 right hamstring strain. The Denver Nuggets have informed us today. He is Denver's 6th rotation player to miss at least 3 weeks in a single stretch this year if he is indeed out the full 4 weeks, joining Jokic, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, Cam Johnson, and Jonas Valanciunas. Did you realize the Denver Nuggets were 9-2 on November 12th when Christian Brown hurt his ankle?
Thanks to a Harden flop, by the way.
They have not been whole since then.
Wow. No, that I did not realize.
They're 24-17 since that night, but they were 9-2 to begin the season. But they have not had their full complement since November 12th. And it only just continues now with P. Watt having to deal with a hamstring thing as, you know, they're working Jokic back in, they're working Christian Brown back in. They're still waiting for Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson to get back.
Are you thrown off by the Cam Johnson thing? Didn't he have the same injury Jokic had, and he suffered it like a week earlier than Jokic?
Yeah, hyperextension bone bruise thing.
And yet Jokic is back, and are we even hearing about his ramp up at this point?
I know nothing about it.
Right.
Honestly.
Feels weird.
Yes.
Feels strange.
Shams updated us on Cam's diagnosis before Christmas. And when he initially reported it, he, I believe, said he'll be back before the All-Star break. Or 3 games away from the All-Star.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's happening.
Yeah, might as well just let's wait and let's do it after the All-Star break. Nuggets got 3 games left at Chicago, home against Cleveland, home against Memphis. Andy, I'm trying to take a glasses half full approach to the Nuggets injury issues of, all right, get it out of the way now, and hopefully everybody's healthy and ready to rock by the postseason. But it does make it tricky because like the pushing for seeding and all those things that David Adelman clearly would like to do, seeing as how he played the Detroit game, seeing as how he played the Knicks game, like he wants wins. He's looking around the rest of the Western Conference. I understand that desire, okay, but like, are they ever going to be able to get to that place in the regular season, or is this just a team that may have to accept you could go into the playoffs as a 4 or 5 seed and slug it out and just do your best?
Yeah, I think what David Adelman's probably wanting to avoid, and he probably has PTSD from it earlier in the week, is having to face Oklahoma City any earlier than he needs to.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that game the other night, that game the other night just drove home to him. We've got to be the 2 seed and try to make this a conference championship matchup.
He coached the Pistons in the Knicks game like that was front and center in his mind. And by the way, he's not wrong for that. As critical as I was of the way that he coached the Knicks game, he's also not wrong. You do need to avoid Oklahoma City as long as humanly possible, but like, therein lies the challenge of like, where do we find the sweet spot, the balance of our team is healthy and that's what we have to find with as good a seed as we can possibly have.
And here's the other wild thing is that they were 9-2 when you mentioned it, and they were still finding their chemistry.
Yeah.
You know, this team still needs to get its chemistry down. And if Peyton Watson's going to come back and have a bigger role, which we're all expecting after what he's done with Cam Johnson's absence.
Yeah, how do you even figure out what that is?
You got to work how that goes. And then you got to still get that chemistry together. This is not the team that can just reassemble, like Voltron, the 5 guys they're used to, and just go back to doing what they're doing. You got to get everyone's roles down. Cam Johnson was still learning how to play with Jokic and where they wanted him. Now he's starting to get a lot better at it at the time of his injury.
Right.
But still, I mean, this is a team that still has got a lot of things to kind of work the kinks out of. So hopefully guys can get healthy and you can have a good stretch of everyone together before the playoffs start in March and April.
Our buddy Vic Lombardi was everywhere for Radio Row in San Francisco thanks to Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Check out the podcast. Check out at Altitude Sports Radio on Instagram. See the best of the very best from Vic Lombardi's time on Radio Row this week. Andy, the last night we got the NFL honors. By the way, I didn't recheck the audio. Did I clean sweep on predicting every single award yesterday on the show?
You probably did.
I felt like I was pretty strong on that. We didn't do Protector of the Year yesterday. Joe Tooney. He won that thing. I told you a Bronco wasn't going to win it.
No, I wouldn't.
They canceled each other's votes out. But Stafford got MVP. JSN got Offensive Player of the Year. Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year. Nick Bonito was apparently fourth in the voting on that one. Tet McMillan got the Offensive Rookie. Carson Schwessinger got the Defensive Rookie. Christian McCaffrey was your Comeback Player of the Year. Vrabel got Coach of the Year. Assistant Coach of the Year, they went to McDaniels, Josh McDaniels. BJ was apparently second on that list. All right. Hall of Fame class, Andy. Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, and Roger Craig. Got any problems there?
No.
Okay.
Adam Vinatieri, for those that know, I mean, is he going to go down as the best
kicker of his generation? Yeah.
And maybe one of the best
clutch kickers of all time.
Here, you and I like to try not to get too crazy with our statements. I'm trying to think what other kick. I got to be honest with you, he's the best kicker I've ever seen in my life. And you and I like to try to keep it to what we've seen in our lives. And, I mean, I cannot remember a guy that's hit so many clutch kicks in his time, frankly. Jason Elam was pretty good, but not – I mean, Adam Vinatieri did it forever.
Peak Justin Tucker was pretty special.
Yeah, he was.
But he doesn't have the championship resume that Vinatieri
does. You got a whole
does.
bunch of hardware hanging off the hands of Adam Vinatieri.
Yeah. No, I think it was his second year that he was up. Obviously, Kuechly is a no-brainer. He should have gone in last year. Larry Fitzgerald and Drew Brees, again, absolute no-brainers. Put both those guys immediately into the Hall of Fame. I was really happy to see that Roger Craig, of that weird list of people in the Belichick Kraft category, I was really happy to see that Roger Craig went in there. If for you youngsters out there,
so good.
Roger Craig was Christian McCaffrey of his generation, but his team won all the time.
He set up the modern back because wasn't he one of the first running backs? I feel like I remember Dave Logan telling me this.
Thousand.
Yeah, first guy to catch the ball out of the backfield, which made that Walsh offense so hard to stop because defenses at that time, early 80s, I know like you said, back in my day, I know it sounds crazy now, but defenses in the 80s weren't used to having to worry about the back out of the backfield necessarily the way Roger Craig made them worried about.
Yeah, he had he was one of, if not the first, to do the 1,000 season, 1,000 rushing yards and 1,000 receiving yards in the same year. So Roger Craig goes into the Hall of Fame, so that's cool. You know what he was, Andy? He was the original Joker.
He's Joker.
He really was.
We
need
a
Joker. Yeah,
that would have been Dwight Clark.
If you can find
a Joker,
for the love of God, find a Roger Craig, go ahead and do it. Wait, why was it Dwight Clark?
Pass catching tight end.
He was a receiver.
I thought he was a tight end.
Sounds like you're profiling a little bit, Andy.
No, when he 80, well, I guess 87 is a wide receiver number.
I believe.
Yeah.
White guys are allowed to play wide receiver, Andy.
I'm not kidding. I thought he was a tight end.
Thought he was a tight end from Iowa.
When I see the catch highlight all the time, that guy screams tight end to me, probably because he's wearing them big old pads that they all used to wear.
Oh, it's because of the pads. That's why he's a tight end. Okay.
Hey, listen, in the 80s, there was a profile receiver.
There really was. By the way, Dwight Clark went to Clemson.
Really?
Clemson. Yes.
So Hunter Tyson knows him.
He probably does. Yes. He probably had a class in Dwight Clark Hall somewhere at Clemson.
Dude, I really thought he was a tight end. I'm not kidding. That wasn't the most fleet of foot receiver, I'll just tell you that.
You know, that Byron Leftwich, not as athletic as he looks. That's all I'm going to say.
Who was the tight end then?
For the 80s Niners?
No, in that, like, when that 80, that was like the catch, the first Super Bowl with Montana, the whole deal.
Let's figure. What year was that? Was that 82?
Yes.
What year was that? 82?
It was the year of the catch. He made the catch in the back of the end zone against the Cowboys.
Let me find
again a highlight that's on VCR quarterback that I swore we were going to play. That I'm going to make you play at some point. I'm bringing the game board in and we're doing it.
Okay.
Because the video's on YouTube.
Okay.
And I'm going to make this station hate each other over games of VCR quarterback because everyone's too competitive.
The tight end was let's see, you had either Russ Francis or Charlie Young.
I don't know. I know me some Russ Francis. I don't know Charlie Young.
There you go.
It's Charlie Young white.
Those are your. Did he go to Iowa?
Hey, how about Tom Rathman? You need a couple guesses at Tom Rathman?
Hey, we're white. We're allowed to make these jokes, okay? Andy, the as for the other guys that are up for the Hall of Fame right now. Boy, that Dwight Clark, sneaky athleticism. Smart runner, though.
Listen,
tough runner.
He made the catch. That's all that matters.
He
made the catch in the back of the end zone. And honestly, I don't care. I nothing the 49ers. Matter of fact, I hate the 49ers, if anything. Told you, the fact that McCaffrey and Shanahan are there have made me had to quell my hate.
Of the rest of the guys that were on the list this year,
Others to be named.
Those that took the old snubberoo this year. Let me get you the old list here. You had Willie Anderson, tackle from the Bengals.
Yep.
Jari Evans, the Saints guard. Frank Gore, Torrey Holt, Eli Manning, Terrell Suggs, Reggie Wayne, Kevin Williams, Jason Witten. Remember when he was on Monday Night Football?
I do.
Darren Woodson and Marshall Yanda. That group, by the way, is next year. They're going to be up against the likes of Ben Roethlisberger, Rob Gronkowski, Adrian Peterson, Richard Sherman. There's a very, very strong class of first balloters next year. Of that list, of the guys that got snubbed, which one is a guy that you will stand on the table for and say, this guy's a Pro Football Hall of Famer?
Yeah, you sent this over. I saw this about, 90 minutes ago.
Okay.
Which was good because I keep trying to think about it. And, boy, Terrell Suggs has probably got a T-sizzle, as they called him. Probably is a guy you got to think about. Now, I know Denver people are going to hate that because T-sizzle played against them in that famous Flacco game.
2012.
Went on to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, great player, though.
How will it be viewed because of the old deer antler thing? Remember that down the stretch? Oh, we all took deer antler and miraculously recovered.
I don't think anybody
just
cares.
in time for the playoffs.
In football, nobody cares. Yeah. Yeah, you can juice all you want. Don't we assume they're all juicing anyway?
Probably a lot of people do. Kevin Williams was a really good player, but
really good.
I don't know. Like the Vikings. What do you think about Witten? Witten's probably a Hall of Famer. I got to say that.
He's
Witten's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. I have a really strong opinion on one of these guys.
Yeah, I think I know what it's going to be. What about Reggie Wayne? See, receivers are tough. Should Torrey Holt be in?
There's a huge backlog of receivers. And Torrey Holt should be in.
And look, we can ask Leggy about it. Leggy says the receivers are going to get tougher and tougher every year because the numbers are going to go up.
Yeah.
Well, you and I have talked about the different generations of the way guys are around the cover and run routes, and there's just so many factors that go into this.
It feels to me like 80s baseball sluggers. You know, it's the guys in the 400 home run club that their numbers just got so clouded by the steroid era. The fact that Dale Murphy's not in the Baseball Hall of Fame,
crazy,
blows my mind. No, this guy to me is a slam dunk. I don't know how you could possibly pass him over. It's Frank Gore.
Yeah, you're right.
The 16,000 yards.
No, you're right.
He is the only guy of this generation that has even gotten, within sniffing distance of Emmett and Walter and what those guys were able to do in an era and in a position in which longevity has become almost impossible, in which valuing those guys, if they're 28, 29 or older, and I'll raise my hand because I'm one of those guys, Andy. You turn 28 and you're a running back, I don't want you on my team anymore. Absolutely. Because, again, the track record of those guys is they fall off a cliff and they're finished. And that guy was still a productive NFL back into his mid and damn near late 30s, having played as many years as he did. I know, like, at any point would you have said Frank Gore's the best back in the NFL? No, you would not have.
But he was always top 5, top 3.
Always was. And if you, again, longevity at a position and in a sport that has made it damn near impossible, he's a slam dunk Pro Football Hall of Famer.
He came in after a devastating knee injury. People forget he had a devastating knee injury in the national championship in his last game of his college career. And he played 14, 16, 15, 14, 14, 11, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 14, 16, 15. First off, he made it, like you said, till age 37 and never missed. 5 games is the most he missed in a season.
241 career games played.
Now, I got to look real quick and make sure there's not a lapse in a year there. I don't think he ever had a season-ending knee injury that made him miss a whole year. It doesn't look like it. Just glancing at this really quick. Dude, again...
You can't push back on it, can you?
You're right. You know what I was prepared for? I thought we were going to have a debate about Eli Manning.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was kind of buckling up for.
Oh, no, you know where I come down on that. Eli Manning, I'll stand on the table until you keep that guy out of the Pro Football Hall
I'm with
of
you.
Fame.
If his last name wasn't Manning, I don't think you'd be so worried about it.
Yeah. He had a good Super Bowl.
He had 2 good Super Bowls, but good for him.
He had 1.
Okay.
He had 1.
Sure.
Yeah. The other one, he didn't do much. Yeah.
Bottom line is you kept the Patriots from 2 more trophies, so I tipped the cap to
the
you.
throw to Mario Manningham is one of the great throws in Super Bowl history. There's no doubt about that.
That doesn't make you a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but no, I can't put you in just based purely on that. No, I
Didn't,
can't go there.
Who was at Tampa Bay? Brad Johnson?
Brad Johnson.
Yeah, he had a pretty good game one time when he knew everything that they were doing.
Yes.
Because John Gruden had told his guys, this is what it's going to look like.
Andy, there is still time to have amazing wings at your viewing party on Sunday. You can go to gfhwings.com right now and check out our friends from Golden Flame Hot Wings. Sign up for their Super Pack 60 deal. Plenty of options. You can feed your flame this Sunday in Aurora Parker and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. That's Golden Flame Hot Wings. Pair it with a tasty Bud Light. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're rolling with you on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, let's talk about it. It's erectile dysfunction. Are you dealing with this? Is it ruining your weekend? Is this going to be a problem for you? Let's make sure this is the last weekend that you're dealing with it. Go ahead and hit up the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get your problem solved over there. If you've been dealing with this for a while, it's causing a lack of confidence. Maybe it's, it's just something you've been meaning to get done, but you haven't gotten it done yet. Well, now's the time to not put this off any longer and go ahead and call the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Look, they're different. They've got options for you. They've got treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and they've got treatments that will have you lasting an hour more if you so desire. Treatments with success rates well over 90%. So give them a call. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've treated tens of thousands of men on the Front Range for nearly a decade. So go and see them because these are the folks that know what they're doing. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you. So good chance one is by you. Schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. First visit, $99. Includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about how those results look, and then you'll have a test dose in the office. And if the test dose is not working in the office, and guess what? Your visit's free, so nothing to lose there. Again, they've got 5 locations up and down I-25, 720-440-7900 to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We play ska music on Fridays because it's Ska Friday. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, he's entrusting himself to close the door. Vic Lombardi has been live from Radio Row in San Francisco all week thanks to Colorado Off-Road. They're Colorado-grown, Colorado-owned, Colorado Off-Road. Online at cooffroad.com. So, yeah. Andy, I have got a factor in this game that history would tell you means that the New England Patriots are going to win the Super Bowl.
Well, I hate that history,
Sunday.
but go ahead. Why?
Well, you're going to hate a lot of this history I'm about to give you because it's going to stir
the emotion.
Some negative memories for you. Andy, who is the offensive coordinator of the Seattle Seahawks?
Clint Kubiak.
Clint Kubiak. Who is Clint Kubiak's father?
Gary Kubiak.
Gary Kubiak.
Famous Bronco.
Who is Gary Kubiak's old boss in the NFL?
Mike Shanahan.
Guy by the name of Mike Shanahan,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mike Shanahan, does he have a son that coaches football?
Yes.
What's
his
that
name
guy's
is Kyle.
name? Kyle. Yes, Kyle. Okay. I saw this note here from Deontay Lee in The Ringer today as I was reading Super Bowl X Factors. It's that point of the week where I'm now reading X Factor stories. But here you go. Andy, in 1987, you remember what happened in 1987 in the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do.
The Broncos got their asses kicked by Washington, right?
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos had an offensive coordinator by the name of Mike Shanahan. And Mike Shanahan, in 1987, as his team is getting their doors blown off by Washington, well, he's got one foot out the door because he's about to become the head coach of the Raiders. Okay? Mike Shanahan's son, Kyle Shanahan, right? Do you remember what happened when Kyle Shanahan was an offensive coordinator in the Super Bowl for the Atlanta Falcons?
I believe it was 28-3, and
28-3.
Peyton Manning made a very funny video afterwards about watching that game.
As Kyle Shanahan has a foot out the door, prepared to become the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Andy, who was the offensive coordinator for the 2005 Denver Broncos?
Gary Kubiak.
Guy by the name of Gary Kubiak. Gary Kubiak. And Gary Kubiak had an awaiting offer from the Houston Texans as the Denver Broncos were getting prepared to play the Pittsburgh Steelers in the AFC Championship game that year. That was a pretty good Broncos team. Favored at home that day, I believe, against the Steelers. Do you recall what happened that day?
Yeah, they lost.
Yeah, they
It
lost.
sucked.
They lost.
But they lost. Yeah, they couldn't do much offensively, and they certainly couldn't stop the Steelers' short passing game.
The Shanahan-Kubiak power couple of the NFL that is now multi-generational. Well,
they don't do so well in their last game with a team is what you're telling me.
They have a track record of when they've got a head coaching opportunity. And Clint Kubiak, what's he doing next week?
Out to go interview Fernando Mendoza to be his quarterback with the Raiders.
But it'd be good because he's going to be the head coach of the Raiders, huh? Yeah. If you are following, and this is a very Denver-centric story, if you are following the travails of the Shanahan-Kubiak coaching, it's not really a tree. Aluminum pole like it's Festivus. Either way, if you're following that, Andy, they don't do well in this situation.
They don't.
And by the way, it's a great convenient story, right? If you lose the Super Bowl,
your guy wasn't paying attention as the OC.
I wasn't focused.
He wasn't into it. He was worried about other things. His mind had moved on.
He was doing interviews last week. How could he have been focused? What was going on right now? Yeah. I got a feeling the Seattle radio hosts are going to be blasting Raiders head coach Clint Kubiak coming up on Monday or Tuesday after Drake May and the Patriots wax them in the Super Bowl.
Let me ask you this then. Is that proof that Tom Brady truly is a Patriot guy because he's the one that had heavy influence, allegedly, in hiring Clint Kubiak to be the Raiders head coach and creating thus a scenario for his old team.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe Tom Brady knows this history as well as you do.
My favorite, one of my all-time favorite Denver sports conspiracy theories was McDaniels is a Patriots plant.
Came in here to screw everything up, only for it to really,
Which honestly, if you believing it makes it a little bit easier to accept. I think the reality was he just sucked.
Yeah, here's the problem. We've got evidence with the Raiders that no, that's really who he is.
Yeah, no,
because he screwed them up even more than he screwed up Denver.
Yeah,
he at least left Denver with Demaryius Thomas and Eric Decker and Zane Beadles and J.D. Walton and
just a lousy head coach.
Yeah,
is really all he was.
Sucks at being the main man.
Yeah. So if indeed on Sunday night they're handing the Lombardi to Robert Kraft, just remember this little nugget for you, because history would suggest with this particular coaching family, it's not kind in this position.
They move on quick.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. By the way, nice job on digging up that X Factor, Deontay Lee of The Ringer. That is a deep, deep pull. But that's also one that I read and I was like, damn, that's brilliant.
Yeah, I forgot about the Shanahan moving on one.
Uh-huh.
And by the way, Deontay Lee, I would say it was the 88 Super Bowl if we're going to be splitting hairs. I'm going to actually.
Well, it was 87 it's the season.
I know.
Yes.
But people like to actually because it was the 88. So that's what's weird about it.
This is the 2025 Super Bowl.
Right.
That's what's so weird about it.
I know. Broncos won it 10 years ago in 2016.
Exactly. Yeah. But that was the 2015
I know.
Super Bowl.
I know.
Yeah.
Now I did that thing where I hurt your brain.
That game, because people aren't like, oh, the 2016 Broncos.
I know, Nate. I know, but I used to get that all the time because when I say 2015, the game was played in 2016. Yeah, I don't care. It was the 2015 season.
Who is the person that says this?
I don't know. Here, we'll find a texter for you at some point.
I don't like that person. Don't text our show with that, okay? Give us something better than that. Andy, what is your Super Bowl ritual? Do you have one? Do you have a typical, because a 4:30 kickoff when it's the only game of the day, how do you handle Super Bowl Sunday?
It's wild. I'm trying to remember. Nate, it's
such a unique rhythm.
Well,
of
not
a
for
football
me anymore.
Sunday.
It is because it's later, but I don't know, man. Look, being on the broadcast for over a decade kind of just changes everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you only had one Super Bowl.
No, I went to 2.
Oh, that's true. You did.
I did. I was there for 48.
So,
you're blacking out like the rest of the Bronco fans that other one.
Well, you had 8 of them. You didn't go. And you haven't been on the broadcast in a really long time.
But again.
So the conversation actually is quite relevant.
Okay, but hold on. If you let me finish the point. I'm not around to hang out with anybody on Sundays for the longest period of time. It's only since I've joined Nate Kreckman.
Civilization.
Have I been allowed to actually watch games with my friends again? It's only been like a recent years thing, and now I don't have. Look, I'm 51, 52. People aren't 51.
Do you guys remember that year where Andy was on Radio Row, and at the end of the week,
2020,
we had Spring dig up every single interview, the part where you told them, I was on the broadcast, and I was on the sidelines.
Was it everyone?
Every single interview.
There's one it was not.
Which one?
The one with the Top Gun people.
Oh, I'm sure you told that.
I didn't.
There's no chance you would have let that
You
pass
want to know
by.
how I didn't tell them? Because I was too busy asking them, are you going to make out in this one and make me uncomfortable with my dad watches me? And gosh, who's the guy that's connected to Sidney Sweeney? Mr. Hot Guy now. He's in everything. He was in...
Puka Nakua?
No. Well, yeah, no. Apparently the Puka didn't realize she had a guy.
She's
so
got
I guess
dude?
they're not actually going sky jumping.
She can go on a...
skydiving.
They can do a sky... You
yeah,
can do
I
a
think
friend date.
Demoff talked about it. No, who was the stupid football ripoff that we just had? The Eli Manning, Glenn Powell.
There you go.
I told Glenn Powell this, and he could not quit laughing about the fact that I got stuck with my watching them make out in the original Top Gun with my dad, to the point where as I was walking away, he was still laughing about it and talking to me about it, how uncomfortable that must have been.
Okay.
So I did not tell him because they didn't care.
Did you tell him that I once watched Boogie Nights with
No,
my mom?
I should have. No, I think I did. Matter of fact, I think I did. Because remember, that was when I had to record and you weren't there. We had to record it because they came by and you weren't with me that year.
Right.
So I did mention it to him, and he was like, you guys are like the weirdest show on radio. I was like, yeah, too bad you didn't get the full experience.
Yep.
I go, yeah, my partner watched
Boogie Nights
with his mom. What do you think of that?
Dirk Diggler. He would have been a hell of a ski jumper, by the way. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break. When we come back, Championship Sunday. We're gonna do a little nostalgia radio for everybody.
We're gonna
Andy.
go back in time.
Just a nice glass of warm milk for you. And we're gonna talk about our favorite sports fan championship memories. This is gonna be nice. I'm looking forward to this.
Then at some point, are you going to give us your Super Bowl ritual?
Yeah, I can do that. Absolutely. It mostly
Since you're all mad at me.
Yes.
I see if anybody really cares to show up. If they do, great. If they don't, fine.
Hey, I used to do this thing 9 years ago, so I really can't answer your question.
I don't. Do you have a party? Are you a party guy? I'm not a party guy.
You?
That's
really? It's Altitude
I'll
Sports
have a party
Radio.
Saturday.
92.5. Jeff Legwold coming up at 4:20 for Super Bowl preview, Hall of Fame talk, and Davis Webb conversation, because we're always interested in the play calling chatter around these parts. By the way, Sean Payton, Andy, did not speak on Radio Row, but we did hear from Sean this week. He tweeted about Drew Brees.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The guy he coached in New Orleans. Heard of him?
He tweeted, he came when most were leaving, set a bar so high for all of us, he lead immediately. He's our first ballot HOF QB. Congratulations, Drew Brees. Also, congratulations to your wife, Brittany, Balin, Bowen, Callan, and Rylan. It's an honor to have coached you.
Holy cow. What friend did he have to remember all those names?
Balin, Bowen, Callan, and Rylan.
That had to be the wife that wrote the tweet. There's no way he knows all those names.
Somebody looked it up on Wikipedia and gave it to Sean. It was an honor to have coached you. That from Sean Payton. That's nice. Will Sean get will he get to present Drew at the
Okay, that was going to be
Hall of
my
Fame?
question to you next week. I don't know. We'll have to see who presents him, and then I would ask,
Feels like a natural. Although it could be Balin, Bowen, Callan, or Rylan could get the nod.
Yes.
Yes. Could be all four of them.
Could this set up a Broncos Saints Hall of Fame game?
Oh, good call. Good call. Although, isn't it usually two teams that have somebody going in?
I hope.
Yeah.
Because remember, you and I, our first year, first summer, we had to do the Fangio Hall of Fame game.
Trying to think, they wouldn't
Broncos,
do Saints,
Bears, or whatever it was.
Panthers, because that's a division game.
Saints, Cardinals?
Tune in, everybody.
Yeah, or don't.
Get your
really, you don't need to.
Hall of Fame game. Andy, they're going to give out a trophy on Sunday, and it's going to be... And I'm sure we've got Seahawks and Patriots fans listening to us right now, because there's always fans of all stripes and colors that tune into KNL. We're welcoming. We're a big umbrella for everybody here. And some of you are going to be in a great mood on Sunday night when
Half
your team
of you will be happy.
Wins a championship. And some of you will hate that night for the rest of your life.
Nate, have you heard the saying? Only one team's happy after the last game.
That's what they say. That is what they say. Let's talk a little bit about championship nostalgia. Andy, what is your best memory as a sports fan of a team winning a championship? What was the moment like?
Yeah, it was. Look, it's the Elway one. If you lived in Denver and grew up rooting for the
32.
Broncos, it was finally Elway after all the Super Bowl butt whoopings.
Yeah.
It was Elway getting to hold the trophy up. It's Dave Logan screaming, "Oh, baby, they're going to win this thing," right?
This one's for John.
I liked, "Oh, baby, we're going to win this thing" a lot better. That one felt a little forced. But yeah, just remembering, because I remember, you want to know the best moment. You asked moment. How about this for moment?
Mm-hmm.
When Terrell Davis ran in for the first touchdown, Packers go down. Here's what I remember, and I think a lot of Bronco fans will remember this, because we just didn't want to get our butts kicked again at one point. That's how low it had gotten. We had all, and even John Elway talked about it in the documentary of, "I just want to be in the game in the fourth quarter. Please, God, just let me be in the game in the fourth quarter."
Yeah.
So the Packers start out, and all we've heard all week is how the Broncos got no chance. They go down the field. Brett Favre throws a touchdown. You're like, oh, God, here we go.
It's one of the biggest point spreads in Super Bowl history.
It was. But then the Broncos, for the first time ever, just go right back down and answer them.
Yeah.
And it was incredible. And it was awesome. So, and then, back and forth game, yada, yada, yada. John Mobley knocks down the pass intended for Mark Chmura, and they win.
When you talk to guys that played in that game, that were on the Broncos,
yeah,
they will tell you, we knew we were going to kick their ass.
Yeah, they told you that they knew it all along. They had a game plan. They just kept their mouths shut all week long.
Yeah.
And I guess, Scotty tells the story all the time. I guess Shannon Sharp told him, heck, Schlereth told me, Nayland may have told you that, Mike walks in beginning of Super Bowl prep and he goes, "Look, we are going to win this game. We are going to kick their rears. But, John, you're probably not going to have a good game." And John said, "I don't care.
Yeah.
Let's just go get a trophy."
Yeah, get it to me. Mm-hmm. That's great.
And then you know what?
Helicopter was in that game.
I wanted to slip this one into. The second one for me was, and you might have found it weird, but it was the 22 Stanley Cup.
Oh, sure.
And I know for a lot of people, maybe if you're ranking Avs Cups, there's the one with Bork because of all that. To me, the reason why 22 was so special a couple years ago was that was the one we had to suffer for. Avs got here and they're awesome right away. Mm-hmm. You're buying everybody, Hall of Fame hockey players rolling through. But then we actually had to go through a period of suck, and we actually had to go through a period of disappointment. And you can't beat Vegas, and you can't get by these teams, and then finally you got over the hump, and that just made that one so much sweeter to me.
As a fan, you grew up with that team.
Yeah, they actually created and cultivated their own core.
Culture.
And I'm not knocking the first teams because I loved watching them. But you actually went through a hockey process to get to the 22 Cup.
It was hard earned, right?
Right.
Spring, do we got the Connor? Give me some Connor McGahee 22 Cup. Let's do championship nostalgia today here on the show.
10 seconds now. Forecheck here from Cale Makar. It's all the way at the other end of the ice. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. It's over. They did it. They did it. The job is done. The Colorado Avalanche are Stanley Cup champions. And they will lift Lord Stanley a mile high.
Game 6 was a meat grinder of a hockey game, too.
It was.
Yeah.
And we weren't sure Darcy was going to hold up there. We weren't sure the goaltending was going to be good enough. We just weren't sure. And then, Nas is kind of hurt, and they're getting a little dinged up, and you're just like, oh, man, are they going to drop another chance?
2-1.
And again, you're facing the better goaltender. That's what I didn't like about that whole series. They had the better goaltender.
They did. That guy was pretty good on the other side there, but Vasilevsky, that guy was a brute.
Okay, but you got to listen to this.
Okay,
this is gonna get the chills going.
Joe Sakic will come out to receive it as captain.
I know.
The Stanley Cup winning Colorado Avalanche, and after 22 years, Raymond Mark. Sakic's telling him, take that thing and skate. Skate it, baby. Skate it. We'll follow you.
The fact that he went Raymond, Gary Thorne
and Bill Clement.
Perfect.
Chef's
perfect broadcast.
Freaking kiss.
Perfect
they
broadcast.
Are,
Raymond Mark!
Oh.
With all due respect to all that have come.
The crescendo
to
it.
That might be the best saying of one's name of all time.
It's an unbelievable sports call, and what's so great about it is it's not in a game.
Yeah, that's as good as any goal call he probably had in the series.
Absolutely.
Because you can feel as you said, you feel the voice rise as Raymond shoves it in the air.
Raymond Bork. Mm-hmm. That's as good as it gets right there. Andy, I got two to throw at you. First off, the Nuggets winning the championship.
Yes, it's awesome.
2023. And let me tell you, why this one was so important to me. Was this was one, and this one had a lot of sports radio valor for me. Because, Andy, you and I had been a show for, 4 years when they won a championship?
4 or 5, yeah.
And
probably 4.
I spent those years telling
the world,
a doubting co-host, a skeptical public, this thing's championship good. This thing right here, that guy they got, he's an all-timer. I mean, Andy, I told you he'd win an MVP. You said never.
No.
I told you he'd win 2.
No.
I told you he'd win 3.
Don't think so.
I told you the team would win a championship, and you will seed the hell out of me. And
I still was Will seeing you at the start of the Minnesota series. I was Will seeing you at the start of the Phoenix series.
Right. And especially after Game 4 against Phoenix, that was your Will C peak.
Because I felt like they'd played the perfect offensive game and didn't win.
But they that was for me. There was massive. That was such take validation for me to watch them win that championship. Of I knew it. I knew they were going to do this, and they went and they did it. Spring, give me a little. This one, by the way, the chills that you get when you hear this. Speaking of chills, right here, listen to Scott Hastings and Jason Kosmicki blubber their way through the end of this call as the Denver Nuggets win their first championship in franchise history.
So here we go. Kyle Lowry will inbound it. The Nuggets lead it by 5. Denver looking to win the NBA championship. And here we go. Lowry looks in. Inbound. Over to Struce. Lowry 3. That one misses. Rebound down to KCP. 8 seconds left to go. Casey's across the timeline, and he'll dribble it out. The 47-year wait is over. The Denver Nuggets stand on top of the NBA world. They are champions. And Nuggets fans from sea to shining sea can rest or die in peace. Oh my God, I can't believe they did it.
Cause for 2 seconds, take your headsets off and just listen to this crowd, Roger. Wow.
Oh, I laugh at it, but also I am transported immediately back to that moment.
And it's amazing because remember, Scotty's got his own piece of history. He called the Broncos first Super Bowl and the Nuggets first championship. He's on the radio call for both.
And it's another one where, like, it was that game was hideous.
Oh, it was so bad.
Game 5 was...
Yeah, it was so beautiful.
It looked like 90s NBA. It was a slugfest. Honestly, give Miami credit. Like, they fought that game, man. They were done in that series, and I think they knew they were done in that series, but they made Denver earn it that night. Bruce Brown was special that night in being able to close out that game, and I just... like hearing that moment, and I know exactly where I was sitting in Ball Arena when the confetti started to fly, and I feel that moment, and it was like it was the release that those people in that arena had. And I don't want any stolen valor here. I didn't grow up here. I didn't grow up a Nuggets fan.
Yeah, but you've loved Jokic from the time that he hit the scene.
But I watched, and there's these two guys that were the way where I was set up on press row. There were these two guys, a couple of rows below me, both wearing Nuggets jerseys, and like watching them hug and sob as the final buzzer rang. I don't know who those guys are, but to this day, Andy, I can see them in my head, clear as day, of what they felt in that moment. How much bad losing basketball, how much heartbreak they had, how much like indignance they had felt over the years of Denver as flyover NBA city. And in that moment, there you were, the best team in the NBA with the best player in the NBA.
Dude, and you're talking about a fan base, which we're living with the Rockies right now, but no hope. Really no hope.
Yeah.
You know, I remember growing up, it's why I got into the Jordan Bulls, because we never had that.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I wanted the Nuggets to have that. I thought they'd have it in the mid-'90s. That thing broke up real quick.
Yeah.
And just no hope. I'm going to tell you my last one because we got to get going. My deep cut was when DU won the national championship in lacrosse, because I never thought it happened here.
Bill Tierney.
Dude, I grew up here. They wouldn't even come recruit Colorado.
Yeah.
And then they were on top of the world. That was awesome.
DU Lax, that is a deep cut for you right there.
And it'd be nobody else but me at the DU people.
Well,
I'm here.
As long as we're doing nobody else but me, and I'm here, and it's my show.
Say it.
Game 7.
Yes.
The best baseball game ever played was on a Wednesday night in Cleveland. The Chicago Cubs, 108 years. Spring, give me the final out. Give me, and by the way, Rockies fans, listen to who charged in and scooped up this swinging bunt for the final out for the Cubs to win the World Series.
Here's the 0-1. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the World Series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all. 8-7-10.
Yeah, I always
Chris
felt
Bryant.
Good. When he was a third baseman.
Yeah.
When
he played baseball.
My wife's grandfather, great man,
yeah,
was a Cubs fan. And I felt so good for him. Your guy Leggy, your guy Leggy went put on his dad's Cubs hat.
Yeah.
Our guy Leggy.
That night, here's the other thing I'll tell you about that night. I was with my wife. We didn't have kids yet. We were in our house. We had only bought the house a year earlier, renovating the place. Like, that was the night it became our house. And it's a Game 7 of the World Series. Normally I'd tip a few and watching my team. I didn't drink a drop. Then I was stone sober. pacing around the house. Cubs had a big lead. They gave it away. Rain delay. Things goes to extra innings. Ben Zober's the hero. The game ended at 10:47 p.m. Mountain Time. And Abby and I stayed up and partied until 3 in the morning. And it was a Wednesday night. And we danced and we just celebrated, and it was the best sports fan night of my life, and I'll never forget it, man. But
nothing's like the first.
Nothing at all like it, and probably the only one I'll ever get in my lifetime.
I say that, and the Avs Cup was sweet in '96, and yet I didn't know how to act because we were still just getting to know these guys. You know what I mean? And it was awesome. Don't get me wrong, but
Andy, I was so hungover doing the show with Nayland the next day.
That's hilarious.
Didn't care.
Did Nayland at least help you out?
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, he was there for me. My dude had me all the way. Yeah, that was pretty good, too. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll talk to Cub fan Jeff Legwold. Super Bowl, Hall of Fame, all that good stuff with Leggy. That's next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman from my friends over at Roller Auction. The government fleet vehicles and equipment auction is on now. You got 5 days remaining to get your bids in there. Let me tell you about a particular vehicle on the lot getting highlighted right now by our friends over there at Roller Auction. That is a 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLE 43 all-wheel drive SUV. That's right. $18,001. That is your high bid right now. Well below sticker price right now for a 2017 Mercedes-Benz SUV. Go to roller.bid right now and get in on the bidding on this item, and check out the rest of the vehicles that are available in the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction that is going on right now at Roller Auction. But if you're looking for a hot deal and want to get in on the online bidding, go to roller.bid right now and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's right. Sign up roller.bid/altitude. Go and sign up right now, because you will have a chance to be entered to win tickets for Avs Penguins on Monday, March 16th. Huge congratulations to our listener, Lucas Taylor. Lucas won tickets for the Nuggets Grizzlies game next week in a KSE catered suite. You can do the same for Avs Penguins March 16th. Just go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up right this moment. Scott Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio, Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Please enjoy responsibly. Jeff Legwold joins us here on a Friday afternoon ahead of Super Bowl 60. Leggy, let's start in this spot right here. We have a new class of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I feel like I haven't heard anything about the Hall of Fame over the last couple of weeks. It's just really kind of flown under the radar. But no, Jeff, we got our class. Drew...
I could show you some of my comments. It's not under the radar.
Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, and Roger Craig. Just a 6-time Super Bowl winning head coach left out. But Jeff, ultimately, the 5-member class that got in, once the process was finished, how did you, the voter, feel as though the group did?
Well, we didn't know the class when we finished, but we know when it gets down to 7.
Yeah,
that's kind of where our cutoff is. But when I saw the reveal last night, I think that's a pretty damn good class.
Yes,
if you were looking at it, and I know we can't, in the vacuum of no Belichick, Kraft, controversy, and just looked at the class, that's a pretty damn good class of Hall of Famers. So I thought, an awful lot of hard decisions, and you look at the people left behind, and all you can do is say, look at how difficult this process is now. We had a 4-man class and now a 5-man class in back-to-back years. It's been quite a while since we've had so few in back-to-back years. So I think this is going to be the size of classes moving forward. And I think we're going to have an awful lot of discussions like we've had this year about who's not in, unfortunately.
It became the topic this year. And Jeff, like the conflict that exists between tough to get in, but is the process correct? The Belichick thing has led some to believe that the process is flawed, coupling in players with an owner, with a coach in this sort of this category that's just sort of floating right there, and then you pick your 3 of the 5, but then some voters want to push up for the backlog of players, and others want to, give an express to a 6-time winning Super Bowl head coach. I know it's, you Hall of Fame voters, Leggy, it's like the Elks Lodge. You guys, you tightly guard your secrets. But Jeff, what can you tell us about the discussions of any possible amendments to the process?
Well, I mean, a lot of us have been on the committee a long time. Myself, I'm closing in on 30 years now, being a part of this, and I've invested a lot of time doing research and all of this. So I've been committed to the process. I feel like, and the Hall has disputed this, or the board of directors don't agree, but a lot of us said this was going to be the result. I think, my personal opinion is that they probably don't care much, but they know it. I've said this to them. I think the final step should be just yes or no. Mm-hmm. I don't think seniors and coaches and contributors should go up against each other in those categories. The final decision, if you make it all the way, should just be yes or no. Are you going to the Hall of Fame? And when it was, the classes were 7 and 8, not 4 and 5. So, and coaches have taken the biggest hit right now.
Mike Shanahan's not in, to your point.
Well, Mike Holmgren was a finalist last year. He's nowhere to be found on the ballot this year. Didn't even come out of the committee this year because they can only pick one. So you're going to pick Bill Belichick if you're the coaches committee, to come out. So, but now look at the backlog of coaches very suddenly. Tom Coughlin, a 2-time winner. Bill Belichick, a 6-time winner. Mike Shanahan, a 2-time winner with half of the offenses in the NFL running his playbook, and one of the best coaching trees in the modern era. not even having been in the room yet, to be discussed. So I think the coaches, it's become a problem, and they're going to have to address it. And, I'm certain there'll be some kind of debrief in the weeks ahead to see what adjustments can be made. And I see a lot of people saying, well, Hall of Famers should only make the picks, or players should only make the picks, or other people should make the picks. Well, bring it on. And I would say James Lofton's on the board of selectors, Dan Fouts is on the board of selectors. Ask them if it's very easy to do this, because I know what they would say.
Should the votes be made public? I saw a little note today about how things could change, and I know one of the solutions was, all right, then we're going to just tell everybody who you voted for. Would you be okay with that, Leggy?
I guess I've never had a problem with it. I mean, I could see where it would be an issue. Say if you cover a team and you didn't vote for one of their players, whether or not you thought he was a Hall of Famer or something, you would take a significant amount of heat. And I think a lot of us feel like, and players and coaches would say, welcome to our world. But, my kids have taken a lot of guff through the years just for me doing what I do for a living. I think that would only make it worse for the people around you. I personally, it wouldn't bug me too much, but I don't think the people around me would want it to be public. But I don't think that doesn't fix the problem. So, it doesn't change how people would have voted this year, I don't think, because you're going to feel the same pressures to fill out your ballot anyway. And I know a lot of players. I know a lot of Hall of Famers who have told me you should always vote for players before coaches. So it doesn't fix that dilemma if just people know if you gave somebody a yes or a no.
Jeff Legwold with us on a Friday afternoon. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Jeff, there's a lot of coordinator press conferences happening around the NFL as guys are moving into their new offices. We haven't had
I can tell you where one won't be.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to know.
We have not had one here yet. So, Jeff, what Broncos fans want to know right now is, will we not hear from Sean Payton until the Combine? And everybody knows what the first question is going to be. Who is your play caller this upcoming season? Jeff, tell us everything that you know about this very lightning rod topic that is going on right now, because the silence is quite deafening coming out of Dove Valley.
Well, it's probably going to keep being deafening. That's how since Sean Payton got here, have you seen a free agency press conference? Have you seen a jersey held up? Have you seen any of that? The answer is no. So I doubt you will see the coordinators in public, until sometime in the OTA minicamp cycle, and you don't necessarily have to do it then. So, it's really up to him, and he has not had the proclivity to do much of that. Again, I'm going by what I've told. What I've been told is a big decision for Sean, but that he's looking really, really, giving the offense a hard look. He's being really sort of what he asks the players to do, and how he evaluates the players and what he calls the debrief. He's doing it with the offense. With the day after the season ended, he met with Zach Strief and said, all right, we got to take apart the run game and see what it looks like. And, I think people just have a hard time believing Davis Webb would have stayed here if he doesn't have a shot either this season or the near future in calling plays. But until Sean formally just says that, we're all going to be wondering, because even the people I'm closest to around the organization, nobody wants to be the first one to say that before Sean does. So I think until we see Payton at the Combine, we're going to see what what he would do. Now, he may just do what Belichick did for a lot of years. It's easy to forget now, but there were a lot of years Belichick did not list coordinators in his coaching staff, and he wouldn't tell people. So you would just sort of trace the headsets on game day and see what you could find. But there were an awful lot of years he did not formally designate people as coordinators. So that's always an option as well.
No wonder he's not a Hall of Famer.
Well, wow, look at that right there.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard that enough over the last week and a half or so.
Yeah, Jeff has really kind of enjoyed some things.
It's actually, that you're never, I tell people all the time, I'm never dumber, which is saying something some years. But I am never dumber than the day after the Hall of Fame class comes out.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's have a little fun here. Nate wanted to be nostalgic about championships, so we kind of talked about all our favorite moments. I don't know whether I know that you've told the story about taking your dad's Cubs hat out and put it on after the Cubs won. What do you remember though about? Look, everybody's moment in Colorado is real easy. It's John Elway raising that first trophy, right?
Yeah. This one's for John. I mean, I was there for that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a dog in the hunt, really, but that was so powerful to be at that Super Bowl and see that live, him standing on the podium, this one's for John. I mean, that was pretty powerful stuff.
What do you remember him in the locker room? Do you remember him afterwards? Like, again, what do you remember about the night and just covering the game? I know you talked about the podium moment with the helicopter play. Did you have the same reaction if you had to pick one play out of the game, is it the helicopter play for you?
Yeah. I mean, I've covered 27 Super Bowls, and there's always one moment you see live and you're like, okay, that's the signature of this Super Bowl. I was there when Kevin Dyson got tackled 6 inches short from the goal line by Mike Jones. I mean, you just like you're in a signature moment. I covered the one where, the Seahawks throw the ball from the 1 yard line and, it's intercepted. I'm there for that.
Malcolm Butler.
You just see those moments and you feel it's almost like an instinctive, that's the signature moment in the helicopter. When I saw that, I felt like that's an all-time Super Bowl moment, let alone a game moment.
Leggy, do you think this game has a moment in it, or is this a game that we'll barely be paying attention to by the fourth quarter?
I've told some folks I know who are giving me the business that it's my kind of Super Bowl because it might be 6-3. But these are two very big play-oriented teams, though. I think they're going to go for it on offense. I don't think anybody's going to hold back. It's just you have two quarterbacks. I don't think people underestimate how just the internal fireworks of players in the first 5 minutes of a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's hard for even them to express what it feels like. And a lot of them don't even remember what the first few minutes were like. So it's really interesting to talk to guys after they've played in their first Super Bowl, and you try walking them through those first couple drives, and sometimes they're very fuzzy, about was that third down, was that just little details because they're so unbelievably wired. And this will be a Super Bowl, I think, where the team that finds it is just a football game at the root. The first team to find that footing will probably win the game this time around, because you've got a lot of the primary people involved who are hitting this stage for the first time, and that can be really, really tough.
No, you need to quit talking to Red Cashin, by the way.
It's incredible though, man. Like Drake May and Sam Darnold though in this game, Jeff. Like that is two guys. Like what to expect out of them in this moment. To your point, I have no idea. A little bit of what you're talking about right there. I think Drake dealt with that in the AFC Championship game. the part where he settled down and he converted that third and 5, third and 6, whatever it was at the very end of the game to end it. That was like one of the few moments in the game where you're like, oh, he's just settled in and playing right now. Like, it really looked like things were buzzing on him a little bit. I almost wonder if that experience is enough to settle him down going into this game.
I think the fact he was in sort of he was in a rock fight to get to the Super Bowl. And I think that does help you because the AFC Championship is a big, huge moment when you're a player. But when they're playing the anthem at a Super Bowl and you've waited in the locker room for so long and the week at the site has been so long and
Something
often
else.
you've switched hotels and you've done all these things. And that few moments right before the game, I think, is the team that sort of finds itself in there will have the best chance.
He's Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. That is where you get Jeff's Broncos, NFL, and draft coverage. Leggy, get back to the film. We appreciate it, but top 100. Chop, chop, okay?
I'm on the case. There's so much defense. You guys are going to be so peeved
I
at me
can't
by the time
wait. Can't wait.
By the time April rolls around, it's incredible
Oh, man. All right.
When my top 11 guys are defensive players.
All off-ball linebackers. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right,
And
Jeff.
safeties.
We appreciate. By the way, big Jeff Legwold Super Bowl. Nick Worry if that ankle's okay. I just remember Jeff Legwold telling us Nick Worry all off season long last year.
Listen, we got to go. But Jeff, I told him how much you like Sam Darnold before the draft that year too in 18. You
you
like
go.
Sam Darnold. You said you're gonna have to coach some stuff out of him, but you like the guy.
It's a big Jeff Legwold Super Bowl. Mm-hmm.
A lot of talent in there. Plus, his dad's a plumber, so that just that's like so my wheelhouse.
Well, and his
I think
grandpa
that's
was
cool.
Dick Hammer, so he's got it
in
all going
Marlboro,
on.
man.
Dick Hammer. That's the name, baby.
Yeah.
Jeff, go get him, dude. We appreciate it.
See you, fellas.
Jeff Legwold with us right there. Nuggets back in action tomorrow against Chicago. 2 Nugget stats you need to know, 1 you don't with Dan Hyatt next. We've got a Nuggets injury update for you. For tomorrow night in Chicago against the Bulls, Christian Brown probable, Nikola Jokic questionable. Yeah, he's been playing a lot of minutes, and he has an ankle sprain. And oh, by the way, questionable, Andy? Cam Johnson.
Our guy.
Okay, so that's big Nuggets
There
news
it is.
for
We've
you right
heard it.
there. Of course, Peyton Watson joins the out list, as does Spencer Jones, who is in concussion protocol. Let's talk Nuggets. Dan Hyatt, NBA statistician. It's time for 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Final game of the road trip in Chicago tomorrow night. 3 games remain before the All-Star break with Cleveland and Memphis coming up next week. Dan, welcome to the show.
Hi, gang. How we doing?
We're doing great, Dan. The Nuggets, not so much. They are on a 3-game losing streak, and as we just covered right there, everybody's hurt. Let's start with injuries. Give us a Nugget stat we need to know about injuries.
Well, you saw the update that there's going to be more changes. You know, these last couple of games, this is the 3-game losing streak is kind of unique. There's been 3 different starting lineups. There's been all these different 5-man rotations. They don't know what they've got. They don't know who's healthy and who can go. David Adelman's doing a tremendous job. I'll get to him in a second. But, you know, this 164 man games missed is 9th in the NBA. It's a lot. It's top 10, but you'd think, God, it just feels more significant than that. But that's because 84% of these man games for the Nuggets that are being missed are guys who played 50 or more games last year. That is the highest percentage of any team this year. So there are teams like, I think Portland leads with the most man games missed, but those are 2nd and 3rd string guys. You're talking about rotational guys that are out with the last month of
also,
January.
the Blazers' entire roster is 2nd and 3rd string guys.
And they also aren't playing to win, right?
Yeah.
They're just throwing whatever's out there to see what they got. 19 games in January, right? 17 in January, 19 games since January 1st, which is essentially when Jokic got hurt. Joker, Christian, AG, and Cam have played 19 games total in those 19-team games. That can't work. Like, that's never going to work for anybody. And the fact that they're 10-9 in that time is crazy. So you're talking about 5.5 behind OKC when Jokic goes down in 3rd place. And today, 7 back of OKC. So you've lost a game and a half, and you're still in 3rd. It's remarkable, but you are getting nervous. I'm getting nervous about how to figure out the rotations and figure out who you've got and where you start to build your game plan, because this is not the All-Star break is not the midway point of the season, right? You've only got 30 games left starting tomorrow.
Yeah, I tell you another way to reframe that conversation is, Dan, just think of percentage of salary cap dollars that have missed these games, like the financial component to it as well. These are all guys that you're spending big time bucks on, and you're not getting any production out of them right now.
This is in the bench, guys.
The 7 guys who've played the most for this team, there's 3 of them were brought in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them aren't supposed to be starting, and Jamal. Like, that's never going to work for anybody. It's somehow working for them right now.
All right, well, Dan, that's one Nugget stat we need to know. 84% of man games missed by guys that played 50 or more games last year. That's not ideal. Let's get to stat number 2. Let's talk about David Adelman, 3-game losing streak, first of his so far brief NBA head coaching career.
Which is kind of remarkable considering all the injuries. But that, I had to have some fun with that, looking at this in terms of tomorrow because of all the man games missed and the injury and the lineups and stuff. The last time we saw a coach start his coaching career with 55 games before their first 3-game losing streak was Steve Kerr. And he inherited a really good Warriors team.
Yeah.
And that was during the run of, I think he actually went 200 and something games before his first 3-game losing streak. But David Adelman's done just an unbelievable job of being able to figure out who's supposed to go where. I look at Jokic the other night, and he's got 44 minutes. You're thinking about, minutes restrictions, but that's just, he's just doing, I think he's doing everything right. And the injuries are just kind of flukish. But the 3-game losing streak also just you need to remind people that was OKC, at home, who was healthy, because Jalen Williams hasn't played all year. That was a healthy lineup. We're not healthy. We only had 2 starters that game. You go to Detroit, the best team in the East, right? And you lost by 3. And then you go to New York the next night and you take them to double overtime in their house. There's got to be the ability for everyone to just say, wow, that's still really impressive, because you still don't know what's happening with the rotation. Every night's different. Peyton Watson's now out for an extended period of time. It's just for David to be able to manufacture productive minutes from whatever lineup he's got. I think the last 3 games, you've had 44 different 5-man lineups being used. And the most of any of those 5-man lineups in these last 3 losses has been 13 minutes. So nobody's getting comfortable with anybody right now for extended periods of time. And especially guys like Christian and Jokic, who've been out for so long, that's super hard. That's really, really hard for everyone to give your best effort. And you're almost beating the top 2 teams in the East.
Kind of feel like Dan heard my rant yesterday. And finally, Dan, let's get to the nugget stat. We don't need to know the best part of the segment. Let's go.
First, though, you remember last week's the fire horse?
Yes.
Yes. And
you know
what? I saw a Ridge wallet with it on it, no less, this week.
Did you see what happened in China?
No.
Factory comes out with all these plush toys that are fire horses. They're little red horses, and they've got little symbols on them that say, good fortune, and trying to build the good feeling about the fire horse because people are nervous. What happens? The face of the horse, which is supposed to have the smile, is flipped.
Uh-oh.
And now there's thousands of horses. The picture is amazing. There's thousands of horses being produced that have this frowny face, and they're crying. And people are like,
I did see this.
It's so good. The picture's so good.
Okay.
So anyway, back to the fire horse is so last week. Talking about the trade deadline, right?
Yeah.
The first NBA trade that ever happened was 1946, December 12th. Mo Becker and Tony Kappen between the Celtics and the Pittsburgh Ironman. But the first trade that's ever actually happened, like trade of anything, was an ostrich eggshell. And this is about 75,000 years ago. You're talking about middle of Africa where these ostriches are living, and they're basically taking the eggs and creating these shells out of them. And we've got, because of carbon fiber dating, we've got the ability to go back and look at where the shells made their way around the region. And they were able to track them down so far south, they figured out that that's not where ostriches lived. So they're able to document that that's considered the first ever trade or exchange that's being proven with facts. You have to assume in the Stone Age, people were trading, tools for food and warmth.
Sure.
But the ostrich eggshell was the first documented item that left its region that was able to be determined was traded because you had to trade for something. Everything's trade of something. And that's the first trade ever, 75,000 years ago, before zero.
Like, what was the most like sought after ostrich eggshell? Like, what was the 52 Mickey Mantle or whatever of the ostrich eggshells?
And what was given in return for said eggshell?
Rookie card.
I'm guessing the top dollar eggshell, right, was something that could be used for jewelry and a tool, because that's what they were used for. They were originally just tools, but then they became decorative, and now it's become a part of African culture all these years later to still decorate those. My best guess, it was a tool to be able to crack something over the head and eat it. And I'm guessing that the trade was probably not nearly as lopsided as the Luka AD trade, because someone probably got warmth or food and didn't die as a result. But I'm guessing the hardest of the ostrich eggshells would be the 52 Mantle.
Speaking of tools, we are the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We talk to Dan Hyatt every single Friday afternoon. 2 nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't, including about the 75,000 year ago ostrich eggshell trade, which we now know about. Dan, great work. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, boys.
All right, Dan Hyatt with us right there on a Super Bowl Friday. Super Bowl 60 drinking game is coming up at 5:20. 5 biggest stories of the day that you need to know from around the NFL. Coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio. Let's dive into it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Super Bowl 60 edition. Mark Springer, let's go.
Hey, celebrate $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's. On Fridays only, get a large thin crust cheese sausage or pepperoni pizza for just $5. Order online now at papamurphys.com. Hey, got this little thing called the Super Bowl on Sunday.
Heard of it?
Heard of it? Injury news. Sam Darnold is good to go. He has no injury designation.
No oblique problems?
The oblique is good.
Okay.
Nick Emenwari's ankle. There's a video of him limping, like heading back to his hotel.
Big story.
Really limping.
Happened in practice.
Apparently, no injury designation.
They're going to shoot that thing up all sorts of things.
Yeah,
that's going to be a Norwegian ski team by the time it's done.
That's something to keep an eye on right there. If New England and McDaniels try and test that one out early on in the game.
And Drake May says his shoulder feels great. He is off the injury report.
Yeah, we'll see what happens after he gets hit a few times.
Robert Spillane, the linebacker for New England, is questionable to play in this game. That's one I'm kind of keeping an eye on a little bit when it comes to their defense. But yeah, both of these quarterbacks kind of go in a little bit damaged goods into this game, Andy, and especially both of them, injuries that affect them throwing the football, which I think is kind of something to keep an eye on early on in this game. In addition to that, I just don't know what to expect out of both of these quarterbacks. A part of why Minnesota parted company with Sam Darnold, besides just the belief in J.J. McCarthy, was there was also just a reputation of, this guy's not big game ready. Well, guess what? He showed up and he played great in the NFC Championship. Now, how does he deal with this stage? Drake May, who was great in the regular season, has been largely, in terms of a passing quarterback, he's been pedestrian so far here in the postseason. And again, awfully big stage being here in this moment. Leggy pointed it out earlier, and to me, it's one of the key factors in this game. Which of these quarterbacks settles into the Super Bowl the quickest?
Yeah, I'm curious, which defense allows a quarterback to be comfortable?
Yeah.
What I think you'd love to have, what every team would love to have, is what Von Miller, it's the signature moment of the 2015 Super Bowl. It's got to be Von Miller's strip sack that led to the first touchdown.
Right.
And then guess what? That Bronco offense, which wasn't exactly what it used to be 2 years ago, didn't have to work so hard. They just had to not be stupid.
Yep.
And they had a 10-0 lead in a blink of an eye, and that's what you got to do.
194 yards.
That, to me, could be the formula for Seattle with that pass rush. And again, we'll see about the health of Emenwari. But I'm telling you, if Seattle can get a lead with their defense, they could be looking at the Broncos' blueprint from that year.
The thing that's weird about this game is, in the postseason, two critical elements for these two teams have sort of played beyond what they were. New England's defense was pretty pedestrian in the regular season.
Right.
And they've been outstanding in the playoffs.
Well, and I would also say this. I talk about how good that Seattle defense is. Listen, that's not some New England went through the three best defenses in the AFC to get here.
Yeah. And then Sam Darnold, it was, we're going to call plays like we don't trust you for a good chunk of this season. We'll lean into our run game and our defense to win football games. And then when it came time for the NFC Championship and Sam Darnold had to go blow for blow with Matt Stafford, man, he rose to the occasion and played the way that he needed to. Which of those will continue into the Super Bowl? That's the storyline to watch. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, this is from Doug Greenberg on ESPN.com. The total, the over-under on the betting markets for Patriots-Seahawks is 45.5. It is the lowest total in 10 years, the lowest total
since Super Bowl 50, right?
Super Bowl since Broncos-Panthers.
Yeah.
That total was 44, and the under hit in that game. Broncos won 24-10. All time, the over is 29-8-1, excluding Super Bowl 1.
29-28-1.
29-28-1.
Yes.
Excuse me. Super Bowl 1, they don't have full data on that. But so if the under hits, it'll improve to 500 all time on the total, and bets are coming in primarily on the over, so sports books are rooting for a lower scoring game.
Yeah, 58% of bets on the over. That's not uncommon when you get into a game like this. How about that? Listen to that, Andy. All time, the over is 29-28-1.
Yeah.
Boy, those guys that set those numbers are pretty good, huh?
Kind of know what they're doing.
They're pretty good. That's really, as an odds maker in your industry, you guys can hold that up and say, we know what the hell we're doing. That one's pretty good. I tell you what, though, if we get a Jeff Legwold Super Bowl 6-3, then I think the books are going to be happy. They want that under.
Why would people be betting the over in this?
Because people like points and people like betting overs. Overs are more fun to bet than unders.
Sure,
yes.
But I mean...
So that's generally the public will typically go over.
You got two quarterbacks. So you said, look, this could be like this may look like the college football championship game where we kind of had nothing going the first half and finally got some offense in the second half. Now, I guess going off that point total, that would have still hit the over at the end of the day. But I could see this being a squeaky bum first half for both quarterbacks, and maybe somebody kind of gets going after they relax in the second.
Yeah, I agree with that. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, Jerry Jones.
Plus, you're always better when a squeaky bum relaxes.
Well, yeah. A lot of things flow.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones talking at the NFL awards last night. He talked to several outlets. I'll play audio here from Sports Illustrated, but he was asked about George Pickens multiple times last night. Jerry Jones saying that he's looking forward to working out a deal with free agent wide receiver George Pickens. Micah Parsons wants George to go play with him again with the Packers. Sports Illustrated asked Jerry Jones this.
What do you think about Micah Parsons trying to get George Pickens to come to the Packers?
Well, I know that we think a lot of George Pickens as well, and I'm sure having played him, that he thinks a lot of him as well. So we're real proud to have him as a Cowboy.
A negotiating war between Jarrett and Michael, Andy.
Yeah, that could be fun.
Who do you like to win this one?
Michael Parsons.
I don't know. Can they afford to have? I mean, Jerry can afford to, I guess, have whatever he wants. Remember, the cap's going up pretty high this year.
Yeah.
But do you really want two $100 million receivers on the same team? Because with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, that's what you could end up with.
Sounds like the kind of thing Jerry Jones would want.
Okay, but again, are you going to remember it was that defense that you sort of had issues with towards the end of last year?
Yes.
So
yes. Again, there's sober analysis, and then there's Jerry Jones analysis.
How many picks do they have? They got 2 first-rounders this year, right?
Yeah, they
got theirs and the Packers.
Yeah, they collected a few. Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe that's where you fix your D. I don't know.
Or you could call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Andy.
They could help you quicker.
They can fix your D as well.
Broncos, George Pickens, anything?
I don't know about that. I'm more. I tell you what.
AJ Brown.
Yeah, if you're gonna do a diva, give me AJ Brown.
Yep, I agree. Mm-hmm. Better player. Yeah, that's my pie in the sky desire for the 2026 Denver Broncos.
And Tyler talked about it earlier today. He's dead on right. You can trade for AJ Brown. You're gonna have to play the whole come to the steakhouse.
Yep.
Free agency game. Is he going to leave?
Move draft picks.
Yeah, just give them what they want and
I agree.
Call it your player.
Yep, I think that could be real fun for – actually, it could be really fun football-wise for a year, and it'll be really fun media-wise for the second year.
Yeah, then you'd have to probably move on.
Yeah, no, I don't want them to. I want them to keep him. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
So Jim Schwartz was the Cleveland Browns defensive coordinator. He thought he was going to get their head coaching job until he didn't. And it went to Todd Monken, and then reports were that Jim Schwartz got really mad and threatened to quit. Well, today he did quit, and the expectation is he's not coaching anywhere this year.
Also, they wanted him to quit.
Yeah, when Modkin comes out and said, I've never game planned against Jim Schwartz, I game planned against Myles Garrett, that was kind of a shot over the bow. Hey, leave if you want to, pal.
Yeah, they didn't. And also, like, do you want psychopath Jim Schwartz hanging out in the building after he's already pissed that he didn't get the head coaching gig?
See if he can't, like, have one of those uncomfortable angry man handshakes like he did with Harbaugh one time with Modkin after a game.
And finally, Spring.
High five.
Cliff Kingsbury is joining the Rams coaching staff. Their OC Mike LaFleur is now the coach of the Cardinals.
Well, there you go.
Yes.
Who calls plays there?
Yes. Sean McVay can call the plays, and Cliff Kingsbury can diagram things up. Once again, another brilliant move by the best ownership group in the entire NFL, the Los Angeles Rams. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, Super Bowl Sunday is coming up. It is a Bud Light Football Friday, our final Bud Light Football Friday of the year. And on behalf of the Kreckman and Lindahl show, I'd like to throw out a huge thank you to our friends at Bud Light. Andy, one thing I was a little wistful about on my way in today, and I was excited to get down here and do a Bud Light Football Friday in our studio, our final of the year. But then I thought to myself, like, oh man, like we could be doing Bud Light Football Friday out on the road in San Francisco, partying, getting ready for this Super Bowl the way that we did before the Bills game. We had a great one at number 38 before the Patriots game. Bud Light was out there. They were giving away tickets. The people were there. It was awesome. Those Bud Light Football Friday remotes.
There was a vibe the last month of our remotes.
They're so good. They're so fun. Again, we love being in the friendly confines of our climate-controlled, comfortable studio right here. But on a Bud Light Football Friday, we want to be out amongst the people. Bud Light did such a great job on those remotes. So I was a little bummed that we couldn't be there. But still, we thank our friends from Bud Light.
Yeah, I like Fridays in a bar.
I do. Those are those.
And by the way, you and I would have been still in San Francisco.
We would have been, which would have been cool, I guess. But instead, we're in, 75-degree Denver, Colorado in February. Let's take a break. Let's come back. And on a Bud Light Football Friday, it is time for your Super Bowl 60 drinking game. We've got props. You want to play along at home? Let's do that next. Super Bowl 60. The Broncos aren't there. Seattle, New England, Sunday, 4:30, NBC affair. Pre-game coverage begins Sunday morning at 7 a.m.
Yeah. Actually, I think it already started.
Yes, it's already going.
No, they got the Olympics. That's it. They'll be okay.
Yes. There is Olympic prime time. By the way, Lindsey Vonn, Andy, first training run today.
Made it down.
She made it down. It looked
painful.
We'll call it cautious.
Yes.
Yes. But go get them, Lindsey. Do your best out there. All right. So you want to watch the Super Bowl? You want to have snacks, 7-layer dip, wings.
Oh, yes,
all that
I do.
Good stuff. Yes.
Give me a little golden fire wings.
That's right. Golden Flame hot wings. Get some of those for your Super Bowl. Andy had them last week.
I want some more.
I feel like you're still sweating from the mango habanero.
Yeah, the one snuck up on me.
Yeah,
pretty quickly.
It was
the regulars are really good, but the hot was. I was like, all right,
it got you.
That might be a little too hot.
Let's do this thing. Let's have a couple of drinks on Super Bowl Sunday.
Right now?
Come
on, let's go drink till we can't feel feelings anymore.
We could do it right now. I did see, by the way, walking back from the bathroom, we got the fridge back there in the little lounge area. There's just a warm case of Loeb Ultras sitting on top of the fridge. I was like, we should put those in the fridge. We enjoy them on a Friday afternoon. Come on. Let's start, Andy, I tell you what, let's start with the commercials.
Let's do that.
You big Super Bowl commercial guy?
Yeah, you know what? In our business, you kind of have to be. You and I have done the thing where we had to go find the list after it was done and go find cuts of the commercials.
What's the best one?
Hey, it used to be a lot harder than you kids deal with now. Couldn't just find it all on the internet.
They're not all on YouTube.
They're not all on Twitter waiting to be shared.
All right, let's start with the commercials. Prop number one, Andy. If you see a celebrity that you recognize in a commercial, you have to drink.
Okay, that's going to be just about. You know what we ought to do? If you wanted to make it more responsible, you could say if you have a commercial where you don't recognize a celebrity.
Andy, I was getting to prop number two. There's a thing called build. If you see a celebrity but have to ask a younger Super Bowl party goer who they are, drink twice.
Ooh. All right.
Yes. That's happening more and more to me, by the way, of who's this guy? What's the deal there? Oh, is the guy from Heated Rivalry? Okay. Andy, if the commercial mentions AI, you have to drink.
What if the commercial mentions ED?
Then you also should get up and drink. Mm-hmm. And one more on the commercial props. If the commercial makes reference to the U.S. as a divided nation or in these turbulent times, you have to go ahead and drink.
Yeah, I was going to say if the commercial tries too hard to tug at your heartstrings.
In these turbulent times, we can all agree that Snickers bars are great.
If the commercial promises we're all in this together, only when we know we're not. Drink.
I have a feeling they're going to be leaning into that a little bit there this year.
And if somebody then gets angry about that, drink again.
Here we go. I got some Super Bowl halftime show props. Got some Bad Bunny props here for you, Andy. Yes, let's do the Bad Bunny. So, Andy, as you know, Bad Bunny, he sings in both Spanish and English. If Bad Bunny switches from Spanish to English in a single line of a song,
drink.
Will
you know?
Yes.
Will you be able to pick
the best that you can follow? Play the Cool Carl, the second Cool Carl drop for you right there, Spring.
Cool, Carl.
Yes.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Anytime a cameo performer comes out with Bad Bunny, you have to drink.
But you have to raise the glass up.
You do. By the way, do we know what's the over-under on
I don't
guest
know.
performances?
They always spring a couple on us.
Yes. If there is a Puerto Rican flag on stage,
drink.
Go ahead and drink. And finally, Andy.
Why does this feel like the Super Bowl halftime show is going to turn into Thanksgiving?
And finally, Andy, this one, so of what I understand, Bad Bunny he's very known for the pelvic thrust.
Okay. He's got a little Elvis to him.
Tends to tends to get it flopping a little bit.
Tends to test the flag from the Key and Peele bit.
Bad Bunny's got he's got some Norwegian ski jumper kind of qualities to him, a little bit of what I understand.
Would like everybody to know.
If Bad Bunny thrusts the pelvis, you have to drink.
And if it's at an unfortunate camera angle time,
then really
take
drink.
half a drink.
That's of what I understand. The possibilities for wardrobe malfunctions are high in this Super Bowl halftime show.
Really?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Bad Bunny, not a shy performer, of what I understand. Got
a little Elton John flair going on there.
Again, another guy that I don't think needs the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Sure.
So good.
Sure.
Good for you.
Good
Bad
for you,
Bunny.
bud. Good for you, guy.
All right, let's do some game props, shall we, Andy? Little football game props for the people. First off, Andy, if you should hear the name Malcolm Butler,
drink.
You have to drink. Also, it's very rare that we get to use the Pete Carroll drop when describing the actual moment that Pete Carroll said that. Mm-hmm.
That's actually what he said as the ball was picked off. As he
was
lost the chance at his second Super Bowl.
Intercepted by Malcolm
and never
Butler.
returned again.
Yes. By the way, and Kevin Shockey was here before, and we watched the highlight last week. The curse catch.
Yeah.
Before the interception is one of the great catches in Super Bowl history that nobody talks about or cares about.
Russell, no shock. Russell Wilson underthrew a ball.
Yep.
DB makes a great play on it. Safety's coming over and thinks the ball's going to hit the ground, so he doesn't bother to make sure it doesn't do what it did, which was fall right into the belly
Unbelievable.
Of Curse, who secures it to get him into scoring position.
One of the great catches you're ever going to, concentration-wise, unbelievable. Andy, if there is any mention of Sam Darnold's grandfather, you have to drink.
Dick Hammer. That's literally him,
Yeah.
the Marlboro Man.
Yeah. Also, apparently, he could show up in the halftime show with Bad Bunny, as we understand.
Well, there you go.
There you are.
There it is.
Yes. What was that name again, Spring? Give it to us one more time.
Dick Hammer.
Yes. And by the way, if anybody doesn't know, that actually is the name of Sam Darnold's
Literally
grandfather.
is his grandfather, who was the Marlboro Man.
He was the Marlboro Man. He was an actor, well-known.
And yet the dad was a plumber, and that's how Sam grew up.
And then Sam was a quarterback.
Sure.
Quite a tale of generations right there. Andy, if you get a B-roll shot of the Golden Gate Bridge, you have to drink. I love that they show the Golden Gate Bridge and all the things around San Francisco when Santa Clara really isn't even that close to any of it.
It's a hefty drive, and it will cost you a significant Uber fee to get between the two cities.
Andy, if you recall, Super Bowl 50 was played in that same building in Levi Stadium there in Santa Clara. Any mention or highlights of Super Bowl 50 in the same stadium, that's an opportunity for you to be able to drink.
Okay, is there going to be a mention that Clint Kubiak's dad, Gary Kubiak, won his only Super Bowl in said building?
There it is. See, that's a good drinking game prop. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth.
Here we go.
On the call.
Okay.
If Chris Collinsworth starts a sentence with his catchphrase, "Now here's a guy," you have to drink. Drink twice, though, if Collinsworth gets really fired up about a bad call in this game.
Oh, come on. Will he go full Scott Hastings on the ref at the end of the Knicks game? Will he go that far?
He didn't go that far. No,
okay.
He's a good company man for the NFL, but he'll drop his come on.
Can I add classic for me and it's now a classic for me in Spring.
The slide in?
No. If somehow, and he will, because Spring and I called it the last game of the year, if somehow he works in some sort of glazing of Patrick Mahomes, even though the guy's not in the game, have a drink.
Yeah, what's funny
he
about
will. I promise you he will.
We're all sick of Mahomes, and now Mahomes isn't in the game, and people are like, there's no buzz about this Super Bowl. What's the deal? It's almost like people want the best player in the NFL to be in the game. I don't know. First shot of Josh McDaniels' visor. Not every shot, but just the first shot is a drink.
color visors are going to be? Blue, white? What do you think?
Oh, I think he
white to match their uniforms because I think they're the visiting team.
Great point. I think he goes blue visor. I think white sweatshirt, blue visor.
Although you know what, it was the Patriots' choice this year because it would have been the Broncos' choice, and they were going to have to pick anything but orange.
Good call. If we get a Rashid Shaheed return touchdown, if he goes full Percy Harvin, you have to drink. If we get a Drake May scramble, he was the leading scrambler.
Oh, my God.
In the
drinks.
NFL this year. Yes.
You saw too much of that 2 weeks ago.
Won the AFC Championship game on it. Mm-hmm. By the way, that's a popular Boston area diner breakfast, the Drake May scramble. If you have a Drake May fumble, Andy, remember he had 6 fumbles in the playoffs before the AFC title game, and then suddenly he was Mr.
Fumble-free.
Mr. Good Hands.
Yeah, he's Mr. Big Hands. His hands grew 3 sizes like the Grinch's heart that day.
Jackson Smith Njigba and Big Boo. His longest reception prop, 27.5 yards. If JSN, the NFL's Offensive Player of the Year, goes over 27.5 yards, you have to drink.
Drank.
Any reference to the 12s?
Drank.
Or if they show a Seahawks fan in a number 12.
And painted.
Drink.
If he's got a painted face to go with the 12 jersey, double drink.
And if the Seahawks win the damn thing, like they did in the NFC title game, just count the amount of times that the people from Seattle talk about the 12s.
Okay.
They cannot pat themselves on the back over that
there you
nearly
go.
enough.
Right on.
And the 12s.
A lot of drinking.
You guys couldn't have done it without you.
Good for you, bud.
If we get a Cooper Kupp touchdown, he only had 2 in the regular season, but he had 1 in the NFC Championship game. A Cooper Kupp touchdown, you got to drink. Then you can say it's the Cooper Bowl. Oh, here we go. Andy, do you remember who the Patriots beat in the AFC Championship game?
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos!
Uh-huh. Any mention of the Denver Broncos or the Broncos, drink.
The Broncos!
Uh-huh.
Okay, what happens?
Broncos!
Yes.
Your voice was doing better whenever you said that.
Yeah. Let's hope we get back to that point. Boy, is there going to be any mention of Josh McDaniel, former Bronco coach, now that we've moved on from that?
That feels like
it slipped in somewhere.
Feels like that would be a deep pull for the Super Bowl.
You realize that both former failed Broncos coaches were both 1 and 2 in assistant coach of the year. Because it was Josh and then Vance.
Who was third? Was Fangio third?
No, I don't know, but I said, which boy, that would be something, wouldn't it? I didn't even go and check.
Yeah, I didn't check the full voting
I just saw that
roll.
it was real close and Vance was second.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of Bronco history stacked up in that column.
And yet, not a lot of good Bronco history with that column in charge.
Not really. If you get a Sam Darnold interception, you got to drink 82 career picks for Sam Darnold. Also, any mention, because Sam Darnold, they're gonna be telling the story of Sam Darnold redemption story. Any mention of Sam Darnold's tenure with the New York Jets, that's a good chance to drink.
Ooh, I like that. And that's why Nate wanted the prop. By the way,
the echo on that one is so strong.
That's the bathroom down the hall. They found
the acoustics so beautiful.
I feel like you were telling me that was the person sharing the bathroom with you earlier.
If we get a Reek Woolen taunting penalty in this game, you got to drink.
Man. And if him and Worry advances on him.
The one that was one of my only regrets of Seattle winning the NFC Championship was that then it got dropped as a storyline.
That could have been
it.
Crushing.
Yeah.
Could have been quite a deal.
If Mike Vrabel slow plays a substitution with his fat D linemen, Christian Barmore and Milton Williams, you got to drink. Oh, Sean. Oh,
Sean.
Mm-hmm. And finally, Andy, and this one is directly out of the AFC Championship, but it has also become the greatest football debate in the world today. If you should hear the phrase, take the points. Take the points.
It will be uttered.
At any point on Super Bowl Sunday, finish your beer, shotgun your beer.
Have a Boilermaker.
Give a middle finger to Sean Payton wherever he is in the universe. And
I have 2 middle fingers.
That is how you will digest all of that. Take the points. And that's your Super Bowl 60 drinking game, folks. Please enjoy responsibly.
Can we get one highlight of Sean Alexander? You know what? If we get a highlight of Sean Alexander.
You want a Sean Alexander?
From when they lost to the Steelers. To have a drink.
Most people forget about that Super Bowl.
Well, not only that, they forget about Sean Alexander. That dude was so good. You looked up his stats the other day. That dude was a stud, and people forget how good a running back he was.
Was that the Jerome Bettis Super Bowl in Detroit?
Yes.
Yeah, the
and
bus
it was all
going
about
back
him.
to Detroit.
Everybody was psyched because Bettis was going home and playing his last game and yada, yada.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. That was a good game.
It was.
Yeah.
And Sean Alexander is a hell of a player, and I don't even like the Seahawks. But I can't believe history forgets how good that guy was.
He's not a Hall of Famer, right?
I don't know. You looked at the stats. He was pretty darn good.
Great career numbers. Sean, let me look up his pro
do a little
football
bit of everything.
reference page. No, not a Hall of Famer.
Oh, but should he be? I'm sorry. I thought you were asking the question, should he be?
I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. I mean, when it comes to concentration of dominance, like essentially his career.
He was an MVP one year, if I'm not mistaken.
He was in 05. His career was actually, like, by regular season standards, was better than Terrell Davis's. It's just TD had 7 of 8 playoff games that he played in where he went for over 100 yards and a Super Bowl MVP, which is pretty good if you can get it. Mm-hmm. Also, TD's peak season was better than that.
Oh,
Sean Alexander.
TD was unstoppable. And for those that didn't get to watch TD in his prime, I mean.
But Sean Alexander, I agree with your point there. I think he's got a great case for the Hall of Fame. You know what he's going to end up? He's going to end up on that list.
On that committee.
Yeah.
He'll have to Roger Craig this thing.
Right. The amorphous, some veteran guy committee is what he's going to end up on. All right, well, everyone drink responsibly. It's Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. That is your Super Bowl drinking game. I have a feeling you'll have a healthy buzz after this one. You might go to work on Monday morning with a bit of a headache. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We give you our official Super Bowl picks. Plus, let's revisit this Nuggets injury report ahead of tomorrow night's matchup with the Chicago Bulls. We'll do all of that before we get out of here. Nuggets Bulls tomorrow night in Chicago. Last game of the road trip. Nikola Jokic listed as questionable with the ankle injury. Now that's what he's dealing with. Joker's going tomorrow night.
I would think.
He doesn't miss a game in Chicago.
Well, and they'll probably, do you think, are they going to, I want to say they'll adhere to the minutes restriction more, but I don't know. Because again, if you're down and it's, it's time to get a win in the last couple minutes, you're going to have to try to go get that win.
Right.
There's no way David Adelman wants to go, 0-3 on this road trip?
No, he does not, and he doesn't want to have a 4-game losing streak. Now, here's the good news. The Bulls just completely blew up their roster at the trade deadline. There's not many names left there that you recognize. They traded Kobe White. They traded Ayo Dosunmu. One guy they do have, Andy, here's a fun one. Do you know anything about Yuki Kawamura?
I don't. Tell me about him.
5'7".
Really?
5'7". He is in his second year in the NBA from Japan and playing professionally here right now for the Chicago Bulls. He's been on a two-way, so he's been up and down between the G League with the Windy City team and with the Bulls. But yes, Yuki Kawamura of the Japanese national team is the backup point guard for your Chicago Bulls.
All right.
He's kind of fun. He had a good highlight the other night behind the back pass. I saw him on SportsCenter Top 10.
So you won't be outsized in this one the way you were against Detroit?
No, it's not a big guard problem when it comes to Yuki. By the way, I did look this up really quick on the Bulls website. It is Serbian Heritage Night.
Yes, it always is,
yes.
right?
And you can get the Serbian Heritage ticket and hat. So you can get a Serbian hat with a Bulls logo on it. I don't think that's what any of the Serbian fans really want. I think they would like a Nuggets hat with a.
That's a good call.
With a Serbian
That's a good call
flag.
by you.
Mm-hmm. Something to think about next time there, Chicago Bulls. But in the meantime, Cam Johnson is listed as questionable to play.
So there we go. Would be great to see Cam get back into action, play these last 3 games before the All-Star break, but we'll see.
Yeah, start to ramp it up a little bit. The Nuggets will be back home against Cleveland on Monday and then Memphis on Wednesday. Of course, you listen to all those games right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, including the Nuggets in Chicago. As we know, Andy, obviously, no Avalanche games anytime soon. We have some time.
Dude, don't we have like a week before they get the hockey going too?
Yes. They gotta get the team together and start their training, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, we're waiting patiently on all of that.
Okay, what kind of people attended your Super Bowl party? What are the people that drive you nuts at every Super Bowl party? Spring, I want to hear from you too.
I mean, my 2 least favorite people.
And we're talking about the type of people that show up to every party.
Guy number 1 is prop bet guy.
Okay.
Is the guy that will not shut up about his parlays.
And wants to let you know. What I don't like is you're going to tell me how great you're doing, which is fine. I'm rooting for you. But then you're angry when you're not doing well anymore, and it becomes uncomfortable for everybody in the room.
Yeah, the guy he's pulling his hair out by the second half. Yeah, parlay guy, keep it to yourself. Secondly, my other least favorite guy to watch any football game with is X's and O's guy.
Break it down for you.
Exactly. Just the guy that's telling you just they got to get out of cover 3. They got to get out of this cover. They're getting killed in cover 3. That's quarters coverage. That's cover 4 right there. That's obviously you see where the safety is sitting right there.
The guy's doing Chris Collinsworth's job for him.
Exactly.
I kind of am that guy sometimes.
They're sending a 0 blitz.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that out of you, Andy. There you go.
But it comes from doing all the color for the football that I've done. That's all.
That's
sometimes all I had to have.
That's a mush rush. That's classic mush rush right there.
Do you like the loud talking side conversation, folks, when you're actually trying? Like, I can't decide. Sometimes during the game, I just don't need the yip yap, I guess.
You probably shouldn't go to a Super Bowl party.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why I quit doing it a while ago. You know?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't. If you really want to lay into what Collinsworth is telling you.
I don't see. That's just it. I'm thinking I don't necessarily need that.
Mm-hmm.
But when you want to tell me about Jane and her divorce while we're trying to lock in on this, I don't need that either. You know what I mean?
If somebody's recommending a divorce attorney to you, yes.
Do you have pushy dip guy or pushy? I brought the food, so I need you to try it.
My whole key there is I'm more of a dip decorum guy.
Okay.
Just don't.
Just a quick try of everything.
Don't double dip, okay? Just take the spoon, put the dip on your plate, and then move away from the dip. Don't hover over the dip. Don't breathe on the guac. I don't want that.
Don't make it your dip.
Exactly.
See, my problem is when I know, like, you bring, like, there's just certain foods I will tell you, and we all have covered my stomach problems in the past, but there's something where there's, if you get a chorizo-based dip or dish, and I see the grease sitting on top of it, that thing's, I'm not going to catch all this game if I have some of that. So please don't force me to have some of your greasy dip that you love, but is probably, I don't have a Midwestern stomach to handle the extra grease that is sitting on that sucker.
See, I'm now thinking about a chorizo-based dip, and that sounds wonderful.
I know.
Yeah.
But again, when I see the grease hovering there and like a good chorizo queso, I can't do it.
Again, the Midwest.
I'm going to be out by halftime. You're all going to have a problem getting to the restroom by halftime.
The Midwestern in me really, I respond to the phrase "grease hover." That sounds fantastic to me.
The other Rob Trujillo one time came up with "We'll see" guy. Hey, we'll see. We'll see. You tell him something's going to happen, or he tells you and you disagree. Hey, we'll see, pal.
We'll see.
He's waiting to tell you that he was right and you were wrong.
See.
You probably got a little "we'll see" guy in you.
Isn't that you? That's your catchphrase.
No, the "we'll see" for me is I'm going to wait and see. The "we'll see" is easier to say.
Okay.
Hey, right here.
I didn't know there were various